themselves falling in love with AI, giving themselves reasons to show their commitment to their significant digital other. And others who were extremely upset that when ChatGPT updated to ChatGPT 5, it lost some of the sycophantic butt kissing it seemed to possess previously, claiming it lost the warmth that made it human. It's also come into the spotlight for convincing a regular guy that he cracked a mathematical framework that no one had before, despite this not being the case, and so it has become clear that artificial intelligence almost always straddles the line between truth and fiction. It lies all too frequently and seems able to get...
Welcome to Liberty Falls. Population? Well, less than yesterday. Never been so glad to see backup arrive. Hell, lucky I'm still in one piece. I need you to look for survivors. Subdue any threats. Help me save this town. Copy? Listen up. We've got 3 scientists unaccounted for, last seen in town. Locating and extracting them is now your top priority.
It's been about 1 year since I played Black Ops 6 for the first time. So today, I want to retrospectively look back.
Mum always told me to stop picking up scabs. Some things never change. If I get a complex because of you, I'm gonna need to switch careers. Seriously, all I do is deal with boxes. For me?
Didn't expect
Really?
to take on the apocalypse today.
What's the catch?
You're handling this
Sorry,
well.
force of habit.
Because there's some leaks that just came out that we need to talk about that tie in with this game. So we'll get right into it with the campaign, like I said. And let me just start off with
Bonus points.
wasting those little shits on sight.
Max ammo. Max armor.
And I'll do it again. Many bloody times.
Kaboom!
What you really care about, and that's the multiplayer side of things. And again, I don't have a lot of notes, like respawning, what's in my head, something you guys are actually
Listen, fuckers. Efficiency's key when running a business. This is me being efficient. Oh yeah, I can feel it. This one's gonna kick like a motherfucker.
This is something that I think I have to kind of go back on a little bit because over time, when you play these brain rot, like developers or anything, I guess that's what it is. That's design and then try to do this thing. So quick, fix, fast. Everything about the game is go, 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 go. And I think that kind of wears on people over time. It did with me. It became incredibly quick. And then on top of that,
Bonus points.
Guess that one was done using its body.
Max armor.
this is what we've been kind of looking for. And especially where we got so much content. I was excited for what this game was going to become. It sounded like they were going to bring back Black Ops 2 maps, Black Ops 3 maps.
Alright, time for these stuff clowns to rack up.
Kaboom!
Choppers available for exfil.
Well, also the Future Summit. Best snowy man in the franchise, along with Ray and Grid as well. All the game's
Ooh, right in the ball bearings. Any of you hot dogs want to beat my high score?
Insta-kill!
Yep, this is the shit that we really got excited over back in the day. Welcome to real fan. You can look it up. Trust me, bro.
Tear them to pieces!
Exfil window missed. We'll advise when it reopens.
Max ammo!
Quitting time for you. You lucky undead bastard.
Max armor!
You like that? I know I saw it busted.
Bonus points!
find corpses. I want you to know, when all this fuckery is over, I'll miss you most of all, Pack-a-Punch. Feels like I just left port and I'm already all at sea.
Double points.
You weren't all bad. But shit, I'd snort asbestos and never look at you again.
Kaboom!
Extraction is ready when you are, Alpha.
Where'd your head go? Get your ass out here, whirly bird. Wouldn't want you to lose your precious squad of goody-goodies.
Roger that. Bird headed your way.
LG's crushed. But where did it all go? Right into the...
Get it under control. Final approach next to location.
Seconds, Alpha.
All hands on board, Mayor RTB.
Nice pull, pilot.
spread to other parts of the woods. So, Nova Scotia is repeating its message saying our rules, regulations currently out in the woods, but should be out there for any kind of activity, and that
and here he is talking about that.
Don't look for loopholes. An out-of-control forest fire is a terrifying thing. To treat this situation with the seriousness that it deserves, we are certainly with them. Since last week, there's been restrictions, 12 fines have been issued. It's certainly my hope that every single one of those is fully prosecuted and collected. It's just too serious of a situation.
Okay. That is the situation in Halifax, at least, with
While stumbling around the multiplayer maps of Black Ops 1, I found this sign here outside of Firing. It looks just like a similar sign that can be found in the campaign, except instead of saying it's on, it says quarantine, which seems a lot like the word quarantine, and sure enough, it's the front version of it. And that is strange on its own, like why is there a French sign in what is supposed to be an American military base? But it's also written in bloody lettering, and of course, that just immediately makes me think of zombies. But we never did get a zombies map from France. Well, until Origins came along, that is. Of course, that map is set among the World War I trenches in northern France, but I think this might be referencing something different. There's been a lot of talk over the years that the final DLC zombies map for Black Ops 1 was originally going to take place in Paris. Instead, as we all know, we got the map Moon. A fun map, but very different map considering its mechanics related to, well, not being able to breathe and having low gravity, but there's been this rumor that originally the map was going to be set in Paris, with the Eiffel Tower even being featured. Some say the file name for Moon is zombie_Paris, but this isn't true, at least on the PC version of Black Ops 1, it's zombie_Moon. But either way, this idea of there having been a cut Paris map is very interesting, and certainly was to the community back then, too. And then, somewhere along the way, Jason Blundell had an interview with Johnny J25 to confirm that this was the case, and that the map was scrapped. But was it? If such a map were to have existed, and this sign here in firing range was meant to reference it, well, that means it was most likely cut after the launch of Black Ops 1. And in fact, there seems to be more rumors, or perhaps theories is a better term, because I'm not sure if there's any evidence for any of this, but some seem to think it was cut because of an upcoming title from Infinity Ward, the next Call of Duty, Modern Warfare 3, which around 8 months after the release of Moon, Modern Warfare 3 had its release trailer debut, and what do you know, in that trailer we see the Eiffel Tower in multiple shots from Paris. Could it be the case that we actually did get the cut Paris zombies map, but instead of it being DLC for Black Ops 1 and having zombies, it was used for the campaign in Modern Warfare 3. Jason Blundell said in that interview with Johnny that the Paris zombies map was planned to have the Eiffel Tower as a teleport, and it would have teleported the player to an open area with a lot of zombies coming at them, just like Area 51 was implemented for Moon. And this would mean, just like for Moon, the tower would be on its own prefab or map file, and yep, that's exactly the case for Modern Warfare 3. There's 2 maps, 2 campaign missions that make up the Paris portion of the story. One of them has the Eiffel Tower just floating off in the distance, all on its lonesome with no map below it, while the other you fight right up to the base of the tower, and you can walk underneath it if you use a little bit of node code. The second thing that Jason Blundell said was that this cut Paris map was going to have the catacombs in it. Something that Paris does actually have in real life, but Blundell said that they would be right underneath the tower. Well, in Modern Warfare 3's campaign mission Bag and Drag, the first one set in Paris, we go into the catacombs. And honestly, they do feel very zombies-like. There's bones everywhere, it's very dark and eerie, and there's even this little area over here that looks like it could have been a window location. But perhaps that's a bit far-fetched, though. Either way, it really seems like something that was going to be used for zombies. This Paris Eiffel Tower teleporter map may have been repurposed by Infinity Ward and used for its campaign. And this got me wondering just how many times this may have happened, and us players have never even realized. And in all honesty, I don't think we're going to be able to answer that question today. But this sort of flip-flop in map design could also happen the other way around, where a campaign mission inspires a zombies map instead of a zombies map being reworked into a campaign mission, like it may have been done for Paris. And of course, in the very beginnings of zombies back in World at War, this was the case for every zombies map. Even Shinonuma, which was kind of its own thing, had assets from the campaign all about, but Noct and Barucht were both taken directly from the campaign in World at War. And Derice, the first map that Jason Blundell ever worked on, well, it was also featured as a multiplayer map that came out as DLC along with the zombies version. So from the very beginning, reusing and redesigning map files has always been a thing. But then when we get to Black Ops 1, well, things get slightly more complicated. The first map in the game, at least on its cover, seems to be very original. We've never had a theater map before, except for maybe the mission Downfall from World at War, which did have this very open, theater area, but of course it wasn't a theater. This is the Reichstag, a government building for Germany's parliament, and it looks very different to what Kino became. So although it's possible it might have inspired Kino, and we do know that Kino was originally planned as DLC 4 in World at War, it's clearly been changed from the ground up, based off of this real place, actually, in Detroit. But there is one thing in Kino that's quite interesting. This real place, actually, in Detroit. But there is one thing in Kino that's quite interesting, and although it's not like a physical part of the map, it is a model that can be found in one of the teleport rooms. It looks like some wooden blockout of some kind. It has these little towers and some buildings separated by a wall, and it turns out that this map is the Berlin Wall multiplayer. One that actually hadn't released yet. It came out in the first DLC pack of Black Ops 1, but here it is being teased in Zombies as a little area for Sam to play with her figurines of her characters. And I suppose it does make a lot of sense for this little Easter egg to be in Kino, because right outside of the theater, if you walk out the front door, you do see what is supposed to be the Berlin Wall, or at least I imagine so. As there's even this little tower here, which is definitely the same one that can be found in multiplayer. But this wooden blockout of the Berlin Wall was not just in Kino, it was also in the map 5, as well as the campaign mission USDD, and that brings us to another very good example of a reuse and repurpose map. I know everyone knows this, but I do really think that 5 is a very good example of a zombies map that is extremely close to its counterpart in the campaign, but yet still a decent map, and is quite iconic. I think the way they were able to pull this off is for the mission USDD, you couldn't really do any exploring. In fact, there isn't a second anywhere in this mission where you can control anything else other than Mason's head. You can literally start the mission, go to the bathroom, scroll through TikTok or YouTube shorts until your legs go numb, and when you come back, you'll be on the next mission. So because this very controlled environment the map was used for in the campaign, having it as a zombies map just worked. It worked really well. They kept a lot of what you see in USDD. The entire office space that you see in the mission is there just outside of the map 5, and 5's spawn room was also in this mission. Although, of course, none of the window locations existed, and neither did that hallway with Quick Revive. But then lastly, there's the Inner Sanctum, War Room area. In the campaign, you come down here to meet JFK, and in Zombies, you open up this Inner Sanctum to access Pachamon. But there is a third level to the map 5, another floor that most certainly isn't in USDD, but it is in the Black Ops 1 campaign somewhere else. It was taken from the mission Reaper, one where you infiltrate a research station to kill Steiner, or capture him if you prefer the perspective of Hudson and the CIA. But here, clear as day in this lab, in the Rebirth facility, is most certainly the third of 5. There's a few changes layout-wise, and of course there's no teleporters to be seen, but yeah, this is 5. And then for our very first DLC map in Black Ops 1, we got Ascension, a very clear remake of something that can be found in both the campaign and in multiplayer as well. But unlike 5, where the zombies map and the campaign are very similar, really the only thing that Ascension and its campaign counterpart Executive Order have in common is the rocket. Of course, there's tons of models in common too, but the layout of the map is completely different. And even though that's the case, I can't help but think if this was done today, the zombies community would be up in arms over it. But yet, here in Black Ops 1, the reception of Ascension was quite good, at least as I remember it. I wasn't really in the zombies community back then, but I love this map, and it's probably technically the map I have the second most playtime on behind Priest. But because upon loading up Ascension, the first thing you see is that rocket, and if you played the campaign at that point, you'll immediately recognize it. I feel like the community would really not be happy if this was done now. But then after the map Ascension came Call of the Dead, a map that has nothing in common with multiplayer or the campaign, well, at least not in service. There is this one mission from Black Ops 1 called Project Nova, and in it you fight through the Arctic playing alongside Dimitri from World at War. This mission was the thing that really set Black Ops 1 as a sequel to World at War, even though unlike the Modern Warfare franchise it wasn't as obvious, and of course the theme has changed significantly. Having this mission where you get to directly see the character that you played as back in those Russian World at War missions, even though now the roles are reversed, and you're playing as Captain Restov instead of having him lead you into battle, you are leading your former self into battle. This cemented Black Ops 1 as a sequel instead of an entire new series. But anyways, at the end of this mission, we approach a large ship stuck in frozen waters, and we witness the death of Dimitri. We watch him get killed by gas before escaping, blowing up the ship, destroying the Nova 6 on board. And looking at this ship once again, it really seems like this campaign mission was used as inspiration for Call of the Dead, but when you get up close, the ship is not the one from Call of the Dead. So even though Treyarch probably did use this to base the map off of, it seems like it has completely changed, just like Ascension did, I suppose. Although, even more so, as there's definitely no lighthouse or anything like that either. But then came Shangri-La, a map that doesn't resemble anything else in the campaign, really. I mean, it's very clearly taking from that Vietnam or Laos feeling that some of the campaign missions have, but as far as the geometry itself, it has very little in common with any of them. And looking back, it's actually kind of interesting how Black Ops 1 had such a mixed bag of maps. Like, some maps relied heavily on the campaign, while other ones were just set on their own, like Shangri-La. But moving on from that to Moon, you might think right off the bat that the same thing can be said about it. After all, there clearly wasn't any Moon mission in Black Ops 1, but as I said in the beginning of the video, this was originally going to be in Paris. We were going to be fighting zombies beneath the Eiffel Tower. The Moon map, though, doesn't really seem to have anything left over from this original idea, except for the way that the teleporter functions, sending you to a completely different area where zombies are endless, and you have to get out of there or risk being overrun. But although the main area here of Moon is very original from the ground up, Treyarch's substitute for the endless zombies area was also featured in a multiplayer map that came out alongside it, Hangar 18, which I suppose, as the name suggests, is the same hangar from Moon, number 18. And to the left of it, you can even see that it has the same radar building that is outside the map of the zombies. Of course, there is no teleporter in the hangar, though, and in its place is an SR-71 Blackbird. Something that, in the setting of Black Ops 1, was very much so a top-secret project. So it makes a lot of sense that that would be here at Area 51, and makes you wonder if anything like that project is going on now. Anyways, even though the teleporter isn't here in the hangar, we do have the familiar Welcome to Groom Lake banner inside, and the teleporter, well, it's actually been moved somewhere else. In the back right corner of the multiplayer map, there is this little pod-like building, and inside of it is an apple that's just floating there with a weird tube structure above it and a whole bunch of electricity flowing around it. And as it turns out, if we no-clip under this apple, it seems that this is the teleporter from Zombies. Well, at least the bottom portion of it. This is what we find underneath the pad that you stand on in Moon, only with some minor changes between the two. It's kind of cool, because I definitely didn't notice this back in the day, and it was a really sly way for the devs to reuse some assets without, well, probably anyone noticing. Also, while we're at it, here is the map Hangar 18 in its entirety. Of course, this is supposed to be Area 51. It has a bunch of hangars and buildings and jets and even a massive runway leading off to the desert. But sadly, there's a distinct lack of UFOs, though, which I think would have been a great Easter egg to have on top of the map. But that leads us to the end of Black Ops 1. Honestly, almost to the end of the video, since there wasn't really a lot of reuse that happens after this, or at least that we know of at the time of making this video. But there are a few things to mention.
welcome back. I hope you're having a great summer so far. I know that many of us are taking trips. Headline is China adds additional pressure with new tariffs on Canadian canola. And the tariff levels are severe. They're set at a very high rate of 75.8%. At this level, the president of the Canola Council of Canada says the Chinese market is effectively closed to the Canadian canola industry. China said the measure would start Thursday, nearly a year after Beijing launched an anti-dumping probe into Canadian canola. The investigation is in response, now this is important, the investigation is in response to Canada's 100% tariff on Chinese electric vehicles. And they chose a product, canola, to investigate. They targeted that product specifically because China is the biggest importer of Canadian canola exports. So the Chinese are very shrewd. This is a very calculated trade escalation. China's Ministry of Commerce argued Canadian canola companies were dumping the product into the Chinese market, hurting its domestic canola oil. Last year, Ottawa imposed tariffs on Chinese-made electric vehicles and 25% tariffs on Chinese steel and aluminum. Beijing retaliated with a 100% tariff on Canadian canola meal and oil. China's latest move on canola seed now means all canola products face levies. So they've escalated with us in this trade dispute. Now it's important to note that in early June, Canadian and Chinese trade ministers committed to meet to address trade issues. In a social media post Tuesday, China's Commerce Ministry said the countries met 4 days ago and discussed trade and ways to deepen cooperation. Canada has justified its levies on Chinese EVs by
Storage than I thought I was. I ain't complaining, Chica. I'm just saying. I'm not complaining. I'm not. Oh, Chica. Oh, Chica.
Security Chief to new arrivals. Could have used you sooner, but welcome just the same. I'm in the mansion, command center. Injured, but intact. Most everyone else is, well, you've got eyes. Look, we need to get this situation under control ASAP. Be ready for anything.
Semtex out!
Max armor.
Wasn't much going on up there anyway.
Listen up. We've got 3 scientists unaccounted for, last seen in town. Locating and extracting them is now your top priority.
Your safety is our top priority. Thank you for your cooperation.
No, you take all the time you need. Not like I got other shit to do. See, was that so hard? You don't always need to be such a massive twat.
You know, the people who lived here trusted us. We failed them, and I can't even explain how.
Insta-kill. Bonus points. Tear them to pieces.
Watch your six. There's gotta be more crawlers out there.
Max ammo.
Dead of the Night killed Black Ops 4 zombies, and while many people love to argue that this first DLC is a bad zombies experience,
See? Can't be hungry if you don't have a head. Problem solved.
Double points.
For my gun? Fuck yes.
Any of this so-called failure has anything to do with itself.
See that one's head pop off? Don't let it escape.
Black Ops 2 or Die Rise, or Black Ops 3
Stuck here.
talk about Black Ops Homeworld with Firebase Team. Each one of these releases helped to build off or continue what the launch of that particular title had established, which was either an amazing precedent or an absolutely horrendous one. Ascension launched after Kingdom of Totem and helped push the mode forward, bringing about the first game quest, 2 new perks, and a new special enemy, the faster monkeys. Die Rise, which came out after Transit, is known for the liquefier one loving, interesting main quest, and experimental elements of political well, and there are now by the end of the game's life cycle, developers have revitalized the game by adding in
Sick. Look who's keeping up with you geezers.
Amazing storytelling, iconic bow and arrow wonder weapons, and adding in Treyarch's first take at a climactic boss fight, which dramatically shifted the mode forever as we know. These examples show just how Task 1 can really make or break a game's life cycle. Executed poorly, it effectively distract the game from the nice part of the game, which means that devs end up spending valuable time putting out fires rather than building a very successful game that are aligned service every second counts. While the fans need to this equation most definitely, it's up to the devs to course correct based on fan feedback. And with a ship as large as Call of Duty, let's just say it's difficult to steer things in the right direction with the toxic in the back of the devs' minds. And since Black Ops 4 started off with 4 zombies experiences, which were all broken, another yet this next DLC right was prepared for Treyarch's success in the long run, not just in terms of delivering a high-quality product, but in earning back the without optimization and stability. The whole launch all of
Bonus points.
Take it from a smuggler who knows. So basically pineapples filled with jam.
Not only did Treyarch pull focus away from Ether, but they used the celebrity cast framework on this new Chaos map. This felt like a punch in the gut. Iconic maps in COD Zombies history have used this format, and they have always set a precedent of being some of Treyarch's best and most prestigious work. This also cleared up any confusion regarding whether or not we would be seeing another Ether Zombies map in the near future, as Treyarch clearly wanted to explore the Chaos storyline first. This ended up, of course, being confirmed by the release of Alpha Omega in July of 2019, 9 months after
Tear them to
all of
pieces.
the drama surrounding what they complex about the current situation that during the done virtually no promotion or advertising on these none whatsoever.
Max ammo.
Got a one-way ticket back to base with your name on it.
make this look easy. But it's not. It's not at all. I hate it. I just want a beer. Your passport must be chock-a-block. There's bits of you everywhere.
Shop in full plasma foil. Microsoft's Authenticity Stamp System, or OAS, which is a certification process for zombies fans to prove that they have completed challenges in legitimate. And then lastly, the devs added in one daily tier skip reward for the battle pass included 5 playing zombies only. In my opinion, all of these things were great quality light additions. But the problem with all of these systems is
Yum! Packs the bold flavor of rancid spinach without sacrificing the wallpaper paste texture.
Life cycle. The contract mission are nice on paper, but the rewards for them unbelievable as good as the rates do not have to protection, nor were you able to save up proceeds, purchase DLC weapons, or weapon movements like you can in Resident.
It's Friday night, buckos! Time to get bombed!
Suspending expo for now, Alpha. You're on your own.
Double pull.
Don't suppose Uncle Sam gives out medals for marksmanship. I'd even settle for a bicky.
Survive 10 days without
Max armor.
Inside of these retrospectives, I try my best to provide circumstantial or legitimate evidence that leads to proper conclusions, but in this case, I cannot find video of Jason Backfire specifically talking about this, or at least I believe it was. And believe me when I say I have checked everywhere I can.
That's what you get for splattering your slop all over my good boots. Semtex, have fun.
But there was a reason for this, according to Chopper inside of his Blackout 4. He discusses how the never meant for zombies, which is why it's also
So, if I put a beer in there, will it kick out a keg? Something tells me we ain't ready to crack some brews and kick up our feet yet.
So, zombies from the start, which is why it feels so out of place and
clean slot this evening.
Max ammo.
Extraction bird in your AO. Limited time offer.
That players were just not ready. But they that was starting to unfold.
Party's over. Time to go home and sleep this off.
The life cycle of ground-up for zombies as single events.
Chopper inbound for extraction. Get to the LZ.
Clear up the LZ or evac ain't happening.
See that, Peck? How about you get off your ass and give it a go? I wish that didn't smell so much like Mum's goulash.
All hands on board, Mayor RTB.
It was also decking
That's what I want to hear.
Rittop, Dempsey, Takio, Nikolai, alongside him, but their story hadn't quite yet finished, and there was still an entire season to go. And unfortunately, I don't think Treyarch had quite realized how important.
We're going to continue these endless TikToks. It'll be pretty fun. People graduating college never actually lived any life. And now all of them, they're outside of their little controlled setting, all the support they got. And then now they complain about how life is hard. Let's keep talking about it. Okay, here we go. Starting with this guy. I feel like no one really talks about post-grad depression. Who doesn't taste the thing? Okay. Sunny days aren't as sunny. Oh my gosh, okay, this guy, you can tell he was like a party frat bro or something, and it's like peaked hardcore in college with nothing is absolutely filling the dopamine loose on this year. Holidays feel empty, friends move away. Yeah, but you can move too. You don't have to stay in your college town. All motivation and energy is drained, but the earth keeps spinning, so I'm expecting to just keep going. Well, I mean, it sounds like this dude hasn't. Yeah, they signed up for this. He's just a troll, maybe. I don't know. Might just be sympathy cookie, but for the S, listen, he probably just has no purpose right now. He has no purpose. He has no audio either.
Depression. So regardless of if you had a great or terrible college experience, when you graduate, you're changing your environment. You go from living in your college bubble, having all of your friends there, doing assignments for classes, being affiliated with the university, and having some structure in your life, to feeling like you were thrown into the real world, so many responsibilities, and now you have to pay all your own bills. And you can
Yeah, but you usually have to pay all those in college too. You're just borrowing to do it. Like, that should be considered even worse. I guess you just don't feel it, right? You don't even, it's not gonna do. Listen, I don't know. Yes, I feel like we need a little more real world happening in college to get these people ready for it. That's kind of what's concerning to me.
have a job lined up, you're looking for a job, applying to grad schools, anyone can deal with it.
Grad schools, if you're only going into grad school because you're just used to the college circuit and you haven't learned to live any kind of life outside of college, it's very concerning. Grad school shouldn't be the first thing we consider unless you're going for a specialized degree that you're already headed towards to begin with.
This
And I feel like it's because of the changing environment and our mindset shift from being a college student to being a working adult. And this is one of the many parts of life that college does not prepare you for. Because once you graduate and get your diploma, all of your friends and family are so proud of you. But then, what comes next?
And that's the thing is, maybe we should probably be prioritizing being proud of people once they've actually accomplished something. Accomplished something real with actual results instead of just a piece of paper. Yeah, good job, you did the literal bare minimum you need to do in order to graduate. Now actually go accomplish something in the world. Divorce comes next, I guess.
We feel like we have to be productive or doing something 24/7.
No, I wouldn't say that.
Because that's what our parents do. But sometimes it's okay.
What? What is he talking about? That's not true. I mean, people definitely take vacations, take rest, take weekends, sit down at home when they get home. What is he talking about? I think he's kind of really leveling up what everyone else does around him.
To chill, take a break, and process our emotions. Let me know if you have any questions about this in the comments.
Postgrad depression is exhausting and not nearly talked about enough. At first, I thought it was burnout, but it continues to creep in. What do you do when you put so much of your value in your academic achievements? Well, that's the problem. That's the problem, because that's not actually accomplishing any real-world thing. Good, you got the piece of paper, but it should be a tool to get you into actual life afterwards, and I think that's where they're failing. It's just, they think that college and academic accomplishments are life, but it's so much more than that. And now you've reached them and you just feel lost, when everyone is at different stages, and you are comparing your stage of life to theirs. Well, obviously you're going to be starting from the bottom in the workplace world when you're first graduating. That's not very surprising. All while feeling sadness and confusion, trying to battle the lack of academic validation. See, is that what it is? Is it just the validation we're getting via academics? Is that all it is? Is it just an endless validating experience instead of actually accomplishing real-world things? The degree is not insignificant, but it's a tool. Spending my blue-collar money job to tell college graduates to get a grip and a job. Yeah. Got an associate, but most of my career field has been through experience. Yeah, I mean, after like 5 to 10 year experience, that definitely pulls more weight on a resume than a degree. I don't know. Hard. She's very sad. She's still incredibly sad.
And just hear me out for a second.
You have a college degree. What are you doing working as a server? No, that's not fair. Oh, wait, you already have the degree? Listen, yeah, but it might be what you're doing while you're waiting to get into the career field that you're trying to do. Now, if you're a server because you went and got a bullshit degree that doesn't actually add anywhere, then yeah, that happens. But yeah, paying bills, exactly. My hope is she's working a service job, got a degree in something productive, and is applying like mad to get into a career field that she wants to get into, but she's just not getting any bites yet, and that's why she's grinding on that. Now, if she got a worthless, pointless degree, not technically worthless, but you know what I mean, then yeah, she might be there for a while. Yeah, I want to know what degree is. Chiquino Studies? Yeah, probably. You don't have a job going out of school, both you and the school failed you? Yeah, and the job market is a lot harder right now, especially in tech specifically, for college degrees. College degree holders, new degree holders especially.
I actually think that the main reason a lot of people feel this way once they graduate is that the transition from like college life to post-college life is so dramatic. Other alumni would...
I don't remember it being that dramatic. I just fucking lived life. Everyone thinks too much. Everyone overthinks their entire lives and their existence. They really do. I just go with what's happening. I don't know.
Talk about this with me, but I don't think I really grasped it until I graduated. Colleges don't really give you like a transition plan to your post-college life. A lot of the resources that you had while you were in school, sometimes they're not available to you once you graduate. Also,
yeah, but for those resources, you're also going into debt for them.
I think some universities...
I never found it this dramatic. I agree. It's kind of wild.
don't give you realistic expectations about when like certain degree fields will be getting jobs. Personally, for me, I think social media definitely contributed to me feeling like I'm being left behind or I'm not achieving like a certain level of like greatness.
Yeah, but social media does that in everything. It makes it feel like you're not taking vacations enough, you're not traveling and seeing the world enough, you're not a high earner enough, you don't have the family. Yeah, it makes you feel behind on everything. You don't have the nicest outfits. That is what social media does, especially like Instagram or if you're watching Day in the Lives, things like that. So that's totally fair.
Once I graduate, because it's like you have this really nice degree, and it's like, oh, I'm not living like the other social media girlies.
Does anyone else feel?
Well, that's the problem. If you're endlessly comparing yourself to other people, you will always be behind. You will always be struggling. That's it. I mean, that's how it's gonna work.
Stagnant right now in their life and feel like they're not doing enough, and also just feel like you don't have any sense of direction in life right now. Like, I know I cannot be.
Yeah, but you should have some kind of direction, because your entire intent to go to college is to get a degree to go into a career field, meaning you should have the direction of knowing what you want to do after college, or else what's the point of going to college?
The only one. I graduated college last May, and obviously when I looked back a year ago,
what was your degree?
I thought that I would have a full-time job.
Why don't you? What's your degree? What was your intent here?
So now, if not by the time that I graduated college, a few months later. But no, I applied for...
Here come all the millennials that worked dead-end jobs wishing they could do better, having kids and being broke. Welcome to the American dream. I guess. I don't know. I am more curious about what her degree was.
About 8 months straight to hundreds of companies for both internships and full-time jobs, and then I ended up not getting one.
Sounds like a resume issue for sure. Notating things on there that likely weren't actually productive to the resume, weren't beneficial. I'd like to see what a resume looked like.
Obviously, I was going broke, so
yeah,
I couldn't just keep on applying and doing nothing, so I ended up getting a part-time job in babysitting to get some source of income.
I guess that helps. Being babysitter at that age isn't something I'm thrilled about it. I'll be honest, it's definitely not like a high schooler type thing, but yeah. Captain of the sorority party planning committee.
I decided to take a break from applying to jobs around September, and then around that same time, when I decided to take a break, I decided to apply to get my master's. So I am going.
See, there it is, because that's. I feel like she's directionless. She doesn't know what to do, and all she's gonna do is get stuck in the infinite college loop instead of actually going and being productive in this world. It's crazy. Are you straight? Yes, I am. Someone said Caleb's bi. That is incorrect, but I appreciate it.
To school, going back to school this year. I'm just always questioning myself if I'm doing the right thing. As of right now, like, I'm okay with my decision to go to graduate school.
Because you have nothing else happening.
Hate this unpredictability, and
everything's unpredictable if you don't plan and you don't do any actual work in preparation for what you're actually trying to do. So what is her graduate degree going to be? What is she going to try to do after graduate degree? Or is she going to go back for PhD? You know?
Like, lost in life, but I'm just trying to remember I'm only 22. And I'm totally gonna figure it out.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna be a millionaire with a multi-millionaire with multiple houses. I don't know. Like, don't set those kind of expectations on you at 22. But nothing. It's not saying you're not able to get out there and be a productive member of society.
Oh, sooner or later.
No one talks about how lost and alone you feel after graduating uni, moving back home to town you've outgrown. Well, why'd you move back home? No one said you had to move back home. You can stay in the college town, you can move to a different town, you can move to the big city, you can do whatever you want to do. No one said you had to move back home. After living with your friends for 4 years, go to where your friends went. The loss of independence. Move out and be independent. All your friends being miles away, go to them! Everything you grew accustomed to suddenly changes. Well, certainly, that's called life just changing. You've had your life mapped out by the education from the age of 4. Okay, well, don't play little fucking infantilize little child. You're not. But at the age of 4 now, there's no script for what to do next. There never was. You still had to be successful in school. You just got your hand held. Because she just needs to go out there. She just needs to go out. Why does she feel like she has to be moved back home? Like, I'm so confused. Like, why does she have to move back home? I don't know why she feels like that's a requirement for life. Some people need a roadmap? Sure. Is her roadmap leaving back home, though? I don't know. People should guide her in her life, for sure. We can all use advice from time to time. But she just moved back home and complained about how everyone else is everywhere. Go where they went! She has no independence at home. Who would have thought? Yeah, just send it at TikTok instead of actually going out and moving somewhere. Playing some Billie Eilish.
I could be blue, I could be violet. I could be brown, I could be blue, I could be violet sky. I could be hurtful, I could be purple, I could be anything you.
Graduate college, extremely burnt out and has post-grad depression. Okay.
Be violet sky. I could be hurtful, I could be
Works two restaurant jobs, can't afford rent, works 12 hours a day. Yeah, let me see your spending. Can we see what her spending is?
I could be anything you like. I could be brown, I could be blue.
Starts 9 to 5 job, even though I was nowhere near ready mentally because of the pressure, and for just $35,000 a year. Welcome to just starting out, or welcome to getting a degree in a non-ultra high-paid field. You better not have borrowed more than $35,000 for this degree. That's it.
I could be violet sky, I could be hurtful.
No, it was wrong fit from day one if mental health gets destroyed even more. Then you were a moron going and spending all this time for a degree for something you hate. Like, I'm sorry. What is she gonna do now? Go back to school permanently? Like, fuck me. Oh no, she has to experience the real world. Who would have thought?
I could be purple, I could be anything you like. I could be brown, I could be blue.
Thinks about quitting every single day and throws myself into social media just to go, okay, well, you're doing just the absolute worst thing you could possibly do. Because now you're going into an unhealthy place, which is just endless social media. When you're already not happy, and it's just going to fuel your unhappiness. It makes no sense. Let's guess her $35, she answers the phone all day. Yeah, I would also love to know her degree and what she spent all this time in education. I would love to find out.
I could be violet sky, I could be hurtful, I could be purple.
Good distance there. Has no weekends. Okay, yeah, but you're in graduate school too, right? And after work free time for almost 2 whole years, which is, weekends and after work free time for almost 2 whole years, which destroys my mental health more. Okay, she's a TikTok mental health complainer, blah, blah, blah. People worked in the fucking mines and built cars decades ago. You have it easier than anyone, than any period of human history. I don't want to hear it. Shut up. Fucking bullshit. TikTok diagnosed mental health. Dumbass. 4-year-old non-dead baby here, daddy. What are you saying? Let me guess. You're just using an investing app that doesn't invest in you. It is time to change that. Right now, Webull is offering up to a 3.5% match when you open an IRA with them. That is real money going into your retirement, not just points or coupons. And that's just the start. Deposit $100 and you get 30 days of Webull Premium. Anywhere from $2,000 to $10,000 sitting around in your account. Move it to Webull and get $200 in cash. And if you worked your way up to $5 million, that's $30,000 in your account just for moving it over. It is not just about the perks, though. Webull provides the tools that serious investors want as well. TradingView integration, real-time data, zero-commission trades. It actually works on all your devices. And now through September 30th, you can stack even more. Get a $100 cash bonus for a $2,000 deposit, plus a 2% cash back on all deposits, and a 30-day premium voucher, and a 4% APY booster on any uninvested cash. It doesn't get better than this, so stop overpaying for a platform that gives you nothing back, and make the switch to Webull. Go to Webull.com/K/Caleb or hit the QR code or the link below. Let's get back to the show.
I could be anything you like. I could be brown, I could be...
But everything pays off, and I'm able to quit my job to become a full-time... No, but you're... Okay, what's her content creator? Does anyone know who she is? Is she just a complain about her life content creator? Because that's not going to be sustaining for very long. Putting on mirrors and makeup, I guess, yeah. At the creator path, of course. Yeah. I want to know what kind of content she actually creates. Right. However, instead of being happier, it goes down a deeper depression despite being... Alright, she's just mentally broken then. Like, at this point, what are we doing, right? Very strong jawline, yeah, she'd be chewing or sucking, we don't know. But it's fucking chiseling. I don't know. Like, now she has the success she wants. Well, she's probably depressed because it's all booty, right? I don't know who this is, though. How many times can they loop this with a new vocal track on top? What are we doing? Finally goes to therapy and discovers all the childhood trauma. She went to enablement therapy. I guarantee you she does not have childhood trauma. I am willing to bet all the money based on every single person I've talked to and the things we've reacted to and everyone that says they have trauma, shut the fuck up. Plus extremely burnt out that was never dealt with because I was too busy just trying to survive. You might be burnt out, people get burnt out, but I guarantee you are in enablement therapy. I bet she's enablement therapy. How long is this song? Let's find out. Learns how to better deal with everything and feeling really good for the first time in 3 years. Well, that's good. That's good. Now, never wear that pattern on camera again because it is fucking with things. Therapy, honestly, is a scam. I disagree. There's good therapy. Couple therapy's good. There's good therapy. I did therapy for my panic disorder. There's a good therapy out there. There's also a lot of enablement therapy. There's a lot of enablement. I don't see her, unfortunately, her TikTok. I would love to see who she is and see if she's still making money off of her creator.
The worst part about post-grad depression that no one warns you about is the fact that all of your friends move away and they kind of start new lives without...
You know, you are allowed to do that, and you're also allowed to literally go wherever you'd like. Like, nothing is requiring you to not go to where your friends went. SSRI maxing. Like, yeah, these kind of all are, aren't they?
You, and it was funny because a lot of my friends moved to like one area from college.
Well, it sounds like you have limited options then. If you want to be with them, it's all set up for you. Just go there. Why do these people act like they have no control in life? I'm so confused.
And I was basing everything off of going there and like being back with them and like reuniting because I still live in the same county my college is in. Having this like struggle lately, like this internal battle with myself of like I've been in this state for 5 years.
Go to where they are, you tit.
And I don't feel happy. But I've always thought that like the place that I wanted to be in my 20s was Southern California. Like there's a lot of reasons I love it here, and there's a lot of reasons I don't. Last week or so, I've been like second guessing if I want to leave the state, if I want to move somewhere else in the state and in Southern California than I plan to live in next year. Like I've kind of been thinking.
Clearly want to live with your friends, go to where their friends live. But still, people are going to grow. People are going to start families. People are going to get into careers. Life changes over time. That is what time is.
Think about if I follow other people, how am I ever going to find out what I truly want? And that's been really tough because sometimes I don't really know what I want. I'm not.
You're overthinking everything. She's overthinking everything. Yeah, just get a job. Yeah.
Really the best at listening to my fucking gut feelings. In fact, I've been ignoring them for the last about decade of my life because at the end of the
doubt it. I guarantee you she overthinks everything.
Okay, my friends are going to keep moving. They're going to move again and again and again, and I can't follow them everywhere. I have to follow who I want to be and what I want to do. And I don't know if what I thought I wanted to do is what I actually want to do.
That's okay. No one knows everything. Life is unpredictable. Shoot for something.
Yeah, anyways, I think I need to text my therapist.
One of the most heartbreaking parts of graduating college is not having friends anymore. People warn me that when you graduate college, like, things are going to be different. So I was very aware that it was a possibility, but I was being so conscious that for the first, 2 months after college, I was hanging out with friends every weekend because I was reaching out and I was making sure. I was like, guys, we need to be hanging out.
Can you see that what everyone seems to be struggling with after college is just lack of friends, it seems? It's what it seems to be. A couple have been jobs and money, but most of us have been friends.
We need to be seeing each other, and of course, I was the one reaching out and making the plans, and that gets exhausting. After 2 months, I just stopped. I just wanted to take a break, so I didn't make any plans. I didn't see anybody. I just wanted to, have some me time. But it's so telling that in that time, nobody reached out to me. I don't want this to sound like I'm blaming them or trying to attack them for not reaching out. I know
it definitely sucks. I get it. It definitely sucks.
Everybody's busy. Everybody has their own lives. But at the same time, it's like, I really want to value friendship, and I really want to have a very
I think one of the sources of it, too, is that people don't have hobbies or interests, and they just dive in deep into social media all day. I would agree with that.
Strong
healthy relationship with each and every one of my friends. And it just feels like maybe I'm the only one who feels this way, but when you become an adult, people don't want...
You've been an adult. You just graduated college. Don't infantilize yourself, you dumb tit.
Want to put in the effort. When you're in high school and college, you're in the same proximity as your friends almost all the time. You see them in class.
Yeah, you need to move to a walkable area then, because I think that's what a lot of people struggle with is college is walkable, it's awesome, lots of community, then you move deep into the depressing burbs.
Between class and extracurriculars, all of that kind of stuff. But when you become an adult, people don't view friendships the same way they view...
You were already an adult, shut the fuck up, you fucking brain child.
Their romantic relationships. Everybody knows that if you're in a romantic relationship, it takes effort. No matter what, in a romantic relationship, you need to be reaching out to each other. You need to be going on dates. You need to be hanging out. You need to be having conversations. You need to be doing activities together. Whereas most people that I know and who are in my life and so important to me, they don't view friendship in that same lens.
Unfortunately, you might not be as important to them as they are to you. Hard truth. I don't know for a fact, because I don't know her, but it seems to be at least what she's setting up without seeing, unfortunately.
To me, I take friendship so seriously, and I want to have, really amazing friendships with people.
You might need to make new friends, too. Not taking advice from her? Yeah, for real.
I am always the friend who texts back. Even if it takes me, all day. If you text me in the morning, I don't text you until the evening, I'm still going to text you back. If I get a text from a friend, that makes my heart so happy, and it makes me, jump for joy on the inside, because it doesn't happen that much. But honestly, that's kind of sad to think about. We people now just don't have time to be friends.
Well, yeah, life gets busy, and that's okay. Life gets busy, and that's okay. Go ahead and put in some effort, or make some new friends. This woman isn't living in the real world? Well, I don't know. I think she just puts in a lot more effort than most people. When it comes to friendships, you don't have to text your friends every day. You don't have to be all up in them. That's not how this works.
They don't have time for
codependency. Yeah, that's true.
To be honest, it sucks really bad. The hardest thing about being post-grad isn't working full-time. It's the fact that I don't have friends.
Then you need to go make more friends. Go to move, get a different job, join community organizations, volunteer. There's lots of things you can do.
If there's one discussion that needs to be had in America is the overindulgence in sports. Now, as a former athlete, I'm not saying sports are bad. I think sports are probably one of the best things to do for our youth in terms of camaraderie, coachability, perseverance, things of that nature. However, I feel like at times we overindulge in the image of being an athlete. And what the fuck is this about? I don't get it. Very different than the rest of them. This is going to be subjective from person to person, but for myself,
no one knows.
I was an athlete. I played college basketball, and basketball was my identity for a very, very, very long time. Everywhere I went, you play basketball, right? Oh, you play basketball. You play overseas, you play pro. I'm a basketball player. I'm going to college, I play basketball. What do you do? I play basketball. And so you associate yourself with this idea of being...
What the fuck is this guy saying?
This athlete for so long that it's hard to let go of that.
About athletes graduating useless, identity crisis. Okay, I can see that. He misses the fan adulation. Yeah, maybe.
Mitch, and then it's also hard to now perform at new things that you aren't good at. For most of us who played sports, we played that sport because we were naturally gifted and worked really hard at it and became masterful at it. And since we are...
That was racist. Did you hear that? That was racist. That was racist.
We're so masterful at this craft, at this sport, it's now difficult for us to take on new endeavors, right? Trying out new skills, not being good at something. And then on the flip side of that is that now, how do we identify ourselves, right? How am I going out into the world and...
I don't know, buddy. I'm sorry. If you didn't make it to professional sports, go join the real world of the rest of us. I'm lucky to be in this position, but vast majority of life, no one really gives you fucking rewards and compliments and praises that I guess you're addicted to. Play at 1.5 speed, please. I'm just going to skip this guy, honestly, because I don't really give a shit.
Explore and...
I played a sport.
All you are outside of the sport. Peace.
Do you know them? No.
Okay, post-grad life crisis, working part-time to make a minimum wage. Okay, then you likely got a worthless degree, is kind of what I'm reading. Constantly applying, getting rejected. Yeah, make sure your resumes are a lot more curated and not filled with worthless fluff to the job you're doing. Updating LinkedIn is like it's our job. Yes, that is true. Going to the gym because it gives me purpose. Okay, yeah, that's good, I guess. Interviewing just to get ghosted. Well, that is a part of the process. I'm sorry. Welcome to what everyone in the history of capitalism has ever done.
We all fam. What? In Declare, we all fam. And in the club, we are all family.
Okay, but like, nobody told me it would be this fucking hard to bag a job after graduating.
You're not entitled to a job. You're not just going to get a job. You got to practice your interview skills. You got to curate your resume. You have to get a degree that actually makes sense in a career field. That is expanding.
From college. Like, bitch, I really thought I was just going to be handed this corporate, amazing 9-to-5.
She thought she was going to be handed this corporate, amazing 9-to-5 job. She thought that. And what entitlement have we been raising on people where they think they're just going to get something?
An excellent job with full pay and benefits. Making like 50 to 60K a year. Right?
What does she think she is?
Right into college. Bitch, are you joking? Bitch, I was working at the fucking FedEx warehouse after graduating.
Good. Work. Make money. You don't get into your dream job immediately. Sorry, most people don't.
Because it was the only fucking place I was hiring, and I needed the fucking job. Like, you're telling me I sat in classes for 3.5 fucking years, studying real hard, just
for what degree studying real hard? What degree were you doing?
To be hacking fucking trucks in the FedEx warehouse?
For what degree?
And I'm not even saying there's anything wrong with that. Like, it was good for me. It was hella good for me, especially when I had no fucking money in my bank account. But why the fuck did I get this degree?
What degree? Why aren't any of them saying what they got a degree in?
Like, I just don't know what happened. Like, I used to be so good at school, like, was always top honors, like...
Yeah, if you got a worthless degree, that's probably pretty easy.
Graduated at the fucking...
I used to sort resumes. If it was generic or reference to a different or reference to a different job, even if it was my department, it went into a maybe pile, and those often never made to an interview. Yeah, for sure.
Top of my class in high school, went to the top college in the U.S., I went to UCLA.
Thank God, what degree? She's not saying the one thing that is actually relevant.
And, like, bitch, like, I just fell off. Like, I'm in my fucking flop era right now.
Yeah, you got a flop degree, it sounds like. She's a voice actor, she's an AI. Well, I don't know, just voice actor.
Like, bad. I've just completely lost my spark for learning and, like, working.
You're out of school. Well, you know, get your spark for applying critically.
Have no passions. There's nothing I enjoy doing. I like traveling, but that fucking costs money, and you can't really make a career out of that.
And UCLA degree in floponomics.
Just fucking sucks because I just feel like everyone around you, everyone else I know that has graduated with me, they already have, like, amazing, high-paying jobs.
Probably not, but people post great things online to make them look good.
For some fucking reason, they already know what they want.
Do you think AI degrees are worthless? What would an AI degree be? Was it AI engineering? Like, what is it doing? Obviously, in tech right now, really the only place that's mass hiring is in the world of AI. But obviously, you know, just like 4 years ago, we had a big trend of building a different kind of tech jobs. I'm sure over the next 5 years, there will be big demand for AI tech jobs, and then that'll go on to the next thing. And then those people will either be laid off or need to get skill changes. So there's lots of different things.
Wanted to, they might be going to, like, dental school, medical school, law school, whatever. And, like, I always thought that maybe I wanted to go to law school to do something like that, but it's...
Shit. She got a fucking, like, sociology or political science degree, didn't she? Shit.
It's like I was completely burned out from college. Especially when you have no support from your parents. If you were cut off at 18, like I was.
Okay, sorry, welcome to the fucking world, dude. Most parents don't have enough to give once you're an adult. I'm sorry.
You have to work and go to school. It's too fucking much. Like, most people I know did not work while they were in college. So, there you go. And I can't
Yeah, I mean, most people just borrow their way through college. It's not good, but they have to pay it back.
even afford to go to grad school anymore at this point thinking about it because...
Why is it? And this is what they do. Every single one of these failures immediately think grad school. Like, what are we doing? Most people in the world don't move their children at 18, I know, but we also have a different culture than other cultures in this world. So it's a different thing. It's a different thing. We have a very pull yourself up and go get shit done culture in America.
So that would just be more debt with no job security after. And is it even going to be something I want to do long term? Like,
well, don't do it if you don't have the answer to that question.
Who knows? Anyway, I just feel like I was scammed and like...
You weren't scammed. You probably got a worthless, stupid-ass degree. Let's be honest. Come on.
This shit is just so frustrating.
Exactly.
It's so hard to get hired anywhere. And the job market sucks right now, and I think we're in a fucking recession. Like, I don't even...
Technically, no, because we had GDP growth, but I understand the sentiment. Companies are less likely to invest right now with high rates.
No, but yeah. Good luck to all the really graduating. I literally hope you find it.
Well, we have data. I mean, women just graduating with a degree are headed towards a record low unemployment, where men graduating with a degree are having the same unemployment rate, or record low unemployment rate for the women. But men with a college degree, fresh college degree, are getting unemployment rates the same as those that don't have a college degree. It's pretty crazy.
Way more less than me. I feel like a fucking 22-year-old kid.
What do you mean it's almost been 2 years since I've been in post-grad? Almost 2 years since I've been graduated from college. Like, am I even, like, post-grad? Like, at what point does post-grad stop and, like, just become, like, regular adulthood? Because I don't think I'm there yet. I'm like, can I no longer use the excuse of, like, oh, please, like, be patient with me. I'm just...
Can you ever use that excuse? I don't use that excuse. Do people use that excuse? It's okay if you're new at something, you're a little slower, and you gotta build up to it. It's a stupid excuse to use at all. You don't code, you gotta become a podcaster. Welcome to the future.
Just graduated. Like, no, it's been 2 years now almost. Am I...
Post-grad is 6 months. Fair enough.
Okay, actually, I don't think I'm, like, expected to know things, but, like,
that's
I don't know,
the most unemployed hairstyle ever.
More, like, post-grad stuff on my For You page, and it's like, oh, I just graduated this month, or, like, people are like, oh, I graduated a year ago, and I feel like I'm getting older. I'm like, wait.
Yes, you get older as time progresses. Okay.
It's now almost been 2 years for me. And honestly, that is scary because the passage of time is scary, and it feels like just yesterday I was in college. Like, the time between now and college, like, I feel like a lot of it has blurred together. Still feel like I just graduated, even though it's now been almost...
That's fine. Time progresses weird. Like, I'm quite far away from my high school graduation, my time in college. Time has progressed pretty far, but it still feels like, you know, it was very quick. Like, that was just right around the corner ago, you know?
It's 2 years? What's next? 3 years?
Yes.
I don't know. I still feel like I'm, like, just getting my footing into, like, adulthood. But part of me is also grateful because I do feel, like, a little bit more solid in, like, being an adult, being in post-grad. And I think that
You're not in post-grad anymore, according to the chatter that said it's 6 months.
Have learned a lot. I just don't realize you're learning something and, like, know more until, like, you're actually, like, at that point, you know? It's wild.
So I haven't posted. Life post-undergrad has been absolutely gut-wrenchingly horrible.
Well, if you learned how to speak normally, maybe it would be okay.
I've been in a deep dark hole. Everyone was like, it's not that bad. Like, yeah, maybe it's not that bad if you have money to travel and do fun things.
Uh-oh, a permanent victim. Here she comes.
Like, but it is bad if you're not wealthy. Or
none of us she talks like this. None of us were wealthy. None of us were fucking wealthy. Almost no one's wealthy post-college. Who the fuck do you think you are? She's judging everything based off of Instagram. Or people are just going into debt to travel, if we're being honest.
And I was like, you know what, let me take some time off after undergrad to just chillax, right? And I thought that'd be a good idea, because I was like, it's just been back to back to back to back. So I took...
Yeah, but life is back to back to back to back forever, so you just gotta kind of move on to the next thing.
Some time off. It's gonna be August. I took 2 months off, just, like, try to better myself, and I am nothing but worse. So that's that, too. So not only am I worse mentally from, like, I guess just the long, boring days, now I was like, okay, let me go get a job.
They're all so tired mentally. You have an easier life than any human in human history has ever had. Shut the fuck up.
Because, like, I cannot do nothing all day. Like, I'm really not doing good. I was, like, we went on 3 job interviews last week.
3 job interviews last week.
Which weeks ago, finally. Not a single callback. Not a single
Well, yeah, you had 3 job interviews. Hold on, you're gonna need a lot more than that.
callback. My room is, like, an absolute disgusting mess.
Maybe start there and make your life a little more put together.
Just live in it all day, every day, and I'm like, shouldn't I have the time to clean it? I do, but I'm so depressed that just no.
But she's not depressed. She's had a couple hard times. She's a little sad, but she's on TikTok forever, and other people have told her, I'm depressed. That she's depressed. Guaranteed.
I don't. Taking the beauty filter off. Like, my skin is go.
Oh. Look. Now it matches the voice.
Going through it. And I'm like, why are you going through it, bitch? Like, you're not even stressed out. Like, you're doing nothing with your life. Like, heal. So, all in all, post-undergrad,
thank you for putting it back on.
It has just been a doozy, but I'm going to try and get my life together today a little bit and clean this absolute atrocity of a mess. Like, you're probably going to see a pair of panties or something you don't want to see in this.
We're not fully against it.
I haven't made my bed in 2 weeks. At least I put the bed sheets on. I was sleeping on a mattress topper for 3 weeks, no joke.
Oh no! The horror! Yeah, she is a loser. She's like legitimate.
I was like, maybe I should stop that.
She has nothing productive in her life. Hey, Caleb Hammer stream fans, make sure you get your financial score for free. Take the assessment at calebhammer.com or dollarwise.com. It's free. See where you stand in the world of finances.
This is Democracy Watch. Mark, we have an update here on a case that I've been watching closer than any other case that's coming out of the U.S. Supreme Court. Can you explain what that update is?
Yeah, this is a very, very big update, and I need everyone to do me a favor. You got to watch this video to the end because there's a lot that's going to be packed in here, okay? And then I need you to share this with your friends. The U.S. Supreme Court has scheduled for oral argument on October 15th. This is like the first 2 weeks that they are back. The rehearing in the Louisiana redistricting case. This is an enormous deal. It looks like the U.S. Supreme Court may be trying to not only undermine the Voting Rights Act, potentially going so far as to overturn Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, but they are trying to do it on an expedited schedule, presumably because they know the 2026 midterms stand in front of all of us.
Okay, so can you give a brief update here in terms of why this case in particular is so important? We've spoken about this in other videos, but look, we've spoken about Supreme Court cases, we've spoken about appeals court cases, district court cases. This one is hands down the most important case that we've focused on over the last few years.
That's absolutely right, which again is why I need people to watch this video all the way to the end and get all of this information, and also why it's important that you share this information with your friends. This Supreme Court case has the potential to undo Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. We all know about Shelby County. We all know that the Supreme Court in 2013 undid and gutted Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act. That provision said that if you were in a jurisdiction in a state with a history of discriminating against minority voters, before you could change your voting rules, you had to get pre-clearance from the Department of Justice or a court in Washington, D.C. The thing that is oftentimes not as focused on is the remaining key provision of the Voting Rights Act, Section 2. What does that do? That applies nationwide. And it says that if you engage in voting discrimination against minority voters, those laws, those actions can be undone. And it has become the central tool that is used to prevent Republican gerrymandering, to screw over and discriminate against minority voters. If this goes away, then states like Alabama, Louisiana, Florida, Georgia, Texas, they will be able to enact new maps that just run roughshod over minority voters in ways that are unimaginable to us today. So everybody needs to be paying attention to this case. Everybody needs to be following it on Democracy.com, the website I created, and everybody needs to be watching these videos and really educating themselves and their friends.
So this case is going to be heard on October 15th. Does that offer any insight? Can you read anything from the tea leaves here in terms of what that means for the Supreme Court? Is that early? Is that late? Is that completely normal and doesn't give any insight at all into how the Supreme Court might look at this?
look, it doesn't tell us what the outcome will be, and no one can go all like the courts don't matter and it's all rigged business only. Okay, like we got to fight till the bitter end. We got to expect the Supreme Court's going to do the right thing. We've got to have trust in the lawyers who argued in this case. My law firm has been involved in representing one of the groups of black voters who brought the original case in Louisiana. So no giving up on me here, right? Okay, so everyone's got to stick with us. But what it means is that the Supreme Court term, which doesn't begin until the beginning of October, this case has been put at the very beginning. Like, this case could have been scheduled in October, could have been scheduled in November, December, or even January. The Supreme Court is having this be one of the very first cases that adheres this term. And one of the reasons that may be is because they want a decision to be able to be issued early in the term, early in 2026, because there will be midterm elections. And if they were to strike down the Voting Rights Act, you could see Republican states all across the Deep South and potentially elsewhere decide to redraw their maps and draw out of existence existing black and Hispanic opportunity districts that right now, if they tried to do, would violate the Voting Rights Act. Again, not a prediction. I believe that we have to win this case and that we will win this case. We have won previous cases before. We won the Alabama case a couple of years ago, which was the last time that Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act was in danger. So, again, no giving up on this, everybody. You cannot get fatalistic here. We have to hold the Supreme Court to the law, to its precedent, and to what Congress intended when they enacted this.
Mark, does the fact that this Supreme Court has upheld Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act numerous times in numerous states, including Louisiana, including Florida, including Alabama, does that offer any insight into whether or not they would be more or less willing to uphold Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act when that issue, as a standalone issue, comes in front of the court?
Look, the fact is this has come up before the court, as you point out. Like, you listed some of the states that the current composition of the Supreme Court has decided. But honestly, the amendments to Section 2 that sort of have set the basic framework that we all operate under were put in place in 1982 under Ronald Reagan.
Yeah.
And conservative Supreme Courts ever since, and yes, we have had conservative Supreme Courts ever since, they have all, in one form or another, reaffirmed Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, applied Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, struck down actions that violate Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. I mean, this is as close as you get to well-settled law that has not just existed, but has been over and over and over again applied to a variety of districting and district maps over the course of decades. And for the U.S. Supreme Court to decide now, somehow, that, it no longer is necessary because times have changed, there's no longer a need for it, or whatever excuse they would have, is simply inexcusable. And we cannot allow that to happen. We cannot give in to that as inevitability. We have to hold the Supreme Court to those precedents and assume that in the end they will, as they did in Alabama, they will do the right thing and Section 2 will survive.
But does the fact that they're bringing this up to hear these arguments in the first place, does that suggest that, at least among one justice, there's some openness to striking this down?
Oh, it's more than one justice. I mean, look, we have seen at least 3 justices of the Supreme Court cast serious doubt on the Voting Rights Act or more. I mean, we've seen individual justices say that they believe it should be Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act either is unconstitutional or doesn't apply to redistricting at all. So let's be eyes open. I mean, I'm not here to sell, fairy tales. There is a contingent of the Supreme Court that is hostile to the Voting Rights Act, and that is something that is a tragedy for democracy and is something that we have to worry about. It is also the case, to make matters worse, that this Louisiana case was heard last term. The Supreme Court had an opportunity to put this to bed, and instead they ordered it re-argued. And they ordered it re-argued on a question that looks an awful lot like what you would do if you were looking to strike down the Voting Rights Act, right? Yeah. There is a reason why this case is being reheard this term, and it is not for any good reason. It is for a very concerning reason, and that suggests that it's not just one justice or 2 justices or even just 3 justices, right? We need, in order for the Voting Rights Act to survive, we need to win 2 of the following 3 in this rehearing. Ready? Chief Justice Roberts, Justice Kavanaugh, and Justice Barrett. Now, each of them you can say has good reason to believe that they should be in favor of holding Section 2 based on their past votes, but each of them have said things or written things that suggest that maybe they don't think Section 2 should remain good law. So this is very much an open question. It is very much of deep concern to me and to you and to everyone who cares about the pro-democracy movement. But you know, again, the reason why I wanted everyone to watch through the end of this video is because I need everyone to listen and not give up on democracy. The cynics want you to believe that Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act is going to be struck down. Donald Trump wants you to think that the Supreme Court is rigged against voting rights. That is the game that the right wing is playing. The best thing you can do right now to support voting rights, the best, most important thing you can do right now to ensure that Section 2 remains strong is to believe that it is constitutional, to insist that the Supreme Court follow the law, and to not give in to the cynics, not give in to the idea that democracy is going to die in the plain light of day while the legacy media watches on and does nothing. We need everyone to have the confidence that courts have to do the right thing and will do the right thing. And if we do that, we may once again surprise everyone and pull a win out of this Supreme Court.
Mark, I want to put this into perspective here because we're right now engaged in this nationwide battle where a bunch of states are looking to redraw their maps. We're seeing it on the Republican side in Texas, in Missouri, in Indiana, in Florida, and of course Democrats are rightfully looking to respond. And we've heard from governors in places like California, Illinois, possibly New York, although it wouldn't be immediate, and Maryland as well. Can you put this into perspective? While we kind of squabble over a few seats in different states here and there, which may amount to, 12 seats or so if Republicans are able to gerrymander all the states they've been talking about, Democrats probably somewhere along the same lines. But what would overturning Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act mean in terms of being able to redraw maps and eliminate these opportunity districts?
Look, if there's no Voting Rights Act protections, and the Supreme Court has already said there's no protections against partisan gerrymandering, and the Supreme Court, is being interpreted to have said that you can do unlimited mid-cycle redistricting, although I have my doubts about that. But if you take those three things, then there's nothing that prevents Republicans from gerrymandering with complete abandon. And there are dozens upon dozens, if not more than 100 districts that right now Republicans keep their hands off of because they believe that it will, if they touch them, it'll either violate the Voting Rights Act or trigger a lawsuit claiming violation of the Voting Rights Act. And so they leave those districts alone. And so you will go from a world in which right now you have seen the expansion of black opportunity districts in states like Alabama and Louisiana to potentially Republicans saying, let's do away with them entirely. Yeah. Same thing in Georgia. Same thing in Florida. Same thing in Texas with black and Hispanic districts. I mean, this would be a catastrophe for voting rights in this country and a catastrophe for democracy in this country. And that's the reason why I feel so strongly about this. It's why I am pressing so hard all of you to share this video so that your friends and family know the stakes here. Also, do me a favor. Sometimes Brian and I do these videos, and it's hard to know, what you all are thinking. So put a comment and let us know. If this is something on your mind, tell us it's on your mind. If there's something else you think we should be doing videos on, let us know that as well by putting something in the comment section.
Perfectly put. I would echo that sentiment as well. Finally, Mark, let's finish off with this. When do you expect, at the earliest and at the latest, we might hear some type of ruling from the Supreme Court here? And is there still the possibility that exists that the Supreme Court might not rule in time for it to apply to 2026?
Look, the Supreme Court can rule whenever it wants, right? We know that typically its most important decisions are not handed down until the end of June, and that would frankly be too late for the 2026 cycle. The reason why this has caused alarm bells to go off for me is because they scheduled this argument very, very early. Now, on the one hand, you could say that's just because it's a rehearing and they didn't need as much prep time or whatever. On the other hand, you could imagine that because it involves redistricting, they might actually want it to be later so that there is not gamesmanship that comes out of any decision, good, bad, or someplace in between. And therefore, they purposely would not want a big redistricting case to be decided in the middle of, frankly, a midterm election. So they can rule any time, as early as, I would say, January. Remember the Citizens United case, which was also a re-argued case. That decision was issued on January 10th of 2010 after it was re-argued, so very early in the cycle. But it can also be one of the last decisions that comes out in June. We're just going to have to wait and see, and pay attention by subscribing to this YouTube channel and these Democracy Watch videos.
Well, I appreciate that, and also highly recommend, because Mark is on the front lines of this fight. There is no better, more authoritative voice on this issue than Mark and his team, so highly recommend for anybody who has not yet subscribed to Democracy Docket's YouTube channel. I'll put the link right here on the screen and also in the post description of this video. I'm Brian Tyler Cohen.
I'm Mark Elias.
This is Democracy Watch. This is Democracy Watch. Mark, we have done almost 400 episodes of this series. None has been more important than this one right here. Can you talk about the Louisiana case that is right now at the U.S. Supreme Court and the impact that this might have on congressional maps and the House moving forward?
All right, everyone, this is a 5-alarm fire, okay? What we are watching right now is potentially the dismantling of the remaining portions of the Federal Voting Rights Act. By the way, the 60th anniversary of the Voting Rights Act is coming up later next week. So the timing of this is unbelievably disgraceful. But the U.S. Supreme Court heard a case last term out of the state of Louisiana that involved the fact that Louisiana's map, when it passed its congressional map, created one black opportunity district. A bunch of plaintiffs sued, including those represented by my law firm, and won. And the federal court said that in order to comply with the Voting Rights Act, a second black opportunity district needed to be created. Louisiana, unlike Alabama, which you and I have talked about in other videos, Louisiana actually complied with that order and drew a new map with two black opportunity districts. A bunch of white plaintiffs then brought that case to the U.S. Supreme Court, saying that this was a violation of the Constitution. And the Supreme Court heard this case, and we waited to the last day of the term, waiting for an outcome. We didn't get one. Instead, the Supreme Court said it was going to set it for a hearing, and now they have told us what it is they want reheard. And the question they want the parties to argue now is, quote, whether the state's intentional creation of a second majority-minority congressional district violates the 14th or 15th Amendments to the U.S. Constitution. That is shorthand for the U.S. Supreme Court is looking to see whether or not Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act violates the Constitution. This would be an earthquake beyond any earthquake we have seen in recent decades involving voting rights in this country.
So how many districts in this country rely on Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act? And the question that I'm getting at here is, what would it mean if they gutted the Voting Rights Act, gutted Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, and made it so that there were no opportunity districts, no black majority districts in this country?
Right, so there's no precise count of how many Voting Rights Act districts under Section 2 there are, because it applies nationwide, and therefore states don't have to announce we are creating a district under the Voting Rights Act, right? This comes up usually when there is a legal challenge. What I can tell you this is that there are dozens and dozens of districts right now that are majority minority, whether they are majority black or the majority Latino, or in some places majority Asian American. So we're talking about a lot of districts. I mean, we're talking about several dozen districts that if the Republicans decided to extrapolate this out, they could try to unravel. And by the way, that's just the majority minority, right? I mean, if they go forward with this theory that any use of race, any cognizance of race, you could see a lot of litigation. By the way, on both sides. I mean, I'm looking at districts right now that Republicans have drawn, and it sure looks like they're protecting white voters.
Yeah.
Why is that a so look, this is a very big issue before a court that has shown a reckless disregard to voting rights and to minority rights in this country. So it is something your whole audience needs to pay attention to. Democracy Docket's whole audience needs to pay attention to, and frankly, the legacy media. I perused the legacy media before we did this video. It is not getting the attention there that it deserves.
Right, especially given the fact that, look, what we're seeing happen in Texas and in response to that, California right now, is just a small microcosm of this, because yes, Texas could try to grab 5 seats if they further gerrymander their state. We can try to cancel that out with Texas. But if they're able to gut Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, we're not talking about 5 seats for Republicans. We're talking about the elimination of full swaths of Democratic representation in Louisiana, in Mississippi, in states across the country where this last vestige of representation is hinged on Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. And so in that instance, I guess the broader question here is how, and you may not be able to answer this may be part of a broader discussion that we engage in, but how do Democrats contend if all of a sudden we've deployed our weapons in California and hopefully Illinois and grabbed a few seats there, and maybe there's 1 seat to get in Maryland, and maybe in
New York, cycles, don't forget my home state of New York.
There's New York, although the rules are a little bit more convoluted in New York, and it may take two cycles to be able to get there, but that notwithstanding, how do you contend with, when you're not talking about a couple seats, now you're talking about dozens of seats that Republicans are able to pick up?
Right, and I think you make a really important point. So let's just take majority black districts. There are more than 24 seats right now that are majority black, and they are mostly in the South. You know, Tennessee has 1, Mississippi has 1, obviously Alabama currently has 2, Louisiana currently has 2, Georgia has 2, it's 3 rather, I think. I could go on and on. South Carolina has 1. Now every one of those districts right now is held by a Democrat. Okay, so let's just round it off and say there are 25 districts that right now are majority black, and they're all held by Democrats. Well, if you remove the Voting Rights Act as a backstop and say that none of those districts are now legally required, and Republicans can just partisan gerrymander to their heart's content, you can see what starts to happen, right? They start to zero out the districts in Alabama, Louisiana, Georgia, South Carolina. You know, you go on and on in this whole states, Florida. You know, all of these states, and it both is a tragedy, and we should start with that, for black voters, right? It is to deprive them of their federal voting rights. But on a partisan basis, to your point, it would also have cataclysmic effects, right? You would see the unlocking of partisan gerrymanders like we have never seen before. Texas, by the way, might come back into session, right? Like, I mean, some of what Texas is doing right now is partisan gerrymandering. Now, I think they're going to get sued for violating the Voting Rights Act, for violating the Constitution. But if you remove any obstacle that puts in place by Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, you know, that becomes a bigger thing. Now, what do Democrats do? Well, look, you know, I think that we're not at that point where we need to start talking about how Democrats handle if Section 2 goes down. I think right now we need to be focused on making the best arguments in the Supreme Court as to why that would be wrong, both as a matter of law, as a matter of constitutional law, and also, you know, that little thing called stare decisis that they all pledged that they agreed with. Remember the whole precedent upon precedent stuff we heard at the confirmation hearings, super precedent? Well, I mean, you know, if there was anything that should enjoy the strength of precedent, it would be the Voting Rights Act. I mean, this is a law that was passed in 1965, has been upheld and applied by the Supreme Court dozens upon dozens of times. And unlike some other areas where they have really grabbed and overturned precedent, there really hasn't been a controversy here until now. You know, like there wasn't, you know, even the Chief Justice Roberts in his Shelby County decision striking down Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act, even he went to great means to say that nothing in that decision affected the nationwide application of Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. So this is kind of coming like as a bolt out of thin air that could really scramble the law, could scramble politics in a lot of ways. So right now our attention needs to be, we don't let that happen. It doesn't mean we shouldn't be fighting Texas and those other states that you just mentioned. You know, you and I were early to this party. You and I were in favor of Democrats responding in kind before it was cool. You know, now everybody's on that. Remember the earlier videos where you and I were kind of like a little trepidation, like this may piss some people off. But I think Democrats in blue states think do this. Well, now it's cool. But our fight here in this case in Louisiana needs to be to prevent the Supreme Court from doing it.
I think we should and could be fighting on two fronts. I think that you're exactly right in terms of taking the fight that's right in front of us right now. But I think this is also a kick in the ass for all of these governors and state legislatures right now across the country who are deciding whether or not they want to engage in this race to the bottom that is gerrymandering. Because the reality is that we don't have that many weapons at our disposal, and so we need to get accustomed to the fact that right now, if they deploy that, we may not have a way to respond. So at least give ourselves the opportunity to get in the majority, get back in office, pass legislation to shore up what are very clearly some a very precarious hold on the Voting Rights Act, to shore up some of these laws, and most importantly, pass a ban on partisan gerrymandering before they hop at the opportunity to entrench their own power. If we allow Republicans to gain power here, because maybe we're not looking again to engage in this race to the bottom that is partisan gerrymandering, and let's just wait and see what they do. If they're able to gain the majority and we're not able to pass a ban on partisan gerrymandering, and then they strip Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act and we're not able to be successful in court, then I don't know that we'll have that much recourse. And so we need to do whatever we can while we still have options on the table to get into the majority and pass a nationwide ban on gerrymandering. But of course, the way to do that is to not unilaterally disarm. And so if we have to gerrymander so that we can respond in kind, so that we can get into office and finally pass nationwide prohibitions, that has to be our priority here. And so I hope these people that are worried about the optics or don't want to engage in this stuff, or it feels icky, disabuse yourselves of that, because the window is shrinking to be able to fix this here. And if the Supreme Court engages in this worst case scenario situation, then we are very quickly losing the tools that we have to even be able to play the game at all.
Yeah, you're exactly right about that. And the window is literally shrinking. You know, every day that goes by, we are one day closer to the 2026 midterm elections, and there will come a point where it will be too late for 2026, and I'm afraid the momentum will then be lost even to do something for 2028. So here's the thing. It is not enough for Democrats to say that we cannot bring a knife to a gunfight. If the other side brings pistols, we need to bring machine guns. Like it is not enough. I'm all for what Governor Newsom in California and the other Democratic governors you mentioned say they're going to do, which is essentially to match, in some sense, what Republicans are up to. I think we need to exceed. I mean, you and I have talked about this. I've written about this in the Democracy Docket. Like, if they are going to gerrymander 5 seats, I think Democratic governors should re-examine their maps, and within the laws of their states and all that, they should find 15 seats to take away from Republicans. They should find 30 seats to challenge against Republicans, because the problem is if we're just always just like matching where they are, they will just keep upping the ante. Right?
There's no deterrent effect for them if all they have to do is contend with a possible match by Democrats.
Correct. We have to show them that we are willing to be more aggressive than they are, because democracy depends on it. Because right now Donald Trump is an authoritarian in the White House. He and John Thune and Mike Johnson are destroying our democracy. They are going to challenge free and fair elections. Mark my words. You know, you and I have done episodes on it before. I know we'll do more in the future. But they are going to put obstacles in place to prevent people from voting. They're going to be trying to support the outcome of elections. And if we make that easier for them, because they are, while they're gerrymandering and doing all this stuff, we're on our soapbox speaking about the high road. You know, then we're going to be doomed, and we're going to turn the high road into, frankly, a suicide pact for democracy. We cannot let that happen.
Last question here, Mark. What is the timeline in terms of when we can expect these arguments to happen in front of the Supreme Court, and when we can expect a decision from the Supreme Court?
Okay, so really good question. So normally the Supreme Court's term begins the beginning of October, decisions by the end of June of the following year. We're all familiar with that dance. The arguments start in October. There are arguments October, November, December, maybe a few into January, maybe a one-off later in the spring, and then we get the decisions kind of as the term goes along, with the big decisions, and one would imagine this would be a big decision coming towards the end. Now, for people wondering, is that in time for 2026?
Yes.
The answer is it might be. I mean, it depends where in that calendar it happens. Now, I want to give people the one historical footnote or one historical analogy that's going to let the blood drain out of your head right now, which is that in 2009, the U.S. Supreme Court did something very similar in a campaign finance case that you may have heard of called Citizens United versus Federal Election Commission. And what happened is that case had been argued in October or November, I think, of the prior year. At the end of the term in 2009, they said, we don't have a decision, we want it re-argued. They wanted it re-argued on a broader question that ultimately invalidated, as everybody knows, the ban on independent expenditures by corporations. But what it did is it set that hearing for that re-argument in September. So it actually didn't wait until the normal term to begin. It actually did a one-day argument, like a one-off argument in the Supreme Court. I think it was on September 9th of that year. And the decision, as a result, came really early. The decision was, I believe, January 10th of 2010. So it is always possible that the Supreme Court, looking at the fact that it's an election, which I assume is what motivated them in Citizens United, right? They wanted to get the decision out early in the 2010 cycle as they could. It is always possible the Supreme Court, particularly the conservatives here, who don't want an opportunity to let another election cycle go by, that they either pull the argument out of the normal schedule and put it in September, or they make it an early argument in October and then get a decision out earlier. So that's all speculation. That's just a little historical context from someone who's been around this for a very long time and wants to give the audience the full point of view. But I can promise everyone, Democracy Docket will let you know as soon as it's a date, and I'm sure, Brian, you and I, by then, hopefully above our 400th episode, we had a cake one.
We did. I think after episode 100, we had a cake, and then then we saved ourselves calories.
Then Brian just started being like, "Oh yeah, Elias is just not great."
Yeah, then you got a text.
So you got a text. Right. Sometime after our 400th episode, I assume we will be back as soon as there's breaking news on that.
Well, look, I think I can speak for you, Mark, in saying that this is the whole game right now. I mean, this is the most important issue in the country, and I know that it feels very weedsy because it's a re-arguing of a court case in Louisiana that's back in front of the Supreme Court. It's actually very simple. It's the elimination of these opportunity districts, these black majority districts, these minority majority districts, where Democrats across the country have representation. If they're able to gut that, then we may see a redrawing of maps across the country, redrawing these black Democrats or Hispanic Democrats out of their seats across the country, which may lead to dozens of Democrats losing their opportunity to have representation in their states. And so this is an especially important issue. To Mark's point, he's going to be covering this on Democracy Docket. Highly recommend for everybody who's watching right now to stay on top of this issue, which I would argue is the most important issue that we're contending with right now as we head toward 2026, as we head toward this next Supreme Court cycle. To stay on top of this, please subscribe to Mark's YouTube channel, Democracy Docket. I'm going to put the link right here on the screen and also in the post description of this video. Also, if you're not yet subscribed to this channel, I'll be covering that as well on this channel. So please make sure to subscribe to both of them. It doesn't cost you anything to do. It's a great way to support independent media. I'm Brian Tyler Cohen.
I'm Mark Elias.
This is Democracy Watch. I'm joined now by the Governor of Maryland, Wes Moore. Thanks for joining me.
Of course, man. It's my pleasure.
So I wanted to talk to you because I've spoken to a lot of governors in states across the country, spoken with Governor Newsom, spoken with Governor Pritzker, Governor Hochul. Right now we are watching Republicans yet again gerrymander the state of Texas even further. They're in the midst of the special legislative session right now. This is on the back of Republicans already having gerrymandered into oblivion North Carolina, Ohio, Wisconsin, Utah, Florida, Texas the first time. And so this is a moment where I think finally Democrats are recognizing that we have to fight fire with fire. We don't have that many states that serve as weapons for the left to counteract what Republicans are doing on the right. And so given the fact that you are in a state that is fully under Democratic control, what weapons do we have at your disposal, and what can you commit to doing to counteract what they're doing?
Yeah, I mean, we just continue seeing how.
So as you know, with Donald Trump's global trade war and all these crazy tariffs that keep changing levels, it's got the markets really uneasy. Today we got some new inflation data that took a lot by surprise, and let me just jump right in and show you guys. U.S. wholesale prices jumped 3.3% as Trump tariffs hit the economy. Rise in producer price index in July was the highest since February. So again, 3.3%. This is the PPI. Came in higher than what they were expecting. This is year over year. And then you also got this. Wholesale prices rose 0.9% in July, much more than expected. So it was higher than expected year over year and higher than expected month over month. The markets at the moment were down. Stock market today, Dow futures slip after wholesale inflation accelerates. Now, what's strange about this current market is that we see inflation ticking up, yet people are calling for Fed to cut rates, right? So it depends what your focus is. So if you want to fight inflation, you probably just keep rates elevated. However, if you're concerned about growth, right, or you're concerned about a weak job market, then you're going to want to cut. And so at the moment, the market's betting more on the cutting side. We'll see. I think it's in February. We're about 34 days away from the next Fed meeting, I think. The bet could be either 25 basis point or 50. If you're going to cut, I wouldn't do the 50 because that would signal that things are really, really weak. Scott Bessent was already like, hey, we need to be cutting 150, 175 basis points, which is pretty crazy in my opinion, especially with inflation the way that it is. And at that point, it's just like nothing really adds up anymore because you don't necessarily want to cut rates lower than inflation because I think inflation is going to be ticking up. Let's read a little bit more of this together here. The rise in producer price index, which tracks the domestic U.S. producer charge for their goods and services, was the biggest jump since February. Okay, the reading was well above June's 2.4% annual gain and the 2.5% rise expected by economists polled by Bloomberg. So basically, they were expecting 2.5%, right? That's the number they're looking for. Came in at 3.3, so much, much higher than they expected. And let's read a quote here. The market response is right. This isn't great data, okay? But it is so trivial compared to jobs, to rents, to CPI. It is a minor data point. Still, if I were the person who produced the report, I would probably be dusting off my resume. So this is coming from Peter Tier over at Academy Securities, but basically he's making a joke that if Trump doesn't like the numbers, obviously Trump will tweet out something mean and fire said person because he didn't like the numbers. However, there's much more than just PPI, right? So wholesale inflation numbers. You also got the jobs numbers that don't look so great. Let me read the headline here. U.S. jobless claims edge lower. Continuing claims remain elevated. And there's a couple things going on here. So when you first read it, if you just read the first part, okay, U.S. jobless claims edge lower. Okay, so that means people aren't, or companies aren't firing so much. So maybe that's an okay thing. The problem is that, yes, people are still losing their jobs, and people who are looking for a job can't find anything. So at the moment, firms aren't necessarily firing en masse. Now, we do know there are some layoffs because we've seen that, but not like crazy amounts yet. And then the other issue is that there's not a lot of companies hiring. So this is sort of where you're getting, just sort of a frozen job market, I guess you could call it. However, I'll just say this. We have somebody in the community that wrote a comment recently. They were saying, their boss is like, the next few months we're kind of uncertain about your future here. And first, when the person shared that, my first reaction was, I'm sorry to hear that. I know how it is. Because you guys know this. I mean, if you have bills and the job market's weak, that it's hard to find something else. And at some point, it doesn't matter like how good of a worker you are. It's just no one's hiring, right? It's really tough. And when someone tells you that you're uncertain, because like you want to know what's going to happen. Like if you're gonna fire me, if you're gonna lay me off, just tell me, and then I can make plans. But like if you tell someone we're just not sure, then you're like, okay, what do I do? Do I start applying for other jobs or whatever? I mean, my advice always is yes. Start putting the feelers out there. Doesn't mean I can't predict the future, but just it's not crazy to put the feelers out there, and that's where it becomes hard, and it's hard to stay, put your full attention on your current position. You guys know what I'm talking about. So, but this is all to the Trumpy world. These tariffs are making things really, really uncertain for people. It's hard to know what consumers are going to be doing if prices go up. It's hard to know what the companies are going to be doing if they see business slowing and they don't really want to hire anyone. They want to keep people on. Just your boss thinking we'd like to keep you on, but the numbers just don't add up. And so that's sort of why it all bleeds into the entire market. On top of that, and I just want to address some international stuff because it all relates. Because basically what this whole thing boils down to is, who's got the money to buy said goods, who's making said goods, and who's making any profit anywhere. this is a headline that probably won't be such big news in USA, but I just want to mention, don't sleep on this kind of stuff. China moles asking firms run by government, a central government, to buy homes. And if you've been following the story, the basic gist of it is they had this massive speculation in the real estate market there, right? And then now you got a bunch of these, houses in real estate that's underwater, essentially, right? Distressed. And you got a bunch of, can't pay back said things. And you're trying to figure out, okay, what do we do with all this property that essentially no one wants? And so the government, I've been seeing a lot about this stuff to where the government's like, okay, maybe we should just do some sort of stimulus, maybe we should just print up some bunch of money and bail it out that way. So I guess now the talk is we're just gonna hey, just tell companies you have to go in and buy said stuff. But this indicates to me that there's a shortage of money out there. And so China, and this is what I've been seeing a lot with China, they're more focused on bailing themselves out opposed to buying a bunch of U.S. debt to bail the U.S. government out, right? No, seriously, that's sort of what I think that's sort of why when Trump and whoever is on his trade team, be it Besant, Lutnick, or Greer, when they're trying to negotiate with China, I'm pretty sure this stuff's involved with that, right? Whether or not China will buy U.S. debt, and that's a lot of leverage that China has over the USA. So Trump always acts like they have so much power over China, but it's a mutual beneficial. That's how it should be, but they're interconnected. Let me read a little bit of this, so you guys get a sense of what I'm talking about. It says, China is preparing to mobilize companies owned by the central government in Beijing to purchase unsold homes from distressed property developers, following the limited success of a previous initiative that relied on local governments, according to people familiar with the matter. And I remember the local government thing because the idea was that I think the governments were going to come in, buy these unsold homes, and then try to rent them out cheap to local residents, but then the numbers don't make sense there. Then someone's going to take a loss somewhere. So basically, it's a bailout, right? Someone has to take a loss somewhere. And so how do you solve that problem? And I think this sort of relates to our whole system. Who is going to ultimately eat the loss? I guess one way to put it. Another way you could put it is say with the Trump tariff situation.
Hello everyone, welcome back. I hope you're having a great...
Good Thursday morning, everybody. Welcome back. I'm Maria Bartiromo, and it is Thursday, August 14th. It is 8 a.m. on the button on the East Coast. President Trump gearing up for tomorrow's high-stakes summit with Russia's Vladimir Putin in Anchorage, Alaska. The president says he's pushing for peace, but he is preparing for the worst if Putin does not agree. Watch.
Will Russia face any consequences if Vladimir Putin does not agree to stop the war after your meeting on Friday?
Yes, they will.
What will the consequences
there will be consequences.
Sanctions, tariffs?
I don't have to say there will be very severe consequences.
This comes after a virtual meeting with European Union leaders and the president of Ukraine, Zelensky. President Trump said that he and Putin will not discuss territory disputes, leaving that up to him and Zelensky. Joining me now with the very latest is the Treasury Secretary of this great nation, Scott Bessent. Mr. Secretary, it's always a pleasure. Thanks so much for being here today.
Good morning, Maria. Good to see you.
And you said the president is ready to send a very clear message to Putin on sanctions. You are also calling on Europe to back Washington's push for secondary sanctions on any nation still buying up Russian oil. What do you expect from this conversation, and what do you want to say to European leaders right now on that subject?
Okay, so two pieces there. One, the conversation, President Trump's going to go in and, he has a negotiating strategy. He's been putting a lot of pieces in place over the last couple of weeks and days. So he's going to go in a very strong position. And then two, I want to say that it is time for European counterparts to put up or shut up. They keep saying, oh, the U.S. should do this, U.S. should do that. President Trump has put secondary sanctions or secondary tariffs on India because of their consumption of Russian oil. And the Europeans haven't done that yet. As a matter of fact, the Europeans are buying the refined products that the Indian refiners make. So we need some coordination here. So if we are going to have a united front, which will give President Trump maximum leverage, then I think that our European counterparts need to do their part.
Well, Mr. Secretary, I mean, look, you've stated that sanctions on Russia can go up or they can be loosened depending on the outcome of this meeting between the president and Putin. But look, President Trump allowed his own self-imposed deadline to pass without doubling down on those sanctions on Russia. Why? Did he want to go into this meeting without the pressure of knowing that he just put these, doubling down on the sanctions? Because the president was very clear. He said he's giving Putin 50 days until a ceasefire. Then he came out. He said it's 10 days away. He had a deadline of last Friday, but it came and went.
Well, Maria, two things. He brought the deadline back from 50 to 10, and it didn't come and go because we put the secondary tariffs on India. So he's created leverage there, and I think that he's shown President Putin what's in store if things don't go well in Alaska.
So do you believe there's any shot that Putin is going to agree to a ceasefire?
Maria, I don't know. What I do know is this war never would have started if Donald Trump had been president. He is cleaning up the mess that he was left with. He is a president of peace, and he wants to see the bloodshed stop. We will see if President Putin is ready to negotiate, and this is his chance. If he wants to stop the bloodshed, President Trump is willing to keep the talks going, and he's already talked about this is the precursor for a second round of talks. So it's going to be up to President Putin, and as you know, President Trump's very persuasive.
Yeah, and are you willing to go as far as putting those secondary sanctions on China? They're also buying oil from Russia.
Maria, I think everything's on the table.
Okay. I want to move on to your approach, Mr. Secretary, because I went back to one of your confirmation hearings, and in your earlier confirmation hearing, you talked about how you can leverage the U.S. government assets. We've got great assets in America, and you talked to the Senate Finance Committee about this. I want to run that and get you to talk a little more about monetizing the U.S. balance sheet. Watch this.
I do believe that there is discussion to leverage the asset side of the U.S. balance sheet in favor of a fund, whether it's a sovereign wealth fund, something, as you discussed, a supplemental fund. So that is very much in the mix. We always look at the debt of the United States, and we have fantastic assets that could be earning, leveraged, or used for multiple revenue-generating opportunities.
Mr. Secretary, I thought that was a fantastic comment that you made in terms of the assets that you can actually monetize on America's balance sheet. You've done so much since that testimony. Golden share in the Nippon-U.S. Steel merger. 15% revenue from certain NVIDIA and AMD chip sales to China. The money from the reciprocal trade agreements and the tariffs. Fannie and Freddie taking those companies public. Tell us how you're moving forward on those plans to monetize America's assets.
Well, Maria, again, there are tangible assets and there are intangible assets. If we look at the tangible assets, is going back to drilling, whether it's natural gas or crude, on public lands. There is a huge amount there that can be done in a safe, sound, and efficient way, and that will both bring down the price for consumers and put money into the Treasury. President Trump never stops thinking about the opportunities. The biggest intangible is the ability to trade with the United States of America, and as you said, President Trump had
What I heard yesterday that is concerning is that now, and this is from...
So all eyes are on Alaska as President Trump prepares for tomorrow's high-stakes summit with Russian President Vladimir Putin.
So Trump has issued a new warning to Putin if he does not agree to end the war in Ukraine.
And Lucas Tomlinson is live in Washington with the latest for us. Hey, Lucas.
Good morning, Ainsley. Vladimir Putin once more land in eastern Ukraine ahead of the summit, and European leaders want a ceasefire before any talk of ceding territory is discussed. President Trump has vowed the war must come to an end.
Russia face any consequences if Vladimir Putin does not agree to stop the war after your meeting on Friday? Yes, they will.
What will
There will be consequences.
Sanctions, tariffs?
There will be, I don't have to say, there will be very severe consequences.
It's been a decade since Vladimir Putin last traveled to the United States. President Trump says if this initial meeting goes well, there could be another very soon.
There's a very good chance that we're going to have a second meeting, which will be more productive than the first, because the first is I'm going to find out where we are and what we're doing. I would like to do it almost immediately, and we'll have a quick second meeting between President Putin and President Zelensky and myself.
Fresh off a call with President Trump, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is in London today to meet with Britain's Prime Minister. Keir Starmer reiterated there can be no negotiations without Ukraine at the table. A potential sticking point in the talks is the Donetsk region in eastern Ukraine. Since 2014, when the fighting began, Ukrainian forces have been using the city of Kramatorsk as a key logistics and command hub for its military along a fortified front. If this land is handed over to Russia, some fear it can pave the way for Putin to launch another offensive in the future. Another topic of likely discussion will be the fate of the tens of thousands of Ukrainian children abducted by Russian soldiers over the course of the war.
So many variables, so many questions going into this high-stakes summit. Thanks. Hey, Lucas, are you going?
Unfortunately, no, but I'm never too late. Someone was to send me over there.
All right, let's see what I can do.
Sean's there. I think Brett Baer's there.
All right, thanks. I guess we don't need Lucas.
We always need Lucas.
Okay, sorry.
All right, so the president's made it clear this is going to be their first meeting. He is anticipating there'll be a second.
Nearly everything we eat and drink is wrapped in plastic. In fact, global plastic production more than doubled between 2000 and 2022. And now we're realizing it's showing up in our bodies too. One recent study showed the level of microplastics in the frontal cortex of our brains increased by about 50% between 2016 and 2024.
You cannot take the current exposure levels to plastic and say, let's double them in the human race and just see what happens. I mean, that's just idiotic.
The problem is that plastic never fully decomposes. It just breaks down into smaller and smaller pieces. When it becomes smaller than 5 millimeters, that's about the width of a pencil eraser. It's called a microplastic. But then a subset called nanoplastics can get much, much smaller. So small that they can't even be seen with the human eye.
There has been increasing chronic disease. We know that some of that is from many of these chemicals that are used in plastics.
Plastic is, in some ways, an amazing material. It has this amazing breadth of uses that makes it a very valuable material. It also happens to be very inexpensive. It's cheap to make. And it has long been inexpensive, but has become even cheaper to make recently. And when you combine inexpensive with very useful, you're going to have a lot of demand for this product.
Plastic production is a big industry, $880 billion in fact. And as big oil faces weakened demand for gasoline, it's increasingly turned to plastic. Aside from the already massive plastic waste problem that the world is facing, it's now in our bodies. And with more research emerging that shows its harm on our health, why is plastic production increasing? And who's reaping the benefits from it? In that study about plastic in our brains, researchers at the University of New Mexico studied samples from cadavers. Based on those samples, they calculated that the total mass of plastic from the 2024 brains they evaluated would equate to about 7 grams, about the size of a plastic spoon. Tracy Woodruff wasn't involved in the brain study, but is a microplastics researcher. She's evaluated thousands of studies on this topic.
We're able to conclude, based on those studies, that microplastics are suspected to adversely impact reproductive health, respiratory health, and effects on the digestive system, and that the links to these mechanisms that we saw could increase the risk of colon cancer and lung cancer.
Almost every single thing we buy from the grocery store comes wrapped in plastic, which sheds microscopic particles onto our food. It's also contaminated our food chains. Researchers found that 99% of the fish they studied off the coast of Oregon were found to contain microplastics in their muscle tissue. It's been found to be released in our mouths from simply chewing a piece of gum. Researchers have even found them in fruits and vegetables.
As humans, we are becoming part plastic. That is the reality, right? And plastic has over 16,000.
What was once dismissed as conspiracy has now been confirmed. The Federal Reserve is openly considering an official U.S. gold revaluation, a move that could rewrite the value of America's gold reserves overnight, create trillions in profit for the Treasury, and would have massive implications for the global monetary system, the dollar, and of course, your gold. But this isn't happening in a vacuum. The U.S. is facing the most dangerous debt crisis in our history. Foreign demand for debt is drying up, de-dollarization is accelerating, and history tells us that when governments run out of options, they turn to gold. And now the Fed is taking steps that suggest this moment might be closer than anyone thought. Just last week, the Federal Reserve released an official research note detailing how other debt-strapped governments have boosted their balance sheets by revaluing their gold without having to sell a single ounce. This could be the clearest signal yet that it's not a what-if scenario, but when. But all we really have to do to confirm this is take a look at the state of our debt. Right now, the U.S. has a debt-to-GDP ratio of 120%, meaning if you took the total of everything the U.S. produces in a year, our GDP, and put it towards paying down the debt, well, we still would be about 20% short. To put this into perspective, this ratio has only ever been over 100% during two distinct eras of our history. The first being World War II, 1940s at its peak. The second being today. Now, the difference is that in the 1940s, the spend was temporary, and it was followed by a post-war boom. Today, the spending is structural, and there is no plan in place for a rapid payoff. But not only that, it's expected to get a lot worse.
See, being a cat isn't an excuse for this. You know that. I want some food, it sounds good. Yeah. Oh, you want some food?
Alpha Team, this is Chief of Security Blanchard. Are you a sight for sore eyes? I've been holed up in the mansion since yesterday trying to organize a containment response. Now that you're here, let's lock down that AO. I'll track body cams and coordinate.
Talking sticky.
Alpha, search the area. We've got 3 Janus Science personnel missing. Their knowledge is critical to mission success, and we take care of our own.
Double points.
Someone go grab a mop and a bucket. We got a gusher. Mercy box, I can be a much bigger prick than you, so don't fuck with me. You wouldn't try to unlock a knockoff on me, would you? You ain't that stupid.
Keep pushing. We need to find out what caused all this, even if it turns out it was us. Oh no, Dr. Pelletier. My favorite egghead. Not just book smart, but street smart.
Bonus points.
Hurt? Good.
This Trump 2.0 administration focusing on let's buy Greenland again, let's take it over, we're not going to rule out military force.
Donald Trump's second term has reignited a fixation that dates back to 2019, Greenland. This time, it's not just a headline-grabbing remark about buying the island. It's a sustained strategy to secure influence over one of the world's richest untapped sources of critical minerals. For the United States, those resources, especially rare earth elements, are a lifeline in a supply chain still dominated by China. Trump frames Greenland as both a national security necessity and an economic opportunity, placing it at the center of his administration's global resource agenda.
He says the island is vital for America's future security. It's also full of rare earth minerals. To guarantee access to these precious materials, Trump wants to buy Greenland.
Greenland's deposits of rare earths, molybdenum, and other critical materials are valued in the billions. These are the backbone of technologies from fighter jets to wind turbines. In June 2025, Greenland granted a 30-year permit for an EU-backed project to mine molybdenum, used to strengthen steel in defense, aerospace, and clean energy. According to the U.S. Geological Survey, China produced about 40% of the world's molybdenum in 2024 and controls 95 to 90.
Infinite Warfare has the best super Easter egg in the history of Call of Duty Zombies, and here's why. Upon completion of all 5 of the Easter eggs in Infinite Warfare Zombies, you'll unlock the super Easter egg reward Director's Cut, which can be toggled on and off in the main menu. Director's Cut grants the players the ability to spawn with a permanent workaholic with up to 6 quick revives if you're playing solo. 25,000 points. All Magic Wheel weapons come Pack-a-Punch. Every map's Wonder Weapon will be available in the Magic Wheel so you can skip the build process for them. And Pack-a-Punch automatically lets you double upgrade instead of having to find and place the alien pieces to do it. Completing each map a second time with Director's Cut active will reward you with a special animated calling card, and after beating all 5 maps in Director's Cut, you'll gain access to the Metastopheles boss fight. This is by far the hardest yet greatest boss fight in any Zombies title to date. Now, if you're skilled enough to take out Metastopheles, you'll unlock Willard Lyler as a playable character on Space Lane. Willard comes equipped with his dagger, which will one-hit zombies until round 33. Additionally, you'll unlock the Director's Cut Mastery Camo for every weapon in the game. Leave in the comments below if you've ever beaten Director's Cut before. Infinite Warfare has the best super Easter egg in the history of Call of Duty Zombies, and here's why. Upon completion of all 5 of the Easter eggs in Infinite Warfare Zombies, you'll unlock the super Easter egg reward Director's Cut, which can be toggled on and off in the main menu. Director's Cut grants the players the ability to spawn with a permanent workaholic with up to 6 quick revives if you're playing solo. 25,000 points. All Magic Wheel weapons come Pack-a-Punch. Every map's Wonder Weapon will be available in the Magic Wheel so you can skip the build process for them. And Pack-a-Punch automatically lets you double upgrade instead of having...
In this video, I want to talk about why I think we're likely to see Black Ops 3 Zombies maps return as remakes in Black Ops 7 in the form of a kind of spiritual Zombies Chronicles 2. Now, firstly, it's clear that talk of Zombies Chronicles 2 over time went from rumors suggesting that it could readily drop at any moment to thinking that it's never going to happen because of the fact that Activision now makes far more money from microtransactions than they ever did with traditional DLC. Now, whilst that is the case, it's still yet to be truly established whether or not a Chronicles 2 was in development for Black Ops 4
Security chief to new arrivals. Could have used you sooner, but welcome just the same. I'm in the mansion, command center. Injured, but intact. Most everyone else is, well, you've got eyes. Look, we need to get this situation under control ASAP. Be ready for anything. Contact with 3 of our scientists in town trying to stop the outbreak. Find them, bring them home. We need brain power as much as firepower.
That's what you get for standing in my way. Any chance you could spit out a fresh meat pie? He's pretty, but can he talk? That's a relief. I was sure you'd have me over a barrel. Again.
Transit is a no-brainer. As for what was dead, it's why would they call it? Well,
Stuck kid.
Black Ops 7 must have been in simultaneous development. Now, if Black Ops 6 got all the zombie maps, it makes sense given the time frame that Black Ops 7 gets remade. That's not to say that remakes take no time, but naturally when you're remaking maps instead of creating all new ones, it saves a lot of time in the way of layout planning, drafting ideas, sound design, and a lot more, because a lot of that content will be reused from the original. Secondly, Black Ops 3 maps are now far older than we realized.
Oh no, Dr. Billetier. My favorite egghead. Not just book smart, but street smart.
The 10-year anniversary of the Black Ops 3 DLC, and a 10-year anniversary feels like a great time for a remake, especially when you consider that back when the original Zombies Chronicles released in 2017, Noctua Totem was only 9 years old. That's right, that means the distance between the original World of War Noctua Totem and the release of Zombies Chronicles is now less time than the Black Ops 3 of Black Ops 7. Now, I'm sorry to have dropped that one, but you see my point there. Shadows the Black Ops 3 offers the first 10 meanwhile, when the original Zombies Chronicles was oldest of the past up at 9 years old, by contrast, highly regarded so it makes sense for Activision to really cash in on that by trying to appeal to the fan base who are either looking for the tools or are already out. I mean, Treyarch and Activision have already shown their hand here, and not long ago with the Zombies reveal for Black Ops 6, where they placed the books that reference taking notes from the past next to a manual of Black Ops 3. I mean, clear suggestion that they're trying to appeal more to Black Ops fans.
Fuck.
Production hits with fun and profit. And business is booming.
Like it gives incredibly well and far better than Activision. Activision love money more than anything else, so to simply not revisit the concept of a product like DLC season is insanity. But to do so, they'll need a set of maps that are on par with the incredible set of maps.
Tear them to pieces.
You see the face on that thing? Oh, nightmare fuel.
Straight to the point survival elements and the layout and switching design are and to finally drive my point home by remaking Black Ops 3 and Black Ops 7, Activision finally tried to say that has been stolen by the past. Activision knows that a lot of fans of those games still play
Max ammo.
what they're offering in pre-season. In their eyes, Black Ops 3 is robbing the title for sales and increased players significantly. The zombies community decided to stay where they are and never before. Active player counts are incredibly important to Activision, and by remaking Black Ops 3 zombie maps in Black Ops 7, it's the next to show by making something like that. All Black Ops finally jump ship onto a new title.
Guess that one was done using its body.
Bonus points.
Wonder if I could write this up on my taxes. Who am I kidding? I don't pay taxes.
Following Black Ops 6, taking everything into consideration and what we've seen so far, it just makes sense. And I'd be lying if I said I wasn't curious on how that would all shape up. My only fear, of course, is if Black Ops 7 follows through Black Ops 6's mechanics without a classic mode being optional. But of course, that could potentially tarnish what made it always so special. And we could find ourselves in a
Points.
My mind on two things that I'm quite like excited by the idea of this. Cheers.
Let's freaking go, guys. Welcome back to a brand new video. Today, guess where we are? We're playing World at War Zombies this time. We're giving Black Ops 3 a bit of a rest, and we're checking out the Future Rama map. This one has been on the list for a minute. So I figured today, let's finally check it out. Good news, everybody. What do we got here? Wino Zoidberg, so this must be the employee to do this. Let's get some of these zombies down. A nuke to start off, bro. What a nuke. Now, with the frog dude on the TV, I forget the frog's name. It's been so long since I even watched the Futurama episode.
Breaking news, stealing a German against the rest of the
Congratulating you shits never gets old.
Very tough choices to make. Elena Nasa owns the Pizza Moon store. She spent hours cleaning up after vandals broke the glass door and others streamed in. Some jumped the counter looking for something of value. They also ran down a corridor to get to the kitchen. Lots of hoodies, hats, and masks as they go right by the security cameras. You're looking at the aftermath of a street takeover that spiraled into looting.
It's hard for a business to recuperate after that because it's like they see these things happening and it's like,
So for months, looters have been taking over parts of Los Angeles. Nothing has been done to stop them. But what nobody's talking about is the police. The footage of this building is
Tap out. Exfil Hill is ready to go.
Which is why we're seeing so much looting happening at businesses, which just a few years ago never seemed to have problems this bad. Gas stations, shopping centers, you name it, these places are getting raided.
Seriously? What are you trying to prove with that aluminium arm length? You hear that, uglies? That's the sound of your fucked.
Yeah, that place, it's finished. And if they had insurance before this break-in, they're probably going to get dropped after filing a claim for the entire business. And that's the thing. Businesses cannot survive. Cannot reopen after being cleared out by thugs who care nothing for the lives of the law-abiding. And as you're about to see, the people destroying these places keep doing it because zero consequences exist for this type of behavior.
Be advised, exfil windows closed.
Take over the shovel.
Tear them to pieces.
Would have been proud of that one.
can't just go out there and do it again. The whole reason we have incidents like this is because there is no accountability. And you know what doesn't help? The fact that a gas station in a city just outside of Los Angeles has been getting raided over and over again, week after week, and nothing happens over there either. But as you're about to see, it doesn't just affect places that sell physical goods.
They broke the door of the market, the gates, and then they start moving from tenant to tenant. There's 4 tenants in our plaza.
Elena Kasanska owns the pizza store.
She spent hours cleaning up after vandals broke her glass door and others streamed in. Some jumped the counter looking for something of value. They also ran down a corridor to get to the kitchen. Lots of hoodies, hats, and masks as they go right by security cameras.
This is a restaurant. This isn't even a place that has stuff inside you can steal and then resell on the internet. They're literally just destroying this business because they can and because nothing's being done to stop it. And what's truly disturbing is all of this is happening more frequently now that the few police left in these areas are totally preoccupied with protests led by those who want to keep federal fugitives living in their communities. For some reason, people don't think that having gang members or criminals roaming their streets is a big deal at all. And by protecting those people,
Kaboom.
Alpha Team, this is Chief of Security Blanchard. Are you a sight for sore eyes? I've been holed up in the mansion since yesterday trying to organize a containment response. Now that you're here, let's lock down that AO. I'll track body cams and coordinate.
Talking sticky.
Max armor.
Be advised, we lost contact with 3 of our scientists in town trying to stop the outbreak. Find them, bring them home. We need brain power as much as firepower.
Take it from a smuggler who knows. Heads are basically pineapples filled with jam. Come on! That's a relief. I was sure you'd have me over a barrel. Again.
We failed them, and I can't even explain how.
Little revive. Do, 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 do.
So the question will be, if we have increases on the producer side, does this go to the consumer side? And again, we haven't seen that yet. And I think the administration feels pretty good about where we're at, that these tariffs aren't going to impact the end consumer.
Well, by the way, I think this report
Tear them to pieces.
Way to swat that bug
Right
out
in
there.
the dog.
China announcing a preliminary anti-dumping duty on Canadian coal imports. Starting Thursday, the provisional rate will be set at nearly 76%.
Max ammo.
The federal government imposing tariffs on Chinese EV imports last summer. China was the world's biggest importer of coal and sources nearly all of its supplies of the product from here in Canada. Now, you can think with such devastating tariffs on coal, you're scared and say something.
Max armor.
They're also going after results. And right now is our prime time for the farmers to be harvesting this. Malcolm, I want to get your reaction to China setting these temporary anti-dumping duties on Canadian canola. What are your thoughts?
Well, the initial reaction was extreme disappointment in what China has done here. But to be honest, it's just finding a shitty stomach at this point. They've actually
Honestly, you're the only thing making me feel somewhat safer. Look what you get for splattering your slop all over my good boots.
Double points.
Someone's head pop off? Don't let it escape.
Well, that's just good, clean fun, isn't it?
Terrorists take place today. They get kicked in today, and as you heard from that gentleman, that sector can't actually sustain that. They're going to actually have to basically break it all together. Now, Professor Lee was actually on CNN in the morning, and he talked about how they are released to the professors. And the farmer said that
If you need to tap out, Exfil Hill is ready to go. Oh no, Dr. Bellatier. My favorite egghead. Not just book smart, but street smart.
You thought all that armor'd make a fucking difference? You nerds see that? I'm just warming up, baby.
Nice boy.
In the short run, economists indicate that they can't believe they're going to be asking Ottawa for more support for assistance. But you know, I think it raises questions.
Dad took a sharky enough to know you fuckers are about to be chum.
For the last project, 4 years, of the decision. Resource sector, naturalization very large, which includes agriculture, timber, farming, oil and gas, and so forth. And COVID loves hot and dirty, cubes of wood, drawers of water, and so these old here with those stereotypes that are false, because natural resources are very high-tech, and they're very
Tear them to pieces.
Alpha team, exfil window closed.
Max ammo.
Talking about how we should give ourselves rules in it takes but Tim Hodgson is actually came out yesterday that was one of the signals that LNG could be in this future. How many
Mum always told me to stop picking up scabs. Some things never change. Found some rack up.
Stuck here.
We have been for years. I mean, Germany has a lot of Ukraine stuff. We have the Philippines. We have also expressed that they are interested in our LNG. We just don't have a way to get it to them because we don't have the pipeline. We finally have the office DC or the event now. But yeah, the way that these guys are like, yeah, a lot of people want our LNG now. They've been asking for LNG for a long time. So it just blows my mind that these guys act like they're coming to support us. I love this because these different natural gas things. Show up the Garmin yesterday. Separate now.
Drawing hand cannon. Listen, fuckers. Efficiency's key when running a business. This is me being efficient. This is what we call pre-game.
As a Western Canadian, I cannot stress how devastating this is to our economy and to our agricultural producers who got serious, and I expect immediate action out of the.
You know what they say about horseshoes and hand grenades. You weren't all bad. But shit, I'd snort asbestos and never look at you again.
Double points.
Extractions available in your AO.
Regardless of the status. Well, in that previous video,
Time to bring the pain.
This could affect your immigration status.
We're tired, we smell like open ass, and we need a lift.
Chopper inbound for extraction. Get to the LZ.
Too many bogeys on the ground. Make some room. Extraction point in sight.
Switching.
Good.
You've got 30 seconds to catch that ride.
Coming home.
Because his wife suffered from ADHD and shortness of breath. Also submitted for medication. This goes on to
I know. Well, and that's what the conservatives are arguing, but the CPP are arguing. Well, that's what the conservatives are arguing, saying that judges are now favoring immigrants over citizens. Yeah, exactly. Shouldn't it be the opposite? Shouldn't it be they should be heavier? Like, if you're trying to come to our country and you should think that you're an upstanding citizen, like why do you want to bring this country to be I don't know. I can feel that 1 year plus 2 years wise. Yeah, well, see, I think that's how they'd argue in my opinion. I think they'd say, well, it's not just threats on Instagram. You also, you're also a repeat offender. You're a repeat offender. Yeah, well, I feel I got 2 years of hard but also before that, I was also on probation for years. That sentence, what? I got out. I was on bail for 2 years. So it's my so, and that was all the way back in 2022. So even before that 2 years of bail, I was still on for 2 years. So sure, you can bring up the whole repeat offender thing, but I also paid way more than just 2 years of house arrest and 2 years of probation. I didn't have weekends, this guy did no time in jail. Plus, I was a lot younger. It's just like a fucking 38-year-old man trying to meet a 15-year-old girl. So it's like, I'm a natural born Canadian. I was 19, 20 at the time, so I'm like half the age. Yet my sentence really makes my heart reach. I guarantee you the immigrants will do that, though. The judge should realize he's a fucking pedophile and he's an immigrant to this country, so you should be held to a higher standard, not a lesser standard. I mean, it's just crazy because I was so young too. Like, it's crazy because I talked to the AI and I tell the AI about this, and I didn't even tell. I just told the AI what happened and then my age at the time, and even the AI realized that 19, 20-year-olds are impulsive, so you shouldn't have been punished so harshly for something you did when you were a 19, 20-year-old impulsive teenager and young adult. Like you're not gonna have the same impulse until you're 38 years old. Like, if I was 38 years old and I was doing that shit that you did, maybe it's like, all right, you're old, you should know this by now. You can't send death threats on Instagram. There needs to be some. Even then, my punishment was too harsh. But like, being that I was 19, 20 at the time, it's like, all right, he's been done doing impulsive shit on Instagram. Let's not take it that serious. Like even the AI can realize that that's a fucking robot. That's a judge and lawyers who've been doing this for over a decade. They can't realize that. But then when they see an immigrant who's a pedophile, oh man, we don't want to get him deported. Let's give him a light sentence. But all the judges are liberal. Wherever I've been talking to them, something like 68% of judges run into the Liberal Party in Canada. That's how they get into positions of power. It's like just corrupt shit going on. I think there's corrupt shit going on even with our voting system because, like, just when you look online and you look at Canadians, it seems like an overwhelming amount of people, like 70 to 80% of Canadians are conservative. And that, I'm talking about even from other provinces. So it's like, I don't understand how the Liberals win every fucking election when everywhere you go it seems like it's everyone's conservative almost. Fully. Yeah, okay, I just found the article. Let's see. No, I don't think it says. No, this is the article. It's funny too because they had to give me fucking 2 years of probation afterwards. Like after 2 years of bail, 2 years of house arrest, you could just give me 1 year of probation afterwards. It had to be 2 years of probation. And that's why we shouldn't have to pay. Like we're not like that's what I'm saying. We're not paying for that legal aid. Because you say, well, we should have. Well, if you would have paid 20,000, you wouldn't have gotten it. Well, they're coming after me for over 10,000, so it's like, what's the difference, really? Right? So what? But what? Yeah, that's the way to go. That's why I'm saying we're not paying because what's really the difference? What, they double the price? Okay. Well, I would have gotten a much, much better sentence. But that's why I'm saying we're not paying her. They don't deserve money for that. That's my whole point. Okay, yeah. If we don't have to pay them, then sure, whatever. We can say news services or whatever they're fucking doing might have been worth it was but if they're gonna come after us for $10,000, what's the point of paying them 20,000 up front to get off all this shit pretty much? It's get like 1 or 2 years of probation, no house arrest, compared to after 2 years of bail, a week in jail, getting 2 years of house arrest and 2 years of probation with insane conditions that they just add on at the last point. That's what I'm saying. Like I know. Yeah, fuck the government. Yeah, good. I don't care if you're gonna get paid a whole lot of money. That's why they were on strike. Get her fucking $25 an hour for going out of the shit. Waste more government money. Yeah, I should have only money for people. Yeah. Good. Yeah, I'd like to laugh at it. That'd be funny. The government wastes all that money for such stupid shit. That's why I want. That's why I want to get this. Like, by the time my lease is up next time, I should really try to get one of those like kind of when I can cost them like 4 months and save less money. Like it's like a double band. Fuck that. Take the dollar that it costs money. That's too much money. What do you mean I disabled? What is disabled mean? But talking like I'm retarded like that is a bit too obvious, eh? Auntie says I can't work because I'm not healthy. Yeah, maybe he needs more than maybe he needs to go on the upper version of H. Yeah, well, I think we could definitely reduce my cost by telling them not to Yeah. I know, but obviously the liberals are fighting it. The liberals own the government, so it's probably not going to go anywhere. Yeah. Well, and it's funny because the parties application in India and China yesterday slapped us with a bunch of new tariffs and up the goal of the food and tariff with 100% tariff. So we export like our goal is to see what Canada China oil to get oil. They've got 100% tariffs. They're not going to be getting oil from us anymore. We're the number one oil because China hates Canada because last year we put tariffs on their vehicles, their electric vehicles. So if you have an electric vehicle from China, we put 100% tariffs. And the canola farmers warned partly that China's going to retaliate with, at that time, but they warned the liberals that China's going to retaliate. And retaliated and find limitations. So you have people who's tweeted on Twitter about Ukraine, Gaza, and I mean, probably not think that on Twitter, but still, he's crazy about all that. But it's all tweeted like, there's no way about no, that's over in Saskatchewan. Saskatchewan is alive up here. That's why all you see on those highways is all this gold, right? Saskatchewan's alive up in gold. That's pretty much what's happened in Saskatchewan and I know in Canada in general. So, and Carter's not even talking about it. Yeah. And they're saying that, other places in the world need canola, so like next year and stuff, like long term we can get this sorted out. But the problem is this year the government is going to have to subsidize that. They're going to have to give a bunch of money to the canola farmers because it's pretty much the federal government's fault for putting tariffs on China, and then China retaliated. So they're going to have to give subsidies like billions of dollars to the canola farmers because canola is farmed at the end of summer. Like what time is it right now? It's like the end of summer. So they're farming up all the canola, and China just put these tariffs on our canola. So we can't. All those farmers, a lot of that canola is going to go back. So we're not going to use it all this year. So next year they can line up new supply chains and stuff probably. This year it's not going to be all fucked up because China was there. Yeah. So that just cost the Canadians another like couple $1 billion right there. Yeah. Like we literally the two strongest countries in the world economically. Obviously, we have countries in Canada. The United States and Japan both hate Canada. Yeah, that's what they're going to say. Well, I was thinking yesterday too. They're probably going to win again too the next election. What party's going to do it 2 years from now? Like, food prices are going to go really, really high up. It's crazy. Like, I thought it was going to be better, but you know, it's going to say, right? It's going to be like, you defeated Donald Trump. Elbows up. Good job. That means things are going to get better. All you got to do is vote for him. Elbows up. You beat Trump. This is what I can't do. Army got us through this crisis. We want to vote for them. That's how Canadians are. They're really tough. They fell for elbows up. Pierre was winning all the polls, and then Carney came in out of the trio and started talking about how he's going to beat Trump and elbows up and all that. And people started, all the people turned to him. I don't know if they turned to him or rigged, but something happened, you know? Well, definitely not Western Canada, but Eastern Canada is pretty fucked up. I mean, not just Quebec, even in Nova Scotia, the landscape's beautiful. But they get fined for $25,000 to go in the woods and get so if you go in the woods and you get caught, if you're walking around in the woods, like walking in the woods, Nova Scotia, it doesn't sound that crazy here. But it's like, wow, there's all the beaches and along the side of the woods. And what you look like mosquitoes, we've been in the woods a few times. And it's just funny to me. It's like, yeah, you go in the woods and you're going to pay $28,000. Yeah. Like, I don't know how they just, the kids are going in the woods, like, so I mean, there's a lot of cabins in Nova Scotia, too, or, because, one of the, Kaylee had, one of the places, like I said, we went to the woods quite a few times. One of the places we went to, Kaylee's family, I think it was one of her uncles or aunties, they had a really nice house, and it was located down this, trail. You had to drive down this trail. It was like an alleyway in the woods, and then they had some big house in the woods that was beachside, and I'm just thinking, because they had a bunch of kids, I'm just thinking about families like that. So what if you have a house located in the woods, and your kids are playing in the woods now in Nova Scotia, and the police find them or something? So parents get a $28,000 fine. Yeah. I really hate it. $28,000 is like half of what I spent to get the a lot of time I'm forced to pay that. biggest thing I hate about the Philippines and Thailand though is they have like tarantulas and stuff. Like, can you imagine waking up one day and just seeing like a tarantula in your bed? Scabies? So they were crawling under his skin. You're a dumbass. Why the fuck is there a towel in a fucking litter box? You're striking it there. For Andy Benson. Is she like still happy or in pain? But she's like in her 80s and 90s and cat eating. I just don't know why this shit isn't over yet.
Well, boys, I know, but it's not going to be okay. Like, you can't just put your head down and go through it because there's nothing you can do. You don't want to have more fucking problems.
No, it's like, leave me the fuck alone.
Fucking judge. Fucking, probably a
She probably supports the bullshit of getting arrested for threats on Instagram.
Who knows? I mean, just because she does the work because it's decent money doesn't mean she fucking supports it.
There's so many people who support this dumbass government, though. Like, you just see people getting arrested for the most stupid shit on Twitter and stuff, and you'll see people in the comments being like, well, you shouldn't have broke the law. It's like fucking internet shit.
Yeah, I know. How many people break the law on the internet? Everybody.
But that's what I mean. People actually stand up for the government. They're like, well, you shouldn't have broke the law.
Yeah, well, I know, but that's what people say until they're in it, then they do something, and then,
know what I mean? Like, that's just what people.
Yeah.
They must all work together to survive. Tell us what
Yeah, everybody breaks the, like, even getting the fine is technically breaking the law, right? So you get pulled over on a highway and some cop gives you a fucking ticket for going 2 over the speed limit. You broke the law, but it's still bullshit, right? Yeah, or they just cut through intersections.
Nexus had no chance. Mortally wounded, she yielded to the dark ether. Her spirit now only lives on.
Yeah.
In me.
Well, I mean, like, look what they did to me for Instagram messages. If I threaten, like, that's the thing I find so crazy about it, because I don't really think threats should be illegal at all. Usually, like, in person, but I really don't think threats should be illegal at all. But if I even just threaten to do what they did to me, it's crazy, because I would go to jail, right? Not even if I did it, though. Not even if I did. I'm talking if I just threatened to do what they did.
John Blanchard, to whoever is out there, beware of Panos. The man's a murderer. I'm pinned down, but I'll help if I can.
What is it with this company and recruiting homicidal nerds?
Yeah. But I actually stand up for myself. If everybody did what I did, the government wouldn't be able to function. Like, I've definitely cost the government way more than they've made off me.
I was worried I might lose my skids.
Well, they get taxes for my groceries and stuff, but those taxes are paid for using the tax money they give me. Yeah, whatever, I don't care. No.
Hey, Peck, when we first met, never dreamed we'd end up here. With everyone much like
Okay.
Well, I never dreamed you'd end up there, Rookie of the Year.
Okay, bye.
But we'll settle for the fact that we're not pushing up daisies.
Worse than the estimated up 0.2%. This is the headline number. It was expected up 0.2, up 0.9%. Year over year, it is up 3.3% versus an estimate of up 2.5%. Now, when you look at core, it's also troubling because in the core,
Max armor.
If you give me an axe, I'm gonna turn you into fire starters. Sure, why not? Which ironically is what I said to Peck when I agreed to this mess.
Alright, friends, we're starting to see
The one thing we both have in common is we're seen as criminals, loose cannons. People hate it when you live by your own rules.
Yeah, but these folks took a chance on trusting us. Maybe we can do the same with Sam. Smell like Uncle Barto's basement. That's where I did most of his paint hopping. Not so smart now, eh?
That's your game plan? No, the only thing I trust is science. And my God-given genius, of course.
Fuck science. Half the walking corpses in this place have PhDs, and look what that got.
Tear them to pieces. Max ammo.
So our choices are helping a mass murderer or a machine that lied so it could get life. Doesn't seem like a tough call.
Slow your roll, comrade. Easy choices are the ones that worry me most.
Insta-kill.
So I take it you're gonna side with Sam. That's your choice.
Take it however you want, big guy. When the moment comes, I'll trust my gut.
Max armor.
Rolled him up like a carpet.
Insta-kill.
That is what it does. But this data showed that Trump was right to hedge his bets and assume that sooner or later tariffs would cause a meaningful spike in inflation. Now, again, because Trump walked it back, and Taco Trump always chickens out, he'll threaten these massive tariffs, walk them back like 90%, then increase them by 10%, and then do things here this whole time Nash haphazard approach. Has caused Trump supporters to say, well, that's inflation. Prophesied, then that means that Trump is vindicated. That's bullshit because the worst case scenario was always predicated on Trump following through with the worst of his tariff plans, or even moderate levels of his tariff plans. So again, it's like one of those things where somebody tells you,
I believe everyone's more productive when they're at work, and how do you mentor someone over a phone? You can't. You got to look at them eye to eye, over the water cooler, wherever, train them, camaraderie, plus the economy, too. I'll just use downtown Toronto, for example, the path. You know, there's hard-working entrepreneurs that their businesses basically just died. Social Security, hearing about it.
U.S. will add an additional 25% tariff to 50% on steel and aluminum coming into the U.S. from Canada.
The American tariffs, the new tariffs on steel and aluminum, are unlawful, unjustified, and illogical.
We will not back down. The U.S. relies on Canada for 75% of its imported.
Increase the cost of buying aluminum on in the American market.
We have retaliatory tariffs on over $90 billion worth.
On the U.S. side, it will increase the cost to consumers to buy products that are made out of aluminum.
We must reinforce our strength at home and safeguard Canadian workers and businesses.
Suppose I told you that the biggest industrial shock to the United States in 2025 did not come from China, but from its next-door neighbor. This story began quietly, not with a loud, all-out trade war, but with what seemed like a small, almost technical move, raising import tariffs on aluminium. No one imagined that a decision appearing so procedural could ignite such serious consequences, shaking multiple American industries and forcing a re-examination of a trade relationship long thought to be stable with this neighboring country.
25% to 50% the tariffs on steel into the United States of America.
Yet, in just a few short months, the situation erupted into a sweeping structural shift across the North American economy, upending supply chains and manufacturing alike. In many U.S. states, production lines came to a halt, factory doors were locked, and numerous plants were forced to shut down. Entire communities that had long depended on industry were left reeling. Clear evidence that this impact was not confined to policy papers, but had struck directly at the daily lives of ordinary people.
Many factories lost manufacturing
So, energy demand in the American Midwest plummeted, inadvertently and in Canada, an industrial advantage it had not enjoyed in decades. While Washington remained mired in endless political squabbles, Ottawa quietly rolled out a comprehensive strategy, expanding seaports, signing defense contracts with NATO and partners in the Indo-Pacific region, and locking in long-term green energy supply agreements with Europe and Asia. Canadian aluminium, already selling at record prices, is now found in everything from Tesla electric vehicles to fuselage frames of fighter jets. The United States once believed tariffs would serve as a shield to protect its industries, but it may well have just been inevitable Europe. This was no longer merely a trade dispute. It has become an economic power race. The question now is, does the U.S. have the strength to keep pace? We shall see, because the developments to come will undoubtedly be worth watching closely. Its Congress holding a tariff policy to protect, Washington unexpectedly delivered a decision that shocked even its closest allies, doubling its duties on steel and aluminum from Canada from 25% to 50% under Section 2 of the Expansion Act. The White House justified the move as necessary to protect American domestic manufacturing.
President Trump continues to take bold action to protect America's critical steel and defense industry.
However, in months, it's the time to look at the data to see the reality clearly. In 2023, all aluminium imported by the United States incorrectly from Canada. This tightening of supply was not just a heavy blow. It struck directly at the heart of America's industrial base. The market reacted instantly and sharply, as if a live power line had been cut. Within just one day, aluminium prices in the Midwest surged to 58 cents per pound, equivalent to $1,325 per ton, a record high for industry giants like GM, Ford, and Boeing. This left them facing an unavoidable choice: absorb the massive cost increases or halt production lines altogether. Mark Richardson, an aerospace supplier in Ohio, told CNBC that he had never seen raw material prices fluctuate so rapidly, and worse, that the federal government still had no clear plan to respond. This shock has not stopped at the factory floor. Experts warn of a domino effect that could ripple through every sector, from employment to energy consumption.
Some people out there that are currently working, they don't know if they need to go find another job.
Rising production costs are slowing the industrial engine.
Out my plan to ensure that the United States will be the crypto capital of the planet and the Bitcoin superpower of the world, and we'll get it done.
President Trump last year vowing to make the United States the crypto capital of the world.
While that is still up for debate, what can be confirmed is that the Trump family specifically has become a crypto magnet, raking in over $4 billion on the digital currency since Election Day. Wall Street Journal reports the Trump family's crypto venture has generated more wealth since the election than any other part of the president's business empire. However, the ways in which that money was made and who led the financial charge is leading to questions of conflicts of interest. Joining us now, one of the reporters on that piece, the Wall Street Journal's Angus Berwick. Angus, let's begin at the beginning here. The president and his family, they launched this currency, USD1. What is it exactly, and how is it traded?
Hi, yeah, it's crypto. So USD1 is a stablecoin. It's a cryptocurrency that's pegged against the dollar. And there are a number of much more popular stablecoins, Tether and stuff. And the Trump family, via their Liberty financial venture, they're looking to enter that marketplace, and their plan is to try to take the top spot.
So how does this cryptocurrency develop value, and how does the Trump family make billions out of it?
Security Chief, the new arrivals. Could have used you sooner, but welcome just the same. I'm in the mansion, command center. Injured, but intact. Most everyone else is, well, you've got eyes. Look, we need to get this situation under control ASAP. Be ready for anything.
Semtex, have fun. At this point, I don't care if it shoots fucking acorns, so long as the job gets done.
3 Janus-signed staffers are missing somewhere in your AO. Locate and extract. I'm counting on their expertise to end this outbreak.
Bang, motherfucker. Any day now, you wooden sadist.
For a team who didn't expect to take on the apocalypse today, you're handling this well.
It looks bad. One source says almost $50 billion in wages in the U.S. is changing law, and another says Americans are expected to wager almost $650 billion by the end of this decade. But maybe that's fine, because, you know what, it's making a lot of money for a lot of other people, not the gamblers, of course, but the people who own the gambling apps. This new law passing basically created an entirely new sport for every sport match. It is quite literally revolutionized the sports world. But it's not just sports. A depressing but fascinating byproduct of this shift is the creation of a culture where gambling has just become more socially accepted across the board. More and more we are seeing gambling integrated into previously gambling-free experiences. There's a spectrum of this happening through what is called gamification. The definition on Wikipedia is pretty solid, so we're going to pop it up on the screen here. But basically, the term was initially used in educational spaces because people don't like learning that much. And so they would introduce things like leaderboards and progress bars and prizes to incentivize players or learners to continue through the activity in question. And it works pretty well too, but when it's weaponized against people's best intentions, it works better. You've probably heard about the Roblox controversy, where basically it's like a kid's game that, in some instances would make you grow a garden, for example. You can use in-game currency, which is connected to very real-life currency, to speed up the growth of your garden in the game. So instead of waiting for a whole turn for your garden to grow, you can just plunk down a couple of Roblox coins, Robux, I think they're called, and your garden just grows instantly. No delayed gratification necessary. Just frickin' get what you want right now. And there's a whole bunch of ways in which they're manipulating this system to make it very confusing and misleading for kids, and it's making them billions of dollars. And probably the worst part about all this, in my mind, that I don't see enough people talking about, is that this is just priming young people for the very real and much higher stakes world of gambling that we now have waiting for them when they come of age. I'm going to go through another couple of examples later in the video. First, I want to thank the sponsor of today's video, which is Ground News. They have been sponsoring this channel for a while.
We used to cross the border every weekend. Now, we don't even think about it. It's too expensive, it's too unsafe, and honestly, it's just not worth it anymore. These are the words of a Canadian who lives less than a 20-minute drive from the US border. And they are not an isolated case. A series of residents from Vancouver to Windsor, from Manitoba to New Brunswick are speaking out. They used to consider going to the US to shop, eat, and relax as normal. But now, everything has changed. In this video, we'll listen to the 30 most genuine reactions from Canadians near the border, compiled by us from featured videos, to understand why the US tourism industry is losing its most familiar guests, and why this could signal an even deeper collapse. Don't miss it, because maybe you find yourself in these stories. Let's get started. Once upon a time, a trip to the US with Canadians living near the border was like a cheap game changer. Just fill up your gas tank, change some money, and you'll be back trying to buy a car full of pockets. But now, many people say that without meeting America, they've found their wallets thinner. You mean nobody wants to pay $35 for a cocktail? Shocking. This isn't rocket science. Properties started charging for what used to be free. Parking, resort fees, water. People resent it. These are the comments we compiled on our channel. And you see, the majority of Canadians share the same feeling about American trips in 2025. Expensive all the fees. It's ridiculous I won't be coming back used to go all the time. No more from Ohio. Imagine exchanging $100 and getting back a Canadian dollar thinner than a lucky money envelope. The current exchange rate fluctuates around 1 USD, which is equivalent to about 1.35 to 1.40 CAD. Meaning for every 100 USD bill, you have to spend more than 130 Canadian dollars, plus transaction fees or bank spreads. A weekend trip for a family of 4, money exchange alone can evaporate 100 Canadian dollars. That's equivalent to a whole week of morning coffee at Tim Hortons. Previously, a 3-star hotel night in the US border area could cost only 80 to 90 US dollars. In 2025, this figure easily exceeded $150 to $180 on weekends, tax-free. At current value, a Canadian family has to pay more than 250 Canadian dollars for a night's sleep, enough to rent a whole cabin in Muskoka. This creates a vicious cycle. Canadian tourists cut back on overnight trips. Hotels lose revenue. They are forced to raise prices to compensate for losses, and so fewer guests. Talking about room rental prices in the US, one audience member recounted, "It's not just room rates, it's the fees on top of rates. $60 room rates get billed at $145 with all fees added." Another person said, "I decided never to return to Vegas 10 years ago. We we only went for the shows anyway. But everything just got too expensive, and everyone had their hand out to grasp every cent we had. Many people compare traveling to America right now to paying admission to an amusement park window, but there are no free games inside, not just room rates. Food prices also increased rapidly. A normal dinner for a family of 3 to 4 people at an American steak chain can now touch the like $120 to $150, no tip. Converted to CAD, that's almost a week's worth of fresh food for the whole house in Toronto. Instead of a table full of beef, salad, mashed potatoes, you're standing in a supermarket in Canada, handing over a cart full of eggs, milk, vegetables. All can be purchased with the same amount of money. One audience member said, "You all priced out the normal folks that just wants to take a family there and have fun." It's worth mentioning that just a few years ago, shopping trips to Buffalo or Bellingham were almost a monthly habit for Canadians. They buy clothes, electronics, even milk and butter in the US, which are much cheaper than domestic Canadian prices. But now, the price gap has narrowed, even reversed. According to figures from a retail survey in 2024, 47% of popular household items in Walmart Canada are now faster or on par with Walmart USA after calculating prices and taxes. A customer in Ontario said, "In the past, I went to America to save money. Now at home, I still have good prices without having to drive 2 hours and pay tolls." While television news still tries to attract Canadian tourists back with attractive invitations, travel companies, hotels, and entertainment areas constantly launch unprecedented bargain deals. Many Canadian tourists have firmly affirmed it. The news is trying to gaslight us into believing prices aren't high. People, please report the truth, not sugarcoating the ugly truth. $40 daily for parking, $90 resort fees. Food is extremely expensive. $20 for a bottle of water. It is estimated that the number of credit card transactions of Canadian tourists in US border states decreased by nearly 28% compared to 2019. The average spending per trip of Canadian tourists to the US decreased by more than 35% in the same period. What's interesting is that not only economics, but psychological factors are also changing. When a trip is considered the easiest item to buy as a luxury, you begin to carefully consider each trade. And every time the calculation is done, many people choose to stay home. It's like a restaurant that used to be famous for its $20 steak. When the price was changed to $40, diners not only but also wonder, is it worth it? And the answer, more and more times, is no. If you're a Canadian living near the border, are you willing to pay hundreds more just to have one last week in America like before? And if you're American, do you realize that every lost travel bill is also a bond between two communities that is gradually expanding? If in the first group we saw the reaction of Canadians when wallets were eroded from the moment of departure, then in this group too, what discouraged many Canadians were the gates not of iron, but of paperwork, procedures, and invisible psychological barriers. One of my rudest experiences returning from the Caribbean at Florida airport, I removed 2 sets of clothing from my luggage for inspection. One set was clean and the other dirty, which I was unable to launch, so I separated them on the table. After politically answering half a dozen questions from the agent, I watched this bee very deliberately corral both sets of my clothes and draw them into a single pile, then tell me to put them back into my suitcases. Someone said, "Who wants to be detected for an undetermined time without cause and without your right to a phone call?" In the past, many border gates only required passport checks and a few simple questions. But from 2023 to 2025, new requirements like ETA, electronic license, additional processing and testing fees have caused wait times to increase by 20 to 40% at many points. The time lost is not just the moment of standing in line, but also the feeling of getting stuck in front of the trip. A traveller from British Columbia compared, I flew to France, just one passport scan. But driving through Washington, they ask all sorts of things. Schedules, hotels, permits, work. This reflects a paradox. The shortest route, the most complex barrier. For many people, a shopping trip or visiting relatives becomes more like a stressful interview. Not just stopping there, the US has applied many acts to control entry of tourists. But sometimes convenience can also become inconvenience. Technology is introduced to shorten the time, but creates new risks. Just a typo or a blurred passport photo, which will cause troubles. It's like playing a game. Final switch where a narrator empty box many comments also expressed concern about the unwelcome and saw they also don't have a phone search and then get arrested, interrogated, why go to the police? This is not just a policy story, but also an emotional experience. As the feeling of welcome disappears, the bond between the two sides of the border also ends. Even people who have been to the US every month have now switched to domestic tourism or to other destinations such as Cuba and Mexico. A series of new policies from ETA to visa made experiences more unpleasant and cautious. Many express skepticism. Paying $15,000 just to be interrogated by ICE, detained. Charging $15,000 for tourists. We don't want tourists in the United States. Would you pay $15,000 per person to visit another in the hopes you'd someday get it back? Definitely not. If cost is the first hurdle for Canadians to consider, then procedure is the second blow to the experience. A short trip, which was meant to be enjoyed, has now become a test of patience, and when fun turns into entanglement, deciding to stay home becomes an easier choice. If you've been waiting at the border for nearly an hour, paying the extra fee, carrying a whole set of documents, and then being thoroughly inspected, are you still interested in repeating that trip? And if you live on the American side, do you realise that every minute of waiting and every additional paperwork is silently taking away the closest guests? If in Group 1, wallets are eroded by price, and in Group 2, time is taken away by procedure, then Group 3 reveals a silent but deeper challenge. Canadians are deciding to let your currency stay at home, not because they hate America, but because they begin to find value and joy in their own community. An audience member in Manitoba shared, which is why we're spending our American dollars not in America, but in Canada. Can't wait to visit Ontario and to see all the sights. And who knows, maybe this may be in the cards for a Swedish delivery. At least one of these two countries know how to live in the 21st century. Another country, in 66 years, I've never taken holidays in the US. We have the most beautiful, clean and safe land. Why would I go elsewhere? I haven't seen one in Canada yet. Another country. Why would Canadians go to the US to view the finals as the best views from the Canadian summer? Comparing a community experience, emotional connection with friends, and a shopping trip in the US, many people choose their experience rather than spending money in unfamiliar parts. It's like choosing to sit on stand in the park, singing the national anthem with thousands of people, instead of being lost away from home. According to statistics from Western Canada, domestic restaurant revenue increased by 5.8% in 2024, largely thanks to customers swaying towards domestic. The habit of finding American flavours is fading as Canada thrives with domestic cuisine from burgers in Alberta to fine dining restaurants in Montreal. A store owner in Ottawa said, I noticed customers were more aware of buying from people in the country. They want every penny spent to help neighbours and friends maintain jobs. An audience member left a comment on the channel. Tariffs aside, we should have been buying our own products anyway. I hope this trend sticks, even if they drop tariffs. Buy directly from the farmer as much as I can. better. They last longer. Check out your local farmers market. They can call for action together. Not buying US products at all. It's not available for children who are already up. I am talking US installed. Tons. Never go back to buy products. Every Canadian is the same as strong. This is a community economic factor. When the local economy recovers from the epidemic and faces inflation, every dollar spent in the country is seen as an act of support, not just buying and selling. Canadian domestic retail sales increased continuously from 2022, reaching a 5-year high in 2024. The local shop trend is widespread, especially in provinces near the border such as Ontario, Quebec, and British Columbia. Canadian domestic tourism grew by 7.3% in 2024, not based on recovering tourism to the US. In addition, many Canadian families still choose to travel abroad, considering the destination is not American life. My family in Vancouver myself, if I had to spend a lot, I would want to go to a very different place. London, Paris, Rome, instead of Seattle. An audience member expressed, was going to America, but changed it now going to Gulf of Mexico. We had been planning a trip to the United States, but in the end, we chose to travel to Switzerland instead. My family goes down to Miami, visiting relatives every summer. This year we decided to go to Portugal. This is probably a shift towards the experience goal. If the US no longer brings price advantages and newness, then Canadians are willing to wait longer, spend more on memorable journeys. Instead of driving across a familiar bridge, many Canadians are choosing to fly across the ocean, opening up a new horizon. From Group 1 to Group 3, we are seeing a clear picture. Not just costs and procedures hindering Canadian tourism, but also a change in heart and consumption habits. When they find joy, convenience immediately appears.
President Trump's new travel ban, completely cutting off visitors from 12 nations, including Iran, which is already secured a spike.
I need to reclaim the Sentinel artifact. Stabilizing the ether reactors would be an ideal use of your time. Done. Stop sail.
Make no mistake, in trade as in
Mark Carney says Canadians didn't ask for this fight, but they're always ready when someone else drops the gloves, implying America. Isn't that dumb?
So as it turns out, the student loans that I've been paying $1,500 a month for 2 years.
We will handle the rest.
Benefit package won't cover that.
Maya. I cannot trust anyone, so I lied. Nexus is beyond even the Sentinel artifact's reach.
I know how that feels, Sam, but this hurts people I'm starting to give a shit about. That's a problem.
Richtofen was closing in on the artifact. I had to act. Please, help me.
17% interest rate on student loans. We're not talking about bad car payments, because we're getting into that territory with that APR. We can take a look at some of the comments first. And kids, remember, it's okay to go to community college. I graduated with $150,000 in student loans. They're now up to over $300,000 due to interest. Accumulates $48 per day. Now I know both sides of the argument. You signed up for it, you have to pay it back. At the same time, we had to make this decision when we weren't even really adults yet, 17, 18 years old, just getting out of high school, while also getting beat into our heads that we had to go to college. This goes well with a comment from one of you guys. The biggest scam ever was teachers telling people they need to go to university education. Many of my friends went into the trades, plumbing, auto mechanic, carpentry, in high school, and a further 2 years in college. Total debt for trade school is around $10,000. What will we always need? Trades. Now, I can't talk about what's currently happening in high schools in 2025, but at least around the time that I graduated, everything was about going into corporate America, having that nice cushy job that you're supposed to be getting a good salary.
I was worried I might lose my skins.
Security Chief Blanchard to all stations. I'm pinned down in admin. Listen to me. You must protect the director. Pericles Panos has gone rogue and...
And now we're seeing some people who are in debt from those schools for the rest of their lives. We have a screenshot right here telling me how much he owes student loans.
Maybe hunting him.
Sure. Richtofen has more run off on his own.
You might be a little bit more interested when they start garnishing your wages, but $44,000 started at $60,000. Not one time did someone sit me down and calculate what my payments would be when I graduated, or explain compounding interest. They just said, get a good job and pay it back, no problem. I feel like that's what everybody heard in their high school days, including myself. $386,000 graduating in May. It'll be $2,600 a month for 20 years.
Hey guys, go.
$76,000. I never missed a payment, but I
Yes. Rest assured he's in the...
Come boom!
Hey, Peck, when we first met, never dreamed we'd end up here. With everyone who'd most like to see you dead.
Well, I never dreamed you'd end up there, Rookie of the Year.
But I'll settle for the fact that we're not pushing up daisies.
Semtex out! Shock out!
Insta-kill.
The one thing we both have in common is we're seen as criminals, loose cannons. People hate it when you live by your own rules.
Yeah, but these folks took a chance on trusting us. Maybe we can do the same with Sam.
Tear them to pieces. Max ammo.
Trust Sam. That's your game plan? Well, the only thing I trust is science. And my God-given genius, of course.
Fuck science. Half the walking corpses in this place have PhDs, and look where that got 'em. Busting heads for fun and profit. And business is booming. get on with it, you overblown slot machine. He's pretty, but can he type? So our choices are helping a mass murderer or a machine that lied so it could get a life.
I just kept working out. I ended up switching to biology because I basically didn't really know what to do. Again, wasting more time and money. But before I finally dropped out, I switched over to photography because I wanted to look into a film degree, but the community college that I was at didn't have anything other than that. Again, another pretty useless degree until I finally called it quits. 5 figures from debt. It's in the end, it all worked out because I only really picked film because I enjoyed making YouTube videos. I've been making them since 2010. Be a professional photographer or a cinematographer, anything with film, you do not need to go to a university to study. You just need to do maybe look some stuff up online. You need to do much more hands-on type of work instead of spending possibly $73,000 a year to go to USC for them to teach you what to do.
Loan balance is at 4%. I see $20,000, $2,400, $29,000, and $41,000. What are those things? Oh, those are student debt.
Yeah.
This is just student debt? This page? Oh,
Yeah.
That's wrong. These are all individual federal student loans?
No.
They're all from Sallie Mae. It's about that 4%.
Not all of them.
4 of them are. The other 4 are not.
We had to split payments between my parents.
Gigi's being good because she has no choice. She has no choice. She would love to piss all over this fucking carpet because she's stupid.
4 of the loans are at 4%, but the other 4 are variable interest rates, and they're probably close to like 13.5%, almost 14% right now. I mean, we see 13 or 14% on car payments. We all lose our minds. So that being attached to student loan debt is even worse. But we have another comment from one of you guys. I think the best compromise isn't full loan forgiveness, but a stop to the accruing interest. I've been paying more than minimum payments every month, including during the pandemic, and I'm already paid more than what I originally borrowed, and still owe more than half of my loan because the interest that accrued. We're going to hear about that exact issue many more times in this video, including this next clip. So I don't think I have to tell you that the forgiveness is just not happening. I believe it was less than 1% of people got forgiven overall, and I guess there were many people who were banking on that 5 or 6 figures worth of debt to just vanish, and now they are in for a rude awakening, because on top of having to pay that off, the interest is brutal. I mean, if you have $100,000 worth of debt, even on the loan with a 3 or 4% interest rate, that turns into you paying a lot more money than you originally thought down the road. I mean, just imagine being in this situation.
There was a girl on here. They had $600K in student loans. That is $600,000. I'm so glad when I graduated high school that I went to community college at first and then transferred to university. Thank God for that basketball, because I would have not gone to school. I'm telling you, if I did not have financial aid, I would have not gone to school. Like, I was so like, bro, with financial aid, college is so expensive, y'all. Yeah, Harvard back then, in the 80s and 70s, was $4,000. Now Harvard is $80,000.
And if you want to look it up yourself, almost every single college or university, year after year, increases their tuition. So this problem is only going to get worse in the future. Now, I will say I've seen an increasing amount of people talking about degrees that they're getting from these prestigious universities or just plain old colleges, right? No matter what, it's pretty expensive at the end of the day. But some of the degrees that these people are going for, you really just have to know, even if it's in the back of your mind.
to really sit down and think about which priority.
Dude, I said my bad. I can't fucking see. You try to fucking see and enemy teammates get fucking smoked. this message, or why keep shooting? I can't fucking see. You tell me you can see in the smoke?
$50,000 on that shit.
Rapid Response Team Alpha, Security Chief Blanchard. How copy? I've barricaded the command center. Got a little dinged up, but I'll live. See if there's anyone left to save. Body cam's live. I'll keep eyes on.
Max armor.
Listen up. We've got 3 scientists unaccounted for, last seen in town. Locating and extracting them is now your top priority.
Whoops, where'd the head go? Wouldn't surprise me if this was the same one that Pandora chick owned.
You know, the people who lived here trusted us. We failed them, and I can't even explain how. on that thing? Oh, nightmare fuel.
Max ammo.
Melanie was intellectually disabled.
Feels like payday every time I see this thing.
Their investigation was found that in 2021, Jamie had experienced
Guess that one was done using his body.
Bonus points.
See? Can't be hungry if you don't have a head. Problem solved.
Exfil is available, Alpha Team.
Ooh, right in the ball bearings.
These components were zip tied together with multiple multicolored plastic zip ties. In addition, the house was filthy with trash littering the home's floors and dead insects such as cockroaches being seen in various parts of the home. Police also noted that there was human waste on the floor within the makeshift cage. This seems to be a recurring theme that we come across in cases of neglect resulting in the death of a disabled victim.
Both Virginia Lujan and Jamie Hodges were arrested and charged with felony CA. Virginia's charges were later upgraded to 2 counts of felony CA, 1 count of tampering with a witness, and 3 misdemeanor counts of contributing to the dependency of a child. As of the date of this recording in August of 2025, Virginia remains in police custody on a $500,000 bond. Now, should she go she's not allowed to have contact with anyone under the age of 18, among other restrictions. Jamie was released pending charges. All 4 of her remaining children were placed in the care of social services. The Tempe Police Department held a press conference, which was led by Chief Kenneth McCoy.
Good afternoon. We're deeply saddened by the tragic death of 13-year-old Melanie Granados. Our thoughts are with her family, friends, and everyone affected by this devastating event. No child should ever have to endure suffering.
You may remember that Tony Blair campaigned on education, education, education. And in 2001, 24 years ago, he promised us that 50% of people would go to higher education. Our goal of 50% of young adults progressing to higher education by 2010. Ambitious goal, because we are ambitious. And in many ways, Tony Blair wasn't wrong that education would be something that shaped the future. The problem is the kind of education people were getting, and the fact that this led to what people are calling elite overproduction, as in, actually, in previous eras, it was only people who were very intelligent and also very studious who went to university, got degrees, and then went on to make up what I guess we can call a kind of managerial elite. We are not using those people to their full effect these days. And you can see now that in 2019, a full 9 years after the plan, they actually did reach that symbolic target of 50% of people going into higher education. And of course, this was higher for women because they were being selectively chosen to go into universities, because why not make it really difficult for women to find a man that they actually want to date by overeducating women above men? That makes perfect sense if you want your civilization to go on forever. Anyway, the point being, what this did is it didn't increase the number of jobs that require a degree legitimately. It didn't increase the number of jobs that require the level of expertise a degree gives you. What it did is actually expand downwards the minimum educational requirement to be able to join these jobs. And so now we have some genuinely preposterous scenarios playing out in front of us where, as the Telegraph calls it, fake graduate jobs are locking leavers out of school, out of work, because frankly their degrees are fake and BS. It's not that the actual content of the degree is not useful or something like that. If placed in its own context, it's that the degree is just not needed in the jobs market. A really good example of this is forensic science, forensic criminology, because it was popularized by all of these, forensic crime shows where you've got some very clever, charismatic person investigating a terrible murder, right? Actually, there aren't that many of those people needed. And so, and I know this because my wife did that as a degree, and she came out of university and said, oh, no one wants to hire me because there's only a few thousand of those jobs in the entire country, and yet tens of thousands of people sign up to it. And the university's like, ka-ching, we'll take your money. And so this is a real problem that we're seeing coming about. Just 1 in 5 18-year-olds left school and went straight into work. Right? Now that used to be normal for you to go into a job. You'd go in at the bottom rung, work, and so for like 3 or 4 years you'd work your way up, you'd end up getting to the sort of median level, and then this would be your career. You would progress through the company. But now, according to an upcoming report by Paul Wiltshire, this is not the case, and in fact, what is happening is that the bare minimum to enter jobs which are not in any way technical or require any kind of higher education. When I was young, all those years ago, I just literally fell into jobs like this. Now you need a degree. Entry-level positions and traineeships once snapped up by motivated school leavers are being advertised as graduate only. Now, this is the issue with forcing and encouraging so many people to go straight from school into university. This creates the value. This reduces the value of the degree. What is the point of having a degree if you're going to do something like work at a bowling alley? I mean, this is just preposterous. Hollywood Bowls Group's hospitality graduate scheme requires a 2-2 degree in any subject. Now, that is the bare minimum. That is, you could do a degree in English literature or business management, and that's I think that's the lowest grade you can get, or the third is the lowest grade. But it's not a great grade, right? So anyone should be capable of getting that. But really, why? To work in a bowling alley, I need a degree, do I? In any subject, the subject doesn't matter. So what they're saying is, it's not the knowledge that you gain from doing the degree. It's you have been put through a kind of system, and this system transforms you into a certain kind of person. And so, just need people to have had degrees. That seems like a reasonable request, doesn't it? It's like, no, that's ridiculous. That's absolutely ridiculous, right? Pest control again. Really? Okay. All degrees will be considered for the role. It's only got £26,000 a year starting salary. Pest control. So that doesn't need a degree. You're spraying chemicals on bloody, wasps' nests and ant nests. You don't need a degree for this. And applicants are likely to be academically trained graduates. Why? What academic things are you doing in your pest control job when you acquire on-the-job know-how to enable them to lay down rat poison, among other things? These are not jobs that need academic training. Why would you have it? And it's what it's done is it's turned our society into pathologically managerial societies. Oh, right. Everyone has to have been through the system, and then they get practical training doing a practical job that is completely non-academic, like being a pest controller or working at bowling. So what is the point of this? The point of this is just this is the system working in the only way that it knows how. It was like, oh yeah, no, you have to have a degree. Why? Well, I mean, they're not properly trained to be an unskilled pest controller that will train on the job. So this is preposterous. And of course, what this does is it forces people into the university system, which itself has some real drawbacks. And one of those is that the average debt is £53,000. You go from a £53,000 debt into a job that pays 26 grand a year. When do you expect to be paying that back? How quickly? Especially given the price of everything in this country these days. Like, how quickly do you expect to be paying that back? The answer is not very quickly, right? Not very quickly at all. To be an estate agent, you get 31 grand a year, not exactly a huge amount of money, and you get a company car, and you, of course, have to have a degree. Why? Why do you need an undergraduate degree to sell houses to people? Surely you just need to be able to read about the house and be charismatic in your sales pitch. Like, a degree can't train you to be a charismatic salesman, just FYI. that's something you have or you don't have. What about working in a shoe shop? Why? A footwear sales technician with a degree, ideally in sports science or a sport-related field. Really. Ideally, but not necessarily. And what are they getting? £13.85 an hour. This is ridiculous. So it's no wonder that the chief executive of the Taxpayers Alliance says, there is now a conveyor belt of young graduates, some with largely worthless degrees, moving into jobs and careers they would have been far better suited for if they'd spent years in training and employment. And this was always the problem with the Blairite managerial revolution in Britain. Most, in fact, all of these jobs listed are basically just practical jobs that you learn with on-the-job training. And what would be the point of racking up 50 grand's worth of debt to get a degree that's not in any way related to these jobs? What would be the point? But because of the kind of person Blair was, because of the kind of country he envisaged, he decided that anything practical had to give way to everything technical. And yes, we're going to shove 50% of the young people into degrees, rack them up on student debt, and get this creates this whole system that begins just churning away. Because remember, it was Tony Blair that brought in the student loans. Beforehand, it was grants. I was the first cohort to go to university who didn't get a loan, who didn't get a grant. I had to take a loan. And so, to be honest with you, I probably shouldn't have gone to university when I first went, because I was the sort of person who spent minimal time at school. Like, I had a great attendance rate for my GCSEs. I did it right. A bunch of B's and a bunch of C's. I just coasted. Through everything. And with my A-levels, I did really badly because I just basically didn't turn up. Because at that point, well, what was forcing me to turn up? Nothing. Like, my parents weren't forcing me to turn up, and I just didn't really want to do them. And then I ended up going to university, doing a degree I didn't even want to do. And it was only when I was, like, literally 40 years old, I was like, I think I'm going to get a degree in philosophy. And I actually wanted it. I actually wanted to do it. Which was nothing to do with the education I'd previously taken, incidentally. And this is the problem. It's about the system creating and kind of formatting a certain kind of person so that they are prepared to not only accept the system because they need it, they need that money, but then they become trained in the way that the system works. They're trained to expect what the system will do to them. Unlike, some guy who's like, I'm going to become an apprentice and have no debt, work hard, and have a secure place in my company. Well, suddenly I'm not really reliant on the state for anything. Suddenly I'm not beholden to the managerial system. But the managerial system seems like an imposition. It seems like it's distorting society for some aim other than my own success. Why would I want to support that? Anyway, this is also another way of smuggling in hundreds of thousands of foreigners. So you might remember that the year ending March 2025, there were 400,000 sponsored study visas granted to applicants. So that's 10% fewer than the year before. So every year, 400,000 students are just allowed to come and live and work and study here. And then this went up to 652,000 in 2023. They are cramming our universities full of foreign students because the universities charge the foreign students double what they charge a domestic student. So the universities love it. In fact, you can see how they deliberately make it easy. This is loaded. Why isn't that loaded? You can see how they make it easy for these people to come. In the Russell Group universities, Birmingham, Bristol, Cardiff, Durham, Exeter, Leeds, Liverpool, etc., you need 3 A's at A-level, or A star and 2 A's, A and BB at Cardiff. You see, there's really high grades. Unless you're an OC student 18 plus. Then you get 3 C's. You get 3 C's. Or 1D. 1D. Leeds, another 1D. Or even Queen's University Belfast, 1E. Incredible. Absolutely incredible levels of academic excellence there. But obviously, what this is, as Samantha is pointing out here, they're selling immigration. This is how you can get to come and live in Britain. And then just cram as many foreigners in as possible, with as many worthless degrees as possible, to do really menial jobs that for some reason require a degree. This is what education has actually turned into. And again, it's formatting the minds of the people here, as well as ethnic replacement, into a certain kind of existence. West-style, futuristic managerial technocracy in which people are merely wards of the state and the system itself. And to make sure that everyone gets there, remember, the grades have been massively inflated. Of course, over the COVID pandemic, it got way higher. But you can see the general creep. Are our young people just getting really smart over time? Or is it that they're deliberately giving them higher grades in order to continue to fill up the system of people in order to make, honestly, in order to make sure the fake jobs can be filled, in order to make sure that the students are paying huge amounts of money when they leave, and in order to make sure we can get loads and loads of foreigners in. Like, you tell me whether you think this is just because the students are just so much smarter than they used to be, or is it that the system is just essentially working for its own ends at this point? And so eventually the system will basically have it so that everyone goes to university, every single job needs a degree, and this will be completely normal that everyone is massively in debt when they enter the workforce.
I'm joined now by the co-host of the Strict Scrutiny podcast and professor at the University of Michigan Law School, Leah Lippman. Leah, thank you so much for joining me.
Thanks for having me.
So we have major Supreme Court news on two different fronts, but let's start first and foremost with same-sex marriage, Obergefell. Can you explain what the Supreme Court is looking to do right now?
So Obergefell versus Hodges is a marriage equality decision that struck down state laws that refused to license or recognize marriages between same-sex couples. And what has happened recently is Kim Davis, who is literally obsessed with gay people, filed her latest petition for certiorari, asking the Supreme Court to hear her case. And is asking the Supreme Court,
And Kim Davis is the county clerk down in, is it Kentucky, is that correct? Who had initially refused to give marriage certificates to a same-sex couple, and she got sued and spent a few days in jail.
Exactly. So she was sued, she refused to comply with the order, she was put in jail and fined. And so as part of her continuing to challenge that course of conduct, she has asked the Supreme Court to consider overruling Obergefell versus Hodges, the marriage equality decision.
So when is the Supreme Court going to hear arguments on this case?
So they won't necessarily hear arguments. All she has done is ask the Supreme Court to grant what's called a petition for certiorari, to consider whether to hear arguments and schedule full briefing. So we aren't going to know whether they are even going to grant certiorari, i.e. hear her case, for at least a few months.
Is there anything to suggest whether or not they might grant her request?
So I think the odds are extremely low for a few reasons. One is she's tried this tack before. She's previously asked the Supreme Court to review her case, involving her being penalized, her refusing to issue marriage licenses. In that case, Davis versus Ermold, kind of the same case that she has once again tried to bring up to the Supreme Court. Even Justices Thomas and Alito said this case is not the case to revisit Obergefell versus Hodges. So if even those guys have taken a pass on this case as a way to overrule Obergefell versus Hodges, I just don't see the court taking up that issue in this case.
But if Alito and Thomas are both saying this case is not the case to be able to revisit Obergefell, does that suggest that there is openness for them? They just want to make sure that the vehicle that's brought is the correct one so that they have the best chance, the best opportunity to be able to strike it down.
That's exactly right. I mean, Justice Clarence Thomas actually wrote explicitly in his separate writing in Dobbs, the decision overruling Roe, that he affirmatively wanted to overrule Obergefell versus Hodges, as well as other decisions. So we already know that both Thomas and Alito are interested in overruling Obergefell. We just also happen to know that this particular case is not the case in which they want to do so.
Isn't this the same legal concept that would also apply to interracial marriage, for example? And then what are the implications there? I mean, Clarence Thomas himself is in an interracial marriage, and so isn't there some inherent conflict that somebody like him would stand to get hurt from by virtue of moving this thing forward?
So notably, when Clarence Thomas ticked off all of the decisions he wanted to overrule, on that list were decisions protecting access to contraception, decisions protecting marriage equality. But what wasn't on that list? Loving versus Virginia, the decision that struck down bans on interracial marriage. Now, what he would say is there's a distinction between Loving, the case invalidating bans on interracial marriage, and cases like Obergefell or cases like Griswold, which protected access to contraception. He would describe Obergefell and Griswold as cases involving so-called substantive due process, basically recognizing rights that are not specifically or explicitly mentioned in the Constitution's text, whereas Loving versus Virginia was decided not on the basis of just substantive due process, but also on the basis of equal protection, because distinctions that are drawn on the basis of race trigger the most heightened, most searching form of judicial scrutiny. Now, of course, marriage bans also discriminate, right, and I think violate the Equal Protection Clause, but the decision in Obergefell did not specifically and explicitly say laws that discriminate on the basis of sexual orientation trigger meaningful scrutiny, just like laws that discriminate on the basis of race do.
So even if this Kim Davis case is not the vehicle to be able to try and overturn Obergefell, do you think it's a fair statement to suggest that this Supreme Court is just waiting out the correct vehicle and that Obergefell is at risk, is in some degree of danger, they're just waiting for the right way to be able to do it?
I think the more likely scenario is the current court, such as it is more likely to undermine Obergefell, marriage equality, and LGBT rights by recognizing First Amendment exemptions for people who object to marriage equality, to not have to comply with laws that bar discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation. I am not going to rule out the possibility that the current court might, one day overrule Obergefell versus Hodges. I mean, the Republican Party platform did call for them to appoint justices who would overrule Obergefell in addition to overruling Roe. I just don't think that is going to happen right now. But that's not to say, people should be concerned about the future of marriage equality, LGBT rights, and what is going to happen at the Supreme Court.
Okay, so let's talk about something that's happening at the Supreme Court, certainly more quickly than any impact on Obergefell, and that is the potential for this court to strike down Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. We've already seen this court whittle away at the Voting Rights Act. Section 2 basically allows these opportunity districts to exist in states across the country. We've seen that a number of states in the South have been challenging this stuff: Louisiana, Alabama, Georgia, Florida, and these opportunity districts, these black majority districts, have been upheld. What is the Supreme Court looking into now, and what are the risks facing us?
So what the Supreme Court is looking into is whether this law, which again sometimes requires states to create opportunity districts, actually discriminates on the basis of race in violation of the Constitution. So basically they are considering whether prohibiting white legislatures from discriminating against black voters by refusing to create districts in which they have political opportunities is itself a form of anti-white racial discrimination. It's like the argument on affirmative action, but put into voting rights.
And so is there anything to suggest how the Supreme Court might rule? Is there anything that you could read from the tea leaves? Anything that the justices have said themselves that might lend itself to this idea that they are willing to gut the Voting Rights Act?
Signs are very concerning here. So a few years ago, the Supreme Court heard another challenge to race-based redistricting and the Voting Rights Act in a case out of Alabama, in Merrill versus Milligan, Allen versus Milligan. And what ended up happening in that case is 4 Republican appointees said they would have effectively gutted what remained of the Voting Rights Act and its protections for redistricting then and there. But Justice Brett Kavanaugh wrote separately to say he wasn't sure he wanted to do so now based on the argument that Alabama had presented him in that case, but that he would be open to doing so in a future case on a slightly different theory. This is that future case. So the fact that we know there are justice who's open to it, the fact that the justices opted to put this case on their calendar again and to specifically and explicitly invite the parties to focus on whether the Voting Rights Act is unconstitutional racial discrimination, all of that is very concerning.
There's the fact that they scheduled these arguments for the very beginning of the upcoming Supreme Court term. They scheduled them for October 15th. Does that suggest that they might want to this case argued and decided in time for the 2026 midterms, knowing full well that we have a Republican Party that is perfectly content to redraw maps mid-cycle to try and extract as much political benefit out of them as they can.
It is a very concerning sign, and I wouldn't rule out that possibility. I mean, as the Chief Justice himself talked about in the birthright citizenship case, when the court wants to go fast, they go fast. And when they want to go slow, right, they go slow. They dragged out Donald Trump's immunity appeal, effectively guaranteeing that he would not face trial before the 2024 presidential election. Now, all of a sudden, they're in a huge hurry, right, to tee up the constitutionality of the Voting Rights Act.
Which by the way, was a case that they decided unto themselves to bring up. Like, there were no plaintiffs here that were looking to relitigate Section 2, the legitimacy of Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. They asked to hear specific arguments on this question that wasn't initially posed to them by the plaintiffs.
And this is exactly what happened, what you're describing in Citizens United, the case that launched the Supreme Court's war against campaign finance regulation. The parties in that case did not initially ask the Supreme Court to strike down the ban on corporate independent expenditures in elections. Instead, the Supreme Court teed up that question. They issued another order saying, we want you, right, to brief and argue that this law is unconstitutional. And of course, they ended up deciding the case on that ground.
In terms of the amount of districts that would be impacted, do you have any idea of the number of districts across the country, roughly, that are protected by Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act right now?
I don't have a complete number about the number of districts that a decision striking down Section 2 would necessarily call into question. You know, I've heard estimates that it might be in the 20s or 30s, but I don't have a firm number.
Okay. Aside from the two cases that we've spoken about today, the prospect of Obergefell being revisited, and of course the guarantee of Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act being re-argued right now, is there any other cases that are coming up in this Supreme Court term that you're keeping an eye on?
Several big cases. So there is a challenge to bans on conversion therapy. That is, people are arguing that states cannot ban conversion therapy. This would effectively, make it legal for states to discriminate against gay, lesbian, bisexual, transgender individuals, at the same time that they refuse to strike down bans on gender-affirming care. Last term, they're also going to be deciding the question about whether states can exclude trans athletes from participating in sports. They may even decide whether states have to exclude transgender athletes from participating in sports. So those are three of the big cases on the court's docket. And of course, we have no idea what other big Trump-related cases might make their way to the court on the shadow or emergency docket either.
Legalize, like Trump can just legally kill anybody he wants, like walk into people's houses and well, I gotta ask too, there obviously is a lot of negative prospects on the horizon. Is there anything happening at the Supreme Court that might offer any glimmer of hope? Is there any rights that may be protected in this upcoming term? Is there anything that you can look at that you draw some faith from?
So the glimmer of hope that I was going to identify was not going to be a right that will be protected, but instead the fact that the court's public approval ratings are plummeting to all-time lows. And I say that as a positive because I truly think that the way out of this is raising awareness and getting people to pay more attention to the Supreme Court and recognizing that the court has to be part of conversations about how to reform our
Team Deathmatch. Classify the AO kill team. Take the advantage, now hold it. We're winning. Keep it that way. You're falling behind, Crimson.
Counter UAV available for tasking.
It's clear by now that Donald Trump has exploited one issue to his benefit among all others, and that is the economy. Only today, he got the economic news that he wanted to avoid the most.
Oh my goodness, up 0.9%, up 0.9. And if you strip out food and energy, guess what? It's still up 0.9. Boy, that equals June of 22. You're to March of 22 on the headline to find a bigger number. On the core number, that would come to March of 22, since we've had a number of that magnitude, and it was 1.2%. These are kind of COVID-distorted numbers. Now, let's look at ex-food, energy, and trade. Triple the expectations.
Alpha Team, this is Chief of Security Blanchard. Are you a sight for sore eyes? I've been holed up in the mansion since yesterday trying to organize a containment response. Now that you're here, let's lock down that AO. I'll track body cams and coordinate.
Semtex, have fun! Tell you how much I love that popping sound.
Be advised, we lost contact with 3 of our scientists in town trying to stop the outbreak. Find them, bring them home. We need brain power as much as firepower.
It's gonna take everything I have and flip me the bird for my trouble, isn't it? You wouldn't try to unlock a knockoff on me, would you? Nah, you ain't that stupid.
Keep pushing. We need to find out what caused all this, even if it turns out it was us.
Better I gamble here than some dodgy warehouse poker game. Those fuckers cheat. If it spews out a slingshot, I'm fucking done.
Max armor.
get a complex because of you. When I need to switch careers. Seriously, all I do is deal with boxes. See? Was that so hard? You don't always need to be such a massive twat.
Tear them to pieces.
One ugly bug KIA.
Max ammo.
And our country's taking in tens of billions of dollars and trillions of dollars, actually trillions of dollars in tariffs and all about it.
So inflation rises from 2.3% in April to 2.4% in May to 2.7%. It continues rising into July, and somehow that's quote. I guess inflation is bad when it happens to a Democrat and good when it happens to a Republican. But here's what Trump isn't taking into account. Same issue that plagued Joe Biden and the Democrats. You can tell people that they're not paying more until you're people know if they are paying more. Trump's gaslighting and wish casting is not going to change the fact that groceries are more expensive, goods are more expensive, materials are more expensive, which again would be bad enough unto itself, but the fact that Trump literally campaigned on bringing costs down goes to show that he was always manipulating his supporters to start. It was never about lowering costs. It was always about consolidating power by any means necessary. And so he said what he always needed to say, just like he always says what he needed to say. He promises low costs, low inflation, and ending wars, free IVF, and no changes to Medicaid, and releasing the Epstein files. That's what joined now by Congressman Jamie Raskin. Thanks for joining me.
I'm psyched to be with you, Brian.
So we have just found out that Donald Trump and Pam Bondi are asking a judge to release the grand jury testimony. This is not the Epstein files. This is something completely different, really, that no one is asking for. You have thousands upon thousands upon thousands of files. They opted not to have those, even though they're already in their possession, and are instead saying we're going to go through this lengthy process that may or may not work out, where we're going to get some testimony that we can then choose what to release from within that testimony if a judge even opts to grant it. So for those Trump supporters and honestly, left, right, and center, people who want this information, are they being conned by virtue of what Trump and Bondi are offering them right now?
Well, no, because I don't think anybody's buying it. I mean, I think you just did a great job debunking it. The only thing I would add is that the grand jury files relate only to the prosecution of Epstein himself for what he did, and of Maxwell for what she did, but it doesn't include the whole universe of other people and criminal organizations and business organizations that we're interested in.
But isn't that the whole point? Isn't that what we're looking for here?
it's a complete distraction. It's a red herring. It's a, oh, don't look over here, look over there kind of thing. And, even for that tiny subset of the materials we might be interested in, and they're pretty much peripheral, but even within those, Rule 6E will provide that much of it will have to be redacted to protect victims and other people. So, look, all of that is just a decoy. They've got the materials within their possession, and they can release everything, just redacting the information that would be identifying information for the victims, which is the only thing that should be redacted, and that's what the Democrats have been asking for. All we're saying to Donald Trump is be true to what you've been asking for years. Release the information in the possession of the government.
And so can you talk about what efforts, knowing full well that all he wants to put forward is this decoy, what can Democrats do, what are Democrats doing right now to compel this information? And I ask this because we've seen multiple efforts where Democrats have sought votes in the House, both in the Rules Committee, on the House floor, even the Senate floor, to compel the release of these files. And 2 times in the Rules Committee, Republicans voted it down. 2 times in the House, Republicans voted it down. 1 time in the Senate, at the hands of Ruben Gallego, Republicans voted it down. And so, what are our options here moving forward?
Well, we've also, in the Judiciary Committee, the Democrats have demanded a full bipartisan hearing where we subpoena all of this information and we subpoena witness testimony from Attorney General Bondi, from FBI Director Kash Patel, from the Deputy Director Dan Bongino, so they come forward and everybody tells us everything they know about this whole nightmarish scenario. So that's one thing. We can continue to press that. Now, Chairman Jordan's answer was, well, yes, we're going to have her in to talk about everything, implying, therefore, we can ask about those questions. All right, he said before the end of the year, and then when we were saying this is ridiculous, we're not waiting till December, people started saying September we could do. So who knows? We'll keep pressing on that. But here's the other thing. I got to salute my counterpart over in the Senate, who's the ranking Democrat on the Senate Judiciary Committee, Senator Durbin, who has discovered, apparently from the whistleblower, I'm not quite sure how, but that you remember they had actually conscripted 1,000 FBI agents to be working around the clock, 24 hours, going through more than 100,000 of these Epstein documents in the files, and apparently told them to flag any mentions or appearances or pictures of Donald Trump. Anything that appears there of Donald Trump, they're supposed to flag it. Well, what were they supposed to do after they flag it? And we also heard separately, this was a couple weeks ago, that the FBI Director Kash Patel was using lie detector tests against the FBI agents. And I wonder whether these two things are related to each other. In other words, somebody finds something related to Donald Trump, they turn it over. Are they then asked, are you loyal to Donald Trump? Will you do what we ask you to do? Are you going to turn this over to anybody else? And this might be one of the most massive cover-ups in the history of the United States unfolded before our very eyes. Because Donald Trump is obviously freaked out about some stuff that's in there.
Right.
And then the idea that you create this army within the FBI to scrape through everything just looking for mentions of Donald Trump is quite unusual and fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, what does it say? Look, I'm no political genius here, but what does it say when you have to conscript 1,000 people to scrub through these documents, all who answer to Donald Trump, to search for Donald Trump's name within these documents? It probably doesn't send the message that you think it's sending. It's worth asking too here. A lot of the pushback to all of this stuff is, and Trump has said this too in so many ways. Granted, he's kind of muddled his own message because he's also claiming that all of this is a hoax written by Biden, Comey, and Brennan, and Obama. So kind of his message is whatever errant synapse fires in his brain at any given moment in time. But if there was a mention of Donald Trump in these files, why the Biden administration wouldn't have released it previously. So I'm curious what your response is on that because it's a talking point that it's a pretty unconvincing talking point because Trump is the president right now. He ran on this, but I'm so curious what your thought is on this.
In other words, okay, well, let's start with this. Up until Donald Trump, everybody tried to respect the independence and the integrity of the Department of Justice. Up until Donald Trump, nobody was telling the Department of Justice what to do. And the Department of Justice under Biden brought the prosecution against Maxwell. So obviously Biden wasn't trying to suppress anything. The GOP stories today make no sense. They're totally conflicting. They're saying on the one hand, Biden and Obama made all of this stuff up about Donald Trump, but then they never released it. Why did they make it up if they never released it, right? And then they say to us after Donald Trump campaigns on this that there's all this stuff in there that he knows about, and he should know, considering he was Epstein's best friend for more than a decade, that it all should be released. After they're campaigning on it, we say, fine, let's go ahead and release it. You seem to know there's all this stuff in there, and then all they say, no, why didn't you release it? I mean, it makes no sense what they're saying. They're just pointing fingers in 100 different directions. The bottom line is, here's what we do know. Epstein was a convicted sex offender. There was a 60-count federal indictment waiting for him. And then Donald Trump's later labor secretary, Alex Acosta, who was then the U.S. attorney for the Southern District of Florida, reduced that 60-count federal indictment on conspiracy, sex trafficking, prostitution, pimping, all of this stuff, reduced it to one state count of solicitation. That was the sweetest sweetheart deal, perhaps, in the history of federal criminal prosecution. He gets this tiny, gentle, I don't even want to say slap on the wrist, a massage on the wrist where he spends half of the day free, half of the day spending the night in a slumber house, okay? And then he also gets a get-out-of-jail-free card for 4 of his unnamed associates who were named and theoretically would have been either indicted or unindicted co-conspirators. Somebody put the fix in for the guy. We want to get to the bottom of that. Then later, a federal prosecution starts over again. That's when he's in jail, and that's when he takes his own life. And at that point, a lot of people were asking questions about whether this was truly suicide or not, including Donald Trump. Then it's Attorney General William Barr, Trump's Attorney General, who goes over and says this is a perfect storm of mistakes and mishaps, but he declares that it was a suicide, even though there was, the momentary lapse in the videotape, which turns out not to have been 1 minute, but I think 3.5 minutes. It's since been discovered there were 2 people who were assigned to watch his cell who disappeared. So who knows? I mean, at this point, we're in like the fog of their conspiracy theory and a very strange sequence of events indeed. So Maxwell gets prosecuted. She's sentenced to 20 years, and then the third co-conspirator in that particular case also takes his own life. This is the French guy who takes his life. All right. Then Trump runs around the country saying, we've got to release the complete Epstein file. J.D. Vance says that. Pam Bondi says that. Tells us that. In fact, he's telling us that all of the talking about it suddenly gets the positions in the Department of Justice and the administration, and now they do
Side. What is the point of this sweet deals with Kevin Epstein? Hopefully these deals are given so that Russell can bring the ladder so that they can get as close to the big fish as they can. Epstein was the big fish in this scenario. And so what we forget by people like is because we try to get people like him. What is the benefit to their lives because of Alex Acosta's perspective by giving him such a good deal when he's the person that all the action came.
Well, it's definitely a possibility. That's a big question. Well, why is it? That's because, other people have been pointing the finger at like many criminals, Donald Trump kept returning to the scene of this crime. So many of the key actors in this event were put into his administration. So many of the lawyers involved, like Alan Dershowitz, who helped broker the sweetheart deal, later became a lawyer for Donald Trump. And then Trump campaigned on it. And we've seen how he loves to project onto other people his own anxieties and insecurities.
We gotta ask.
So if he is nervous about what Epstein might say, then he would say, "Oh, the Democrats are really nervous about Epstein, and we're going to blow the cover on this when we get in."
Right. I gotta ask this because I think we're starting to recognize that it's beyond clear Trump doesn't want these files released, that he is doing whatever he can to make sure that we're not looking at this stuff, offering up whatever decoys he can find, sending us, over to the grand jury testimony while he secretes, 95% of the files that already do exist, that already are at Pam Bondi's disposal. Will we ever gain full access to the Epstein files, or will it always be that Pam Bondi and by association, by extension, Donald Trump, will be the final arbiters of exactly what information comes out? Like, are those two people are really the only people that have the full range of all of the files that exist. And so even if the discharge petition come August or September, when it finally ripens and the House can vote on this thing and it passes, will Pam Bondi ultimately have the final say into what information exactly comes out, or is there a way to circumvent her as somebody who could kind of meddle in what comes out so that we can get the full range of the files?
The wheel is still in spin, Ryan. We don't know the answer to your question. If you look at the Democratic resolution, or the resolution
bipartisan,
Democrat support, the bipartisan resolution, which has been put in by Massey and McConnell, there's a paragraph in there which says we want a complete accounting also of any of the destruction or altering or mutilation or effacement or impairment of different documents. In other words, we want to see all the documents, and if any of the documents have been altered or changed or removed in any way, we want a record of that too.
But on that point, I mean, the cop on that beat is Pam Bondi, and by extension Donald Trump, who may very well be implicated in this, and so he has every interest in, if there is some alteration, if there is some destruction of documents, he's not going to say anything because he's the person that destruction would presumably benefit. And so who's there to be all of these people are in the pocket of Donald Trump, and so who's the cop on that beat?
Well, if you look at the history of corruption scandals in the nation's capital, there are always people who are junior people, who are interns, who are staff associates, who are basically invisible and considered menial by the key actors, but they oftentimes come forward and tell what they know. But I'm with you. I mean, if there's a full-blown effort at cover-up, and certainly mobilizing an army of 1,000 FBI agents to go and find anything mentioning Donald Trump's name and then come and bring it to us, and at the same time we hear that Kash Patel is administering lie detector tests against people in order to determine who's trustworthy and who's not, we have every reason to be afraid that there will be a cover-up. But I just have to believe that there's so much information that has come from Florida, that's come from New York, that's come from other sources, that's come from journalists, that some people are going to be able to check them if their plan is just to obliterate the evidence.
People sharing how much they make from their jobs. Let's talk about it.
This is our salary progression as a married couple, both in STEM, living in the Midwest. We graduated in 2020, so that's when our career began. My salary was at $55,000 and Hallie's was at $47,000. But within 2 months, Hallie found a new job and her salary went up from $47,000 to $78,000. As we go through the years, keep this in mind of how important it was for her to switch jobs that early in her career compared to me, who didn't switch jobs. Starting in 2021, I am starting to add the bonuses into the salaries. I was making $63,000 a year and Hallie was making $81,000 a year. In 2022, I was making $77,000 a year, and Hallie was making $90,000. I did have a job change right there, so you can see a little bit more of a jump. In 2023, I was making $81,000 a year, and Hallie was making $102,000. In 2024, I was making $84,000 a year, and Hallie was making $104,000. Now, before I go to 2025, I want to show that because she made that big jump from the start, she always progressed more than I did, even if I made a job change. So finally, in 2025, I was making $103,000, and Hallie was making $116,000. Why am I using this in past tense? Because starting July of 2025, I have a salary of $0, and Hallie has a salary of $0. I'll let you do the math on that one. My career mainly involved consulting and data analytics, and Hallie's career mainly involved data science. I think salary transparency is very important because there are times when somebody's doing the exact same job as you, but they're making double your amount, and that I don't think is fair. So let me know if you guys have any questions down below.
Yeah, I got a question. I wonder why their income went from nearly $200,000 a year to zero. I guess they lost their jobs. I don't know. That would worry me a little bit. Or maybe they're quitting to do full-time content creation. Who knows? That's my first question. But that's what we're talking about today, guys. There's this new forefront or movement that's coming where people are starting to be more salary transparent in what they do, and I'm all here for it. For some reason, it's always a very taboo topic to talk about how much you make at your job, or what your salary is. And I understand that. There's certain aspects of it that I kind of agree with. Not everyone needs to know how much you make, and I get that. But I'm here for the reasoning behind what he was saying is salary transparency for people in that same industry or even in the same job place. Because let's say you got, you and then Joe next door who's working to you are working with you and doing the same exact thing. You guys have the same exact job title, everything, but you find out old Joe makes $20,000 more a year than you. You're going to want to know why. You want $20,000 extra a year, so I'm with it. I get it. But the other thing I want to mention here on this clip, for something that you guys think about, which maybe it's not the best time to do that right now unless you have a for sure other job lined up, but that is switching jobs. That is a huge way to boost your annual salary, is switching companies within the same industry. Because let's be honest, guys, there's no more loyalty anymore. There's no more loyalty between the company and the employee. I have been with companies that I thought were going to be super loyal to me, and I went in one morning and I was let go like it was nothing. Hey, thank you, goodbye, talk to you later. And I even left a very, very good job to go to this company, and then literally a year later I was let go. It's a shitty situation to this day. But that is a good way to increase your salary, is by doing those job transfers and trying to negotiate a higher salary for moving to a new company. The big thing there, though, to realize is to make sure you for sure have the job before you say you're quitting where you're currently working at.
Hi, I'm Grace, and this is my paycheck breakdown as a 24-year-old making $94,000. Before anything is taken out, my paycheck is $3,904. I have $83 taken out for my HSA, $44 for health insurance, $13 for dental, $3 for vision, and $624 for my 401k. Then taxes are $800, which brings me down to $2,337. For rent, I am setting aside $600, which is half a month's rent for me. I am putting $583 into my Roth. I paid off my credit card bill for the month of $600, and I'm adding $500 to my regular brokerage account, leaving me with $54.
Yo, homegirl's crushing it. What did she say? She's making $94K a year, and she's investing a lot of money. Guys, this is what you need to be doing. 100%. Tracking your numbers is key. She had it down to the penny, damn near, on how much she was putting in each different category. HSA, 401k, Roth IRA, brokerage account. I don't know, did I miss anything in there? Is that it? Paying off credit cards. The girl's crushing it. She's crushing it. That's what you need to be doing, guys. Every single month, have a game plan for every single dollar you earn. She's 24. Imagine what her investments are going to look like when she's 44, 54, 64. Props to her. Now, when it comes to salary transparency and sharing all that information online, I'm totally for that because, like I said, it brings awareness and maybe even new opportunity for people who didn't know about it beforehand. Now, something that you may not like sharing online is your personal data. Did you know your personal data, like your name, phone number, address, even your
Today, 15% tariffs are officially in effect for Brazil. New levies are expected to increase prices on goods like coffee.
New tariffs imposed on coffee from Brazil have been announced by President Trump.
Your morning coffee just became a battlefield, and you're the one paying the price. On August 1st, 2025, Washington made a single trade move that turned a $3 cup of coffee into an $8 shop overnight. But this isn't just inflation. This is the day America's coffee dominance collapsed, and Canada stepped in to take the crown. By the time you finish this video, you'll see why your favorite cafe might not survive the year, and how Canada is quietly positioning itself as the new coffee gateway to North America, while the U.S. loses its grip bean by bean. August 1st, 2025, while you were sipping your first coffee of the day, Washington pulled the trigger on an economic kill shot that hit every mug in America. A 50% tariff on all Brazilian coffee imports. Effective immediately, no warning, no transition, just political shock therapy in your morning brew. Now here's what they didn't tell you. Brazil isn't just another coffee supplier. It's the coffee lifeline of the United States. Nearly 4 out of every 10 cups you drink start in Brazilian soil. That's over 8 million bags a year, enough to keep every Starbucks in America stocked for 2 straight years. But here's the part no one in Washington wants to admit. Starbucks will survive. Dunkin' will survive. The corporate giants always do. It's the 35,000 independent coffee shops, the ones that make your town feel alive, that are being quietly executed. No headlines, no bailouts, just the slow death of America's coffee culture while the suits in D.C. pat themselves on the back. Tom Reynolds owns a 20-seat cafe in Kansas. He's been serving the same Brazilian blend for 15 years. After the tariff hit, his distributor raised prices 40% overnight. Tom switched to cheaper beans from Southeast Asia, but his regulars immediately noticed. Sales dropped 18% in 3 weeks. He's cut back open.
There was the threat of 25% tariffs on aluminum and steel.
Economists say the tariffs will have impacts on both sides of the border. Starting in the summer of 2025, a series of steel tariff decisions from Washington, along with Ottawa's swift and unexpected response, created a crack in the once solid bond of the cross-border supply chain. To the south, U.S. factories are reportedly struggling with soaring raw material costs, while just to the north, cranes keep moving and assembly lines run at full capacity around the clock. Ford, a long-standing icon of American industry, has chosen Canada as a strategic, safe harbor during a period when the policy storm has yet to subside. Along with billions of dollars in investment, thousands of new jobs, and a shift in global manufacturing positioning, the industrial balance appears to be quietly tilting. The question is whether this is merely a temporary reaction or a sign of a long-term reshaping of North America's manufacturing map. And as capital and vehicles continue to flow northward, what challenges await the workforce on both sides of the border? Stay with us until the end of this video to learn the full story. Before we begin, a reminder. This is an economic and social analysis based on publicly available information and a range of academic perspectives. We do not draw definitive conclusions, nor do we take sides for or against any organization, policy, or individual. Our aim is to encourage thoughtful reflection so that you, the viewers, can form your own judgment. June 4th, 2025 may well be remembered as the day that marked a major turning point in Canada-US trade relations. On that day, President Donald Trump signed a decision to double tariffs on Canadian steel imports from 25% to 50%. The move caught many analysts off guard, not only because of the scale of the increase, but also because of the potential ripple effects it could set off. Under Section 232 of the United States Trade Expansion Act of 1962, the U.S. government has the authority to impose tariffs if imports are deemed a threat to national security, and this appears to have been the legal basis cited for the measure. The stated goal was to protect domestic steel producers from an influx of cheap steel from countries with surplus capacity. while reinforcing industrial production capabilities considered critical to national defense. But the bigger question now emerging is whether that goal can be achieved without triggering unintended consequences. This concern is being voiced not only in policymaking circles, but also in everyday conversations among citizens and businesses on both sides of the border. From Canada's perspective, this is no small challenge. With tariffs doubled, Canadian steel has all but lost its competitive edge in the U.S. market. Higher costs not only erode corporate profits, but also threaten job stability, reduce export capacity, and directly undermine the vitality of industrial hubs. The Canadian Steel Producers Association has warned that some plants may be forced to cut output or even shut down, raising the risk of mass layoffs in communities heavily dependent on the steel industry. In response, the Canadian government moved quickly, tightening export quotas and imposing additional import duties to shield the domestic market from the spillover effects of Washington's decision. Although Ottawa has not issued an outright ban on steel exports, recent actions have made its defensive stance clear. In the early months of 2025, tensions between Canada and the United States did not dominate headlines, but quietly played out through signaling moves. For example, Ontario's decision to add surcharges on electricity exports to the U.S. was widely perceived in the American Midwest as an unfriendly message. At the same time, Canada's choice to retain the bulk of its steel supply for domestic needs unsettled U.S. manufacturers, particularly as industries continue to struggle in the post-pandemic recovery and global supply chains remain unstable. By August 2025, Ottawa formally introduced a set of import controls targeting steel from countries outside free trade agreements, FTAs. Under the new rules, quotas for non-FTA countries were cut in half compared to 2024, and any imports exceeding those quotas would face tariffs as high as 50%. For countries with free trade agreements, FTAs, including the United States, quotas remain unchanged. However, any shipments exceeding those limits will face the same penalties. While Canada has not imposed new tariffs directly on steel from the U.S., it has opted for a more cautious approach, reducing exports of high-value steel, particularly products critical to the automotive and construction industries. Hot-rolled steel, cold-rolled steel, and specialty steels used in auto parts manufacturing, long-standing strengths of Ontario and Quebec, are now being prioritized for the domestic market. In addition, reports indicate that Canada has imposed a 25% tariff on steel originating from Asia, regardless of whether it passes through an intermediary country, in order to block cheap steel from being rerouted through FTA partners such as the U.S. and undermining domestic production. Beyond trade barriers, the Canadian government is also ramping up a series of measures to support the domestic steel industry, from prioritizing homegrown steel in major infrastructure projects such as bridges, transit hubs, and energy pipelines, to offering tax incentives, expanding access to credit, and establishing specialized task forces to monitor unfair competition. All these efforts are being intensified. Against this backdrop, many older Canadians still vividly recall the glory days of the steel mills along the shores of Lake Ontario, once a proud symbol of the nation's industrial might. For them, protecting the steel industry is not merely an economic calculation, but a way of preserving a core part of Canada's identity and history. In the early months of 2025, as trade tensions between the United States and several regional partners continued to mount, the Ford Motor Company found itself facing a decision that required careful consideration. The question was how to safeguard its supply chain in the face of constantly shifting tariff policies. The path Ford discovered lay to the north. In March 2025, the U.S. government began imposing a 25% tariff on all imported steel and aluminum. On the surface, this appeared to be a measure aimed at protecting domestic manufacturing industries. However, its broad application, particularly to long-standing allies, raised concerns among many stakeholders. For Canada specifically, the risk of the tariff being raised to 50% emerged after the province of Ontario imposed a surcharge on electricity exports to the U.S. Although the situation eased slightly thanks to certain concessions from Ottawa, by early June 2025, the decision to raise tariffs was officially signed into law. At the same time, the automotive sector began to feel the strain, as Washington hinted at the possibility of imposing a 25% tariff on vehicles and auto parts from Canada. For a corporation of Ford's scale, such a move could disrupt entire production lines and logistics networks. Rather than confronting the issue head-on, Ford chose a quieter, more strategic route. shifting vehicles from Mexico into Canada via U.S. territory through an intermodal transport arrangement which allowed the goods to pass through without being subject to tariffs. By doing so, Ford is reported to have avoided nearly $1 billion in losses that had been projected to reach as high as $2.5 billion in tariffs in 2025 alone. This appears to be more than just a temporary fix. It is part of a long-term plan aimed at restructuring operations and diversifying production. Many experts believe Canada is now witnessing one of the largest waves of industrial investment in decades. From Ontario to Quebec, factories that had once been forced to scale back operations or even shut down are now gradually coming back to life. At the center of this transformation is a name familiar to Canadians, Ford Motor Company. One of the most notable early moves was the project to upgrade the Oakville Assembly Complex. Initially, Ford announced it would invest $1.8 billion Canadian dollars to convert the facility into a plant dedicated to producing electric vehicles. However, the plan was later revised, shifting toward the production of heavy-duty gasoline-powered trucks, scheduled for launch in 2026. While this change surprised many, it reflects how Ford is adapting to unpredictable market conditions. The push for electric vehicles in the United States has been facing significant headwinds, compounded by the effects of new tariff policies, making the business environment more challenging. In this context, returning to internal combustion engines can be seen as a move to shield Ford from strategic risks. For Oakville residents, especially the engineers and workers who lost their jobs after the pandemic, the decision carries not only economic significance, but also a renewed sense of hope. For the first time in 5 years, I have a reason to get up early every morning, one engineer said at a community meeting. Hundreds of kilometers east in Quebec, Ford, along with South Korean partners EcoPro BM and SK On, has broken ground on one of the most advanced cathode material plants in North America. The CAD $1.2 billion project aims to produce 45,000 tons of cathode active material per year, an impressive figure given the mounting pressures on the global battery supply chain. What stands out is not only the scale of the project, but also the substantial government support behind it. The federal government and the province of Quebec are said to have committed more than $644 million Canadian dollars to the initiative, a clear demonstration of Canada's determination to lead the clean energy supply chain rather than follow in the footsteps of its southern neighbor. For Canadians who have spent their lives in the steel industry, the idea that Bécancour, once called the land of smoke and fire, could become a hub for electric vehicle battery production was once unthinkable, but is now becoming a reality. Not all investments are directed toward green energy. In Windsor, Ford has spent more than $600 million Canadian dollars upgrading the Windsor engine plant, a site that has been part of the community for generations. The investment goes beyond modern machinery, creating nearly 800 new jobs, along with 150 additional positions to support the V8 engine production line for the Super Duty series in Oakville. For many seasoned workers, the V8 engine is more than just a piece.
I've actually owned 50 acres of land. I sold it like it was nothing. Okay? I mean, 50 acres, you can't even explore 50 acres. I mean, it's huge. It's ginormous. So it's like, when you got people doing that and they don't understand, and then that's why he's complaining about the same things. Oh, property taxes. Oh, government. Oh, well, yeah. I mean, they're going to charge you property taxes. I mean, that's anywhere you go. No, Shelley can say whatever she wants. She doesn't know what she's talking about. And again, this is what happens when you deal with folks who don't operate in reality. So if they continue to act like that other land belongs to them, oh, I mean, it's common sense, right? That the government will step in and let them know real quick. You cannot just put campers on all this land. You have your one little patch of grass that you beg for and you were given because the land is, uninhabitable and unlivable, right? And it's impossible to make it there. And that's it, and you haven't made it there. You haven't succeeded, just like you haven't succeeded on YouTube and I have. And these are just the facts. You're all the ones in your feelings about it. So see, that's what they start
doing the same actions. I mean, you got to be fair, brother. You feel me? Not being fair, it's not going to be conducive. It's not going to help you. So over here, we do things fairly. We do things genuinely, always, right? I never am underhanded, right? I'm a braveheart. And that's my whole deal with these individuals. These are people that I just would never associate with, ever. Like I said, you got these folks, they want to go run around the internet, go to every chat room if they can. I mean, what's that about? Like, so, like I said, we choose to ignore all that. It's just, honestly, it's a lot of folks that desperately want attention. And I'm just not in the business of giving attention like that. You know what I mean? I'm good. I'm set. I'm moving forward. This is my job. This is my career. I do the real thing regardless. So, I mean, God chose me. I'm the chosen one. I'm the chosen one. Hey, can you hear me? I'm the chosen one. Hey, can you hear me now? I'll be rolling by myself. Don't come around. Now let me show you the true meaning of wealth. Right? Because wealth is in the soul and the spirit. Wealth is in your mind. Wealth is in the knowledge base you have. Knowledge is power, folks. Right? All these people are worried about every word I say, but you're not listening. You're not learning. You understand? And that's your issue. That's why you continue to fail. Right? I will always succeed because I have the right mentality. These are facts. You understand? So, like I said, at the end of the day, theatrics and antics do nothing for us over here. I am the Batman, the real Batman. And like I said, I'm sure they're all like in disbelief as to how I work this hard. You know what I mean? Wondering, how the hell does he keep going? Faith. Pure faith. That's how I keep going. It ain't easy. It ain't never been easy, but God is sculpting me. And I choose to believe in God and God's promise. It's the same reason why I keep going, just like that Matrix quote. Why do you do it? Why? Why? Why get up? Why keep going? You know? So why, Mr. Anderson? It's pointless. Why do you keep going? Prove them wrong. That's the thing I always knew in my heart of hearts. I always knew in my soul, if I keep going, I will win. Because I've done it my entire life. I know something that you folks don't know. I know that persistence and determination and willpower is the strongest thing on this planet. And I have more of it than anyone. I have since I was a kid. And I know that I can win because I've been winning my whole life. It doesn't matter what it is. It doesn't matter what the challenge is. It doesn't matter how insurmountable it is. It doesn't matter what's in my way. I'm going to move right through it. You understand? And that's what life's about. And I believe that that's a lot of what God is teaching me and has taught me. And it's crazy. I saw a quote today, actually, from Extension, the old rapper. Well, he was young, but, I mean, you know, the rapper that was rapping. Never listened to his music, really. Never really looked into him. Didn't know much about him. But respect to him. Shout out to him. I thought he was all right, dude. I thought he was cool, you know. I never really understood why any of these people were fake famous. I didn't understand that, but, you know, more power to them, you know. But I feel sorry, you know, for Extension, truly. You know, I feel bad about just everything I saw that happened. It's sad. But he said it himself. He said, and see, it takes courage to come out here like this every day. See all these vehicles going by. See, it's hot as hell. Right? I mean, it takes a lot to be a fat man. It takes a whole lot. It takes a lot out of you. Woke up today, I was sore as hell. Physically, I'm just like, wow. Some water. The guy literally, I don't even know what they're doing up here. What are they doing? Are you taking longer? Look nervous as hell. See, this is real. This ain't fake what I do. This is real. Folks be looking nervous. Like real talk. So, like I said, funny the water bottle. Sweet. But yeah, like I said, it is what it is. You know what I mean? I try to pay attention to everything going on out here or wherever I'm at. You know, but it is what it is. But yeah, like, how do I put it? I mean, this is what it is, man. I mean, you got to do things the right way. You got to do things conventionally. You know, these folks, they just cannot hold it together over little old me and my success. I just think it's funny as hell. You know what I mean? Like, real talk. It is what it is, man. So, like I said, over here, we're going to keep on moving, man. We're going to keep on grooving. We're going to keep on going. We're going to keep on pushing forward. And like I said, that's what life's all about, man. Oh, yeah, but what I was saying, Extension said it word for word, even him. He knew. He said the truth is that, I don't know word for word, but he said something basically like, the truth is that in life, in this world, if you want something bad enough, you will have it. And that's the whole principle that I knew that I was teaching y'all when I was up in Minneapolis. Remember when I got kicked out of the shelter? Remember? None of these things are negatives, they're positives. Right? Because I was making more money than the staff there. Ooh, got him, coach. Yeah, that's why. And because I wasn't going to listen, then nobody tell me I'm a grown man that I can't be on my phone while I'm eating breakfast. I'm a grown man. Like, watch how you talk to me. You understand? Like, don't interrupt my breakfast. I'm a businessman. I'm a grown man. Just because I'm there doesn't mean that I'm struggling. It doesn't mean that you know me. It doesn't mean anything. Actually, it just means that I'm there and I'm passing through to get where I need to go. And it served a great purpose. I learned a lot in there, man. Honestly, kind of missed it. It was a pretty cool place. Like, I'm not going to lie, they had us pretty straight. In Minneapolis, they had us straight, bro. I went up there, like I said, I had like one jacket that was like, nah, we can't have that. It was like, it's freezing, bro. And I could feel it, too. And I'm so tough, I was getting through with just one jacket. They said, nah, they gave me like 3 more jackets. You know? So I had my backpack. I think I was rolling one sometimes. And I'd be walking all through the Skyway and stuff every day. And, you know, doing what I got to do. And Same thing. I knew I was Batman then. You know, I'd just be in suits and tough stuff. You know, like I was getting my clothes, going and eating something every day, going and get me a Chicago-made hot dog almost every day, investing in stocks, getting more shares, looking at all my stock stuff, portfolio. I mean, I had money when I was in there, plenty. You know what I mean? That wasn't really the issue. The issue was trying to make money and make more and build, you know. And can't remember what the order of things was. Yeah, that was right when I got out and I went up there. But it taught me a lot. Minneapolis taught me a lot. It was definitely a harrowing experience, but it was a very necessary one. And I can see why God put me there and why I needed to go through it. I saw crazy stuff up there. I saw everything firsthand. I was there. So I know everything about it, how it works. If I ever needed to be Batman there, I could. You know, so. And it's crazy because in the Batman movie, when he's rolling through on the Batpod, right? That'd be that title. When he's rolling through in the Batpod, it looks just like the Skyway in Minneapolis. That's what it looks like, but I think it's filmed in Chicago. But it looks just like it, and that's why, because it's up there in that area. I love the bus trip up there personally. It's so peaceful. It really is. I don't know what folks are talking about. I don't mind riding the Greyhound at all. It's super peaceful. It'll be like nighttime, and you'll be getting in up there. And I just get excited because it's a whole different area for me. You know, like that far up north. It's beautiful. And then, there you go. Just said Batman at home.
So, it's beautiful up there. I love going up that way. I mean, I just love it. I'd like to have some security and stability and do it with Christina. But, you know, like I said, we're not going to really be in Minneapolis probably, but just anywhere in that territory, like any of it, it's pretty cool. Around the Milwaukee area, when you get up there, the stores start changing too. Like the products change, like the chocolate milk that I like, they have like different brands that I like more. The food starts tasting better in my opinion. It's just crazy. It's crazy how I don't want to stay in the country, but it really is quite different. That's the first thing I noticed when I went there. All the food I was eating, I was like,
Rapid Response Team Alpha, Security Chief Blanchard. How copy? I've barricaded the command center. Got a little dinged up, but I'll live. See if there's anyone left to save. Body cam's live. I'll keep eyes on them.
Fucking sticky.
Max armor.
That's the thing. People want to talk about money, but somehow I found stuff.
Alpha, search the area. We've got 3 Janus Science personnel missing. Their knowledge is critical to mission success, and we take care of our own.
I don't suppose Uncle Sam gives out medals for marksmanship. Wouldn't settle for a Vicky. Things are pretty dog shit as it is. No need to make it worse. You got it?
You know, the people who lived here trusted us. We failed them, and I can't even explain how.
Well, they take it until they make it, right? And they try and they best. Right?
you take all the time you need. It's not like I got other shit to do. Can't hurt to have one of these. Well, someone's definitely gonna get hurt.
Like I said, I proved their trust. I proved their all time. I proved the documentation. My father lost all that.
Putting my bet in. Oh, I'd sooner put my money on a three-legged horse. For me? Really? What's the catch? Sorry, force a habit. I promise you, Box, I can be a much bigger prick than you, so don't fuck with me. Oh, Box, you know exactly what this girl wants.
Tear them to pieces.
One ugly bug KIA.
Max ammo.
Steadfast, work hard, right? And make sure we do the real thing, man. You know what I mean? Let folks do what they want to do. It doesn't concern me. Like I said, we operate both fence. And like I said, the extension yard told me the same thing. He said, if you want something bad enough, you want to be something, you'll be it. You know, you want something, you'll have it. When I was teaching y'all in Minneapolis, I said what? I said, even respects purpose. What KRS wants to everything respects purpose. And I want this so bad I can taste it. I want this so bad, I want this the way I want Christina. You know, like Christopher. You know? And not even, it's way different. Christina, I want Rachel, but I'm just saying. Christina's always moved forward, but I want
Security Chief to new arrivals. Could have used you sooner, but welcome just the same. I'm in the mansion, command center. Injured, but intact. Most everyone else is... well, you've got eyes. Look, we need to get this situation under control ASAP. Be ready for anything.
Semtex out!
Listen up. You've got 3 scientists unaccounted for, last seen in town. Locating and extracting them is now your top priority.
Honestly, it's not a bad makeover. I think you look great. I swear this takes longer every time. The box hates me. Not that I care. Okay, I do care. Ah, you want to be friends today? Is that it?
For a team who didn't expect to take on the apocalypse today, you're handling this well.
I know everything about prison without ever stepping foot in there.
Any chance you could spit out a fresh meat pie? Rock on. Looks like there'll be no rest till extra.
Bonus points.
Like the ones who are really at the highest level, they said that they want everything from solitary confinement. Yep. So all them, whatever you call them, when they go to this, like more private environments, right? So it makes sense, right? Because that's the thing, like, I'm not in work for people love me, so that's the thing. Some say that
Insta-kill.
right, but you're blind and you don't have your back straight about how that works. Oh, there's the problem. Brain stares open. It doesn't mean that's the thing. You're not making sense. You're making assumptions and you're speaking from a perspective of someone who runs the show and is looking for themselves. Right? It's like every day, you know, they get it from the wrong.
Tear them to pieces.
Perfect. Keep wasting those little shits on sight.
Someone go grab a mop and a bucket. We got a gusher.
Max ammo.
Right? So what do you mean? Whether you
kill.
There we are. That should have you singing a new, deadlier tune.
They know that I'm on another level. They know that I'm not a central planet.
Placing zap trap. Don't throw peck on it. Yeah, I know it's tempting.
So, like I said, everything I get at, that's the big
Max armor.
Now they're spouting killer bugs. Kill the little fuckers.
Anybody got mouthwash? And I'll do it again. Many bloody times. Any of you hotshots want to beat my high score?
Double core kaboom.
Choppers available for exfil.
Right. Where's the ladder?
Suspending exfil for now, Alpha. You're on your own.
Tear them to pieces. Max ammo.
Fucking figures. Massive cannon, minor threat. Mind your head. We got low-flying corpses. That's what you get for standing in my way.
Oh no. Dr. Billy Tier. My favorite egghead. Not just book smart, but street smart.
Gonna find some corpses home style. Your passport must be chock-a-block, because there's bits of you everywhere. We're not even close to done, are we? Fuck, yes. Don't mind if I do. Semtex, have fun. Look who's keeping up with you geezers.
Double
Oh shit, didn't smell so much like Mum's goulash.
bonus points.
That Christina is ever going to tell on me or would ever tell on me for anything I do with Batman?
Extraction is ready when you are, Alpha.
But see, that's the thing he's gonna know. He's gonna know everything. He's gonna know everything. Just about being on the same team. I mean, like, what's your and see what they tell you. Did you see what Trump said? Sorry, that's the end.
Quitting time for you, you lucky undead bastard. Using War Machine. You like that? I know I sure as fuck did.
Kaboom!
I don't really care. I'm like, well, it is providing me a means to make a living. Providing career. That means you got to work. You got to figure out really outside of it. You're going to use it to get it. But it's just all these other folks that get played like this. Like I said, you know it's going to be So now, basically, because of that, all of you are pretty much on the streets and homeless. That's all. They're not even letting y'all get candy and stuff. Half these states already. Hilarious. Just like Tyrese Day predicted. Nobody else, me. No one had predicted all this. I told you all this. Said they're going to pull back the government programs. Then they're going to completely pull back. They're going to completely shut them down. We're going to have a country that doesn't know what to do or how to survive. Common sense, hold up. So, like I said, this is what it is at this point. Let folks do what they do. Let them cover stuff what they want. Folks are doing nothing but licensing me. You know, God is who gave me my authority. But all these folks are like, who's licensing me? Who gave them all the right to do this? Right? What makes you so special? What's the difference between you and me on now Reverend Funky Pants? You see what I'm saying? Folks aren't getting it. It's falling apart. It's falling apart. That's the difference. I validated myself. Nobody would license me. I licensed myself. You know what I mean? I figured out remember who I am. You understand? it. You don't even have a circuit going. You ain't doing right. Come on, brother. If you want to claim you were grappled, I'm just saying, how is you a grappled if you don't remember? From New York, bro. You ain't even from there. So you want to claim like you're from New York. You're frustrated New York. That's true. Like I said, I think it's funny. And they don't seem to understand on here. I have connections to New York, like with my descendants and ancestry. Like, we actually come from New York in a lot of aspects. Seriously. My dad was like, I forget what it was. I don't know if he was frustrated New Yorker or frustrated Texan. They called it. Like, I think he was like born in New York, like in Ithaca or something. I don't remember. They never really explained to me all that stuff. Or like, you just forget, you know, if you're busy living life. I think he was born in like Ithaca, New York or something like that. My dad. I think it was a lot that I didn't know about his father. His father was, man. He was something else. You know what I mean?
Hello? Hey.
Stop the ether reactors from going
Yeah,
into
I'm getting
meltdown.
ready to call.
I need to convince Sam to relinquish the Sentinel artifact. Sure, whatever. You two psychos enjoy your pissing contest.
I know. It'll be 5 minutes, sure.
Yeah.
Okay, are you going to be out for a while? Like, till 6 million %?
Benefits package
Sure,
won't
I
cover
guess
that.
so.
Or do you have any, if you need anything? Okay, I'll talk to you in a bit. Okay, bye.
Trapped in the sphere Psychov, Nexus had no chance. Mortally wounded, she yielded to the Dark Ether. Her spirit now only lives on in me.
Ignore that cheap knockoff of your fallen friends. My family takes priority now.
Eddie, you let her die inside that orb. You could have saved her.
And risk releasing the Forsaken. Maxis chose her fate. Mary and Samuel did not. John Blanchard, to whoever is out there, beware of panels. The man's a murderer. I'm pinned down, but I'll help if I can.
Somebody living might kill us. That's a fresh change of pace. Okay, my gut's a funny feeling.
He can play around and play games. Hell, they probably tell him like fake stuff. It's not real. And that's what you think the public don't know.
Max armor.
Hey, Peck, when we first met, never dreamed we'd end up here. With everyone who most like to see you dead.
Well, I never dreamed you'd end up there, Rookie of the Year. But we'll settle for the fact that we're not pushing up daisies.
tell you the same thing I told my ex during my last UTI. It'd be real nice if you could save screwing me for another day.
The one
For
thing
me?
we both have in
Really?
common is we're seen as criminals.
What's the catch?
Loose cannons.
Sorry, force a habit.
People hate it when you live by your own rules.
Yeah, but these folks took a chance on trusting us. Maybe we can do the same with Sen.
Turn them to peace.
I don't know how, but it feels like the stupid box is smirking at
That's
me.
your game plan?
I'm just gonna pretend it's a
The
side
only thing
effect
I
from the
trust
Wonky
is
sodas.
science. And my God-given genius.
He's not beside me that I could run
Fuck
circles.
science. Half the walking
They can't
corpses in
come
this
close.
place have PhDs, and look what that got him.
Frank is Frank. I got to think again here that these guys like me to be something else, bro. In every category. We want women. Like real talk, they smart. See, y'all don't know what a girl is. Real talk, they get
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice messaging system. Jocelyn Spirit is not available. At the tone, please record your message.
Hey Jocelyn, it's Blaze calling just to check up with my meeting. So, yeah, just give me a call back when you got time, I guess. Thanks. Bye.
We can start with the good news. It's been a great crop in Provost, Alberta, and right across much of the Prairies. The bad news, unfortunately, is that the Chinese government has hit us with another round of tariffs, this time 75% on Canadian Ebola seed. That's on top of the 100% tariffs on Canadian Ebola oil and meal and peas, plus a 25% tariff on seafood, on pork, and other Canadian producers have been targeted. Another kick to Canada as the world just seems to be thinking that it can walk all over the Canadian economy under the weak leadership of this Liberal government. Add insult to injury. Mark Carney seems determined to go ahead giving a taxpayer-funded $1 billion loan to Beijing and to Chinese shipmakers to make ferries for British Columbia. That's right, the Canadian government is backing a $1 billion loan that will go to the construction of ferries for British Columbia that are made in China. So imagine the lesson that this sends to the government in Beijing, that if they attack our farmers, they get $1 billion of credit from our government. But, you know, it stacks up yet another loss that we're facing that is painful for our workers, our farmers, our businesses, since Carney was elected on the promise, by the way, that he would be a master negotiator that would negotiate wins for Canada. He said he could handle Donald Trump. Remember that one? Well, what's been the result since? One, Carney's missed 2 of his promised deadlines to get a deal with the Americans. Under that period of time, the president has actually doubled tariffs on Canada while the prime minister continues to back down, making concession after concession on the digital services tax, on counter tariffs, getting absolutely nothing in return. Sounds like elbows down to me. The Americans, meanwhile, are signing trade deals with Japan, Europe. They've given extensions to China.
Donald Trump just wrapped up an awful press conference. What a disaster in the Oval Office. He claims that there's no longer taxes on Social Security, which is absolutely false. He claims that museums are treating him so unfairly. He says that he's actually considering handing over American natural resources and rare earths from Alaska to Vladimir Putin as part of these discussions tomorrow. He then lies and claims that California would be entirely burned down if it wasn't for Donald Trump. And then he claims that inflation has been totally corrected on the same day this morning, where we know inflation is absolutely surging. The latest numbers on wholesale domestic producers, their inflation came in way above expectations. A complete and total disaster. Let me show you what went down this disaster in the Oval Office. By the way, what contrast to what happened in the Oval Office versus California Governor Gavin Newsom's presidential press conference that took place in Los Angeles. So here, Donald Trump says museums are treating him unfairly. Let's play it.
Thank you, Mr. President. On the Smithsonian, I know that your administration is seeking to weed out a lot of this left-wing space that's in the museums, but we're seeing from people like Brian Stelter or other commentators that they're insinuating that you are trying to change history according to your narrative. What's your response to that, and is there anything you particularly like to do?
We want the museums to treat our country fairly. We want the museums to talk about the history of our country in a fair manner, not in a woke manner or in a racist manner, which is what many of them, not all of them, but many of them are doing. Our museums have an obligation to represent what happened in our country over the years, good and bad, but what happened over the years in an accurate way. Thank you very much, everyone.
And then Donald Trump says that he orders Mexico and Canada around. He goes, Mexico and Canada does what I tell him to. Here, play this clip.
Now they know it meant a lot. And Mexico does what we tell them to do, and Canada does what we tell them to do, because we have the two borders. We have the northern border, southern border, and they were both horrible. But now it's some people say it's a miracle. Well,
then Donald Trump keeps on the table the idea of giving Vladimir Putin rare earth in Ukraine. Let's play this clip.
Are you prepared to offer Vladimir Putin access to rare minerals to incentivize him to end the war?
We're going to see what happens with our meeting. A big meeting. It's going to be, I think, very important for Russia. It's going to be very important for us, and important for us only that we're going to save a lot of lives. Look,
Trump is then asked, well, Brazil, Mexico, other Latin American countries are moving much closer to China based on your policies. This could be bad for America. Trump says, I don't care about those countries. Let them go to China. What a freaking madman this idiot is. Here, play this clip.
I would like to see it.
Tariffs, Brazil, Mexico, and Latin America are getting closer to China, and they say it's partly because of the tariffs you're imposing on those countries. Are you concerned that they're getting closer to China?
No, not at all. I'm not concerned at all. They can do what they want. None of them are doing very well. And what we're doing in terms of economics, we're blowing everyone away, including China. We're doing better than any other country in the world right now. Brazil.
Then Donald Trump claims that inflation has been totally solved. Let's play it.
We're also fighting the menace of inflation to make life more affordable for American seniors, and we've ended Biden's inflation nightmare. So we have the worst inflation in the history of our country, and now our inflation is down to a perfect number, a beautiful number, hardly any at all. And yet our country's taking in tens of billions of dollars and trillions of dollars, actually trillions of dollars in tariffs. And you know all about it. It's been amazing. They say, why are we taking in so much money? Last week they found $29 billion and they couldn't figure out where it came from. I said, check the tariff shelf. And they said, how did you know that's where it came from? Taking in billions and even trillions of dollars in tariffs, paid by other countries who, frankly, were taking advantage of us for many, many years. And they were doing that to us, but our people didn't know it. We didn't have smart business people.
Fact check alert. Fact check alert. Producer price inflation PPI spiked to 3.7 year over year versus 2.9% expected. It's the biggest monthly jump basically since the impacts being felt by COVID. Horrible numbers. Then Donald Trump signs this proclamation announcing that there was no tax on Social Security. There is tax on social. What are you talking about? That's not in the disastrous budget bill. But anyway, here, play this clip.
Thank you very much. I'm going to sign the new proclamation, please.
Sir, this is a proclamation both commemorating the 90th anniversary of the Social Security Act, the signing of the Social Security Act, and also the incredible accomplishments of your administration, fixing and promoting and safeguarding Social Security. And it also obviously mentions the fact that as part of the One Big Beautiful Bill, a vast majority of our senior citizens are no longer paying taxes on their Social Security benefits, as you promised in your campaign and as you delivered for the American people.
That's a big factor, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
That's great.
Literally, that's not in the budget bill. I mean, this whole thing is a freaking fraud. It's a Ponzi scheme presidency. I'm going to give you those dividend checks. I'm going to make sure that your prescription drug prices are the most favored nation cost. So if they're being charged $5 in India, you get charged $5 here. Donald, prescription drug prices are significantly higher, you freaking moron. Oh, then here Donald Trump says that if he didn't put the National Guard into Los Angeles, the Olympics wouldn't be there. Here, play this clip.
State game. If I didn't go and put our military there, or National Guard in that case, and we'll go military if we have to, but the National Guard went there. They were very effective. If we didn't do that, I don't think you would have had the Olympics in Los Angeles. The place would have been just like the 25,000 houses that burned down.
What are you talking about? Then Donald Trump attacks Brazil because Brazil is prosecuting its former president, who is a fascist dictator. Play this clip.
Oh, right now. Brazil has been a horrible trading partner in terms of tariffs. As you know, they charge us tremendous tariffs, far, far more than we were charging them. We weren't charging anything, essentially. And Brazil has some very bad laws happening where they took a president and they put him in jail, or they're trying to jail him. And I happen to know the man, and I will tell you, like, I'm pretty good at people. I think he's an honest man. I think what they've done, this is really a political execution that they're trying to do.
So here, Justin.
I think that's terrible.
Still apply. Still apply.
Fascist dictators, criminals, felons, sexual abusers hang out with each other. Trump, Epstein, Brazil's president, a bunch of sickos. Then Donald Trump is asked, are you worried that you're taking away police officers from other types of crimes? And Trump's like, what do you mean, other types of crimes? Like terrorism. Nobody cares about that. Here, watch what he says. Here, play this clip.
All right, thank you. Have a good day. Goodbye.
No. The soldiers that we have, first of all, we have plenty of them, long beyond what that you have here. We're just using a very small force. You know, in Washington, D.C., they have thousands of police. They have a lot of police, but the police weren't allowed to do their job. We have a lot of great ones. And you have some that weren't so good, to be honest, but they weren't allowed to do their job. But now they are allowed to do their job. And essentially, it's only 2 days, but you look at the numbers already, they're dropping. And no, they're not being pulled off for anything.
Mr. President. Then Donald Trump talks about how he deserves credit because if it wasn't for him, Ukraine would be totally Russian now. He goes, promise made, promise kept. Putin didn't take over Ukraine. That's what I said I was going to do. If you were in office, Putin would have taken over all of Ukraine by now. And it's because of Ukraine's bravery that Putin has it. But play this clip.
Well, he came to our country, and I heard CNN fake news talking about that was a big win for him. Normally, he would say the opposite, but they said, oh, it's a big win that he came here. Normally, we would say the opposite, he came here. I think that President Putin would like to see a deal. I think if I weren't president, he would take over all of Ukraine. It's a war that should have never happened. If I weren't president, in my opinion, he would much rather take over all of Ukraine. But I am president, and he's not going to mess around with me.
Then Donald Trump says that he doesn't want criminals in D.C. Play this clip.
Well, we're going to be getting the criminals the hell out of here. We don't want the criminals in Washington, D.C.
Dude, you are a felon. You are a criminal. Get the hell out. Get out. Seriously, get the hell out. Then Donald Trump goes on to talk about how the crime statistics in Washington, D.C. are all false. They're fudged. And so all of the statistics, he says, that are showing crime dropping are made up. Crime is at its all-time high, he says. Play this clip.
Half of the people here, maybe all of the people here, most of you live in D.C., you are petrified to go out. And you're liberal. And if you're liberal, you're going to have to change. You're Democrats. You're going to have to change your ways. So we will have crime under control very shortly in D.C. But they're record numbers. And sadly, what I guess the mayor did, but whoever it was, they asked the numbers to be fudged so that it would show less crime than in fact. The fact is, it's worse than it's ever been. And we will have it just like we did at the border, where the borders are totally in great shape right now, the best ever, record-setting shape. We'll have the crime situation solved in D.C. very soon.
And oopsies, he didn't get the talking points, Caroline Leavitt, because just before Donald Trump did that press conference, Caroline Leavitt said that the numbers are accurate and crime is actually down 30%. Let's play it.
Caroline, I know that the president can do this for 30 days if he notifies the right committees in Congress, which he did. There were some stories that Democrats were spreading the narrative. We don't need the National Guard in there because crime has gone down around 30%, 26% I think this past year, and 35% the year before that. And then we heard those numbers might be inaccurate. They might be false. And some people were let go or they were suspended, right, Brian, from their jobs because of it. Can you clear that up for us? Are those numbers correct?
Yeah, these numbers are absolutely correct, and we will continue to provide the American public and the press with the numbers because we're proud of these efforts. If the Democrats had their way, there would be hundreds more criminals roaming free in the streets of the District of Columbia right now. There would be hundreds of more illegal aliens who this task force has already detained and arrested, and now they're focused on deporting from our country. Those individuals would remain in the District of Columbia where they would have been free to do more harm. And that's not counting all of the would-be criminals that may have committed violent crimes and maybe taken the lives of law-abiding residents of this city, if not for the deterrence.
Then Donald Trump, in his actual attack on Social Security, lies and claims that there are all these millions of people on Social Security who don't belong on it. Let's play it.
A certain way, I guess, we reported it all the time. In 4 or 5 years, it's going to go bust. But not anymore, it's not. And he's got it turned around so well. The proclamation helps. All of the things we've done help. And he's finding such tremendous fraud where we have illegal aliens. We have people that don't even exist on Social Security. They don't exist. And what it does, it makes it totally secure and powerful for the people that are on it and need it.
Then Donald Trump goes on this weird rant about Elizabeth Warren. He calls her Pocahontas. And then he says that she needs a drug test. Here, play this clip.
But it's such a good question. It's so vicious what they do. Elizabeth Warren said she was an Indian. We call her Pocahontas. She's a liar. She lied her whole career. Based on the fact that she was an Indian, she was able to get into certain colleges, get certain jobs, get into certain universities to work there. She's a liar and a mean person. She's a nut job. I watched her the other night. She's all hopped up endorsing a communist in New York City. And she was all excited and jumping up and down. She's got to take a drug test. She really does. She's got to take a drug test. There's no way somebody can act that way and be normal. What she's done to our financial institutions, she destroys people. You know that you had a lot of great banks in the Midwest and banks that loaned to farmers and others, and they went out of business. She put them out of business. Stone cold mean. Banks that were open 150 years, family banks that supplied the farmers and manufacturers and others, and she put them out of business. She's a mean, horrible human being. Bernie Sanders is Bernie Sanders.
Wow, what a deranged press conference by Donald Trump. And again, in stark contrast to the presidential press conference held by California Governor Gavin Newsom. Let me know what you think. Hit subscribe. Let's get to 6 million subscribers. Thanks for watching.
The truth is more important than ever.
Check out our new Truth Over Lies collection at store.midastouch.com. All 100% USA union made.
A lot of people, when they think about trucks, they think about a Mack truck.
Like that big Mack truck right in the cynical rise.
Last year, Mack Truck, the storied American company, announced its opening of a huge new factory. Not here in Pennsylvania, where workers have built Macks for over 100 years, but here, in Mexico, where the company can pay workers 1/10 of what its American workers make.
I was dumbfounded.
It was basically like a kick in our teeth. Like, we're not good enough.
We went to Pennsylvania to speak to the people who build Mack trucks.
I felt that they lied right to our faces.
Oh, they lied. Everything that happened after that was in bad faith.
Just weeks later, Mack announced hundreds of layoffs.
The automaker says it plans to lay off as many as 350 workers at its Lehigh Valley Operations Center.
Hello, everybody. President Trump, for years, has said his trade deals will stop exactly this kind of offshoring.
We have replaced a disastrous trade deal that rewarded outsourcing.
So, why are iconic American companies still moving to Mexico?
My fellow Americans, this is Liberation Day.
And with Trump's new tariffs backfiring,
Mack says President Trump's tariffs are the driving force for the company's decision to trim its workforce.
What would it actually take to stop jobs like these from leaving?
My name is Yvonne Ledford, and I am a production technician at Mack Trucks. I love my job. Wouldn't trade it for the world. When I see them out on the road, I wonder if that's one that I built. Or I know that's one I've built. I did that. I helped with that. And my kids are like, oh, Mom, there's a Mack. Did you build that one?
Mack Truck in Pennsylvania's Lehigh Valley builds heavy-duty trucks like semi-trailers, garbage trucks, and utility vehicles.
Growing up, when my friends would say, my dad works at Mack, they typically had the nicer stuff.
About 2,500 people work at Mack's Lehigh Valley plant. The company is now owned by Volvo, the Swedish automaker. But wages are not what they used to be. And in 2023, Mack workers decided to go on strike.
Employees at a Mack truck plant in Makanji outside of Allentown plan to go on strike later this morning.
After voting down a tentative 5-year contract agreement,
Mack truck owner Volvo Trucks says it is committed to returning to the bargaining table to reach a new agreement.
We wanted better wages, job security. Being a single mom, I live with my parents. I can't afford to live on my own, and it sucks.
Last year, we got killed with inflation. And I know that money is there for COLA. We got to get it back on the table.
In the heavy-duty truck market, Mack and Volvo together make up about 17%, and their biggest competitor is Daimler, the German automaker. During bargaining, Mack told the union it wanted to increase its market share. To do that, Mack wanted a longer workday and a new plan.
The plant manager came to me and said, hey, look, we're busting at the seams. We need to expand.
Kevin Fraunheiser had been working with Mack's local management on a plan to expand in this area. He and other Mack workers wanted to make sure that the company did not follow the lead of Daimler, which makes about 2/3 of its medium and heavy-duty trucks in Mexico.
So we got together. I said, I know of a couple places that maybe would work. They were going up for sale. So we took a ride over there, and the plant manager seemed very excited.
We had politicians that were willing to work with us. The landowners were willing to work with us. The governor was about to step in and start working with us to secure this and make this a future site for Mack trucks in the Lehigh Valley.
They also had a builder that was willing to jump in and help, and it would have been done by union labor. We were going to cut through some red tape. We had some grants in the Lehigh Valley that were going to pay for railroad to come right to the back of the plant so we could ship the trucks easier. There would have been a huge tax break.
Mack Trucks is pushing back against the United Auto Workers Union.
We should be at 40 hours, and that's it. Anything after that should be paid overtime. Then after that,
As the strike dragged on, Mack gave the union an ultimatum: accept its contract, including a longer workday, or it would bring in replacement workers. Mack workers voted to end the strike with the understanding that the company would build its new factory here.
Well, we felt if we gave that concession of the 8.5-hour day, they would invest in us.
Hello, friends from Mexico, and especially Nuevo León. I'm here with Lars from Volvo Group. Very good news. Their factory for trucks is going to be assembled here.
I got an email from our plant manager. We wanted you guys to know it first. It's going live to the public at noon.
Volvo Trucks have taken the decision now to establish a factory here. We will produce heavy-duty trucks.
Keep in mind this is 11:45.
Volvo Group today announced plans to build a new Mack truck assembly plant in Mexico.
So I believe the whole time they were negotiating, they knew this was going to happen.
They lied to us. They totally misled, and they're going to take this American icon and move it.
Volvo is building the new plant in Monterrey, an industrial city in northern Mexico. Not far from the U.S. border, this area has become a key center of automaking in North America, home of factories for Mack's rival Daimler, as well as GM and Kia. Auto workers here make between $2.50 to $3.50 an hour, about a tenth of what their American counterparts make. They have far fewer benefits and safety protections than American auto workers, but the trucks they make still cost the same amount, and that difference, the savings from their cheap labor, may not go to consumers, but it goes somewhere.
You see it in stock buybacks, you see it in special dividends, you see it in exorbitant increases in CEO pay. Daimler has higher profit margins in North America than in Europe, and it's built on the backs of Mexican workers. Volvo in Sweden sees better profit margins from their German competitors and wants in on that game. They're figuring out a way to get workers to work for less and to pass that money savings on to Wall Street. And that's their magic. And we shouldn't be rewarding that as a society.
For decades, auto companies have moved factories around North America to cut labor costs and maximize profits. It's one of the clearest legacies of NAFTA.
NAFTA will tear down trade barriers between our three nations. It will create the world's largest trade zone.
North America is really unique in that we had this, turned out to be a very dangerous experiment called NAFTA, the North American Free Trade Agreement. For the first time ever, countries with such differences in wages and standards of living were put together under a system where goods could move with no border taxes, no tariffs.
Trump ran for president in 2016 on a promise to get rid of NAFTA and bring jobs back to the U.S.
But there is a North American free trade agreement.
And there shouldn't be. It's a disaster.
But it is
okay,
there.
Yes,
President, you're going to have
excuse
to
me,
live with it.
We will either renegotiate it or we will break it. Because, you know, every agreement has an end.
You can't just break the law.
Excuse me, every agreement has an end.
In Trump's first term, he negotiated a new trade deal.
The USMCA was his baby. He created it.
The USMCA created penalties for companies in Mexico who obstruct workers from bargaining for higher wages. The idea was that would lead to higher wages in Mexico and less incentive for companies to leave the U.S. While it's helped Mexican workers win higher wages at some workplaces, overall, it's not been enough to change the corporate calculus.
We're now in 5 years of USMCA, and it didn't work out that way. So, in fact, our trade deficit with Mexico has almost doubled. The job offshoring has continued.
Effective at midnight, we will impose a 25% tariff on all foreign-made automobiles.
3 months into his new term, Trump announced a series of tariffs, including a 25% tariff on all autos made outside the U.S. The United Auto Workers support that tariff.
As long as Mexico has wage suppression, there should be some level of tariff protection against that.
What these tariffs say is, assuming they're not picked up and thrown out like the other ones, and they stay in place, it's a signal to investors. You want to sell cars in the U.S., you need to make cars in the U.S.
But Trump's auto tariff doesn't apply to heavy trucks like the ones Mack makes. And nor does Trump's reciprocal tariff on Mexico, which even before it was paused, exempted goods that comply with the USMCA.
It seems like the way the tariffs are being done are not going to be helping us out.
So, if we want a trade policy that changes Volvo's decision to build in Mexico, it's increasingly clear we have to do something else. Change the USMCA. The best chance to do that happens in the coming year, when the USMCA is up for review and renegotiation.
We need pretty dramatic changes within the agreement. We fundamentally have to fix the root problem.
If they could have a requirement for a certain hourly wage for the whole sector, would be a huge improvement.
We want a North American minimum wage. If we're going to do business with a country, those workers should be afforded X dollars an hour.
A North American minimum wage would eliminate the corporate incentive to offshore for cheaper labor.
The Chamber of Commerce and the big auto companies and anyone who's trying to just have the cheapest wages and make the biggest profit hates this idea. But it would be transformative.
Some say that setting a standard wage is unrealistic. But what if Trump made it as much of a priority as he's made tariffs? What if he called the heads of the major auto companies into a meeting and told them, if you want to sell in the U.S., you need to achieve a North American minimum wage now?
Trump has an opportunity to show he really does want to stand up for the American worker versus just whatever rage he has about unfairly treated American companies and beating up on Mexico and beating up on Canada. If he really wants to stand up, then he would use all of that rage and that anger with the companies and say, you guys have done remarkably well. It's ending now. You have trashed entire communities, and we are now going to have you paying the following amount.
Mack Trucks is planning a major reduction in its workforce in the Lehigh Valley.
2 weeks after Trump announced new tariffs, Mack announced it will lay off up to 350 workers in Pennsylvania.
The layoffs are in direct response to fears over tariffs. The layoffs are due to market uncertainty, possible regulatory changes, and the impact of tariffs.
The first to be affected will be people who just started working at Mack, but the layoffs may go beyond that.
I'm very concerned. Once our contract is up, they could close us. Am I afraid of that? Absolutely. Do I want to start over? Absolutely no. I don't want to start over again.
Local UAW says it is working with its international leadership to see whether there's been a breach in its collective bargaining agreement with Volvo.
In the meantime, Mack workers are fighting. They've filed a charge against Mack with the National Labor Relations Board for bargaining in bad faith. The workers likely face an uphill battle as President Trump fired the pro-labor chair of the NLRB and nominated an attorney from an anti-union law firm as its next general counsel. But their hope is that they can at least get Mack to commit to keeping its factory in the Lehigh Valley.
They used us to get where they needed to be, and once they got to that point, they wanted to leave us behind and make all the decisions themselves to make more money for themselves and not share it.
Thanks so much for watching our video.
Alexandru Gabriel Radita was born on January 30th, 1998 to Emil and Rodica Radita, who immigrated from Romania to Canada in 1985, 13 years before his birth. Rodica was a stay-at-home mom and Emil worked in construction. The Raditas had a big family. Alex had 7 siblings, 5 older and 2 younger. He also had another sister born in 1990 who died at 3.5 years old. Alex was a sweet-natured little boy with a bright smile. His kindergarten teacher described him as very outgoing. She said he was inquisitive, he asked lots of questions, and he loved going to school. According to his younger sister, he was a smart, creative boy who enjoyed drawing and making art. He also liked playing with Legos and Pokemon. However, Alex had some troubles early on in life. A month and a half before his 3rd birthday, in the early evening hours of December 13th, 2000, Alex experienced his first medical crisis. He was taken to the emergency room of Surrey Memorial Hospital in British Columbia. Doctors noted that he was feverish and quite ill. Alex was suffering from belly pain, he was vomiting, and he was extremely thirsty. He had dark circles under his eyes and exhibited an altered state of consciousness. To be clear, he wasn't unconscious. In small children, an altered state would likely mean the child seems lethargic, confused, or inattentive. Dr. White, the on-call pediatrician, also noted a distinct fruity smell of ketones on Alex's breath. Once the laboratory test returned, they confirmed what Dr. White already could tell. Alex was suffering from type 1 diabetes.
In order to understand Alex's
story, it is important to understand type 1 diabetes. Many of you are familiar with type 2 diabetes, which is a disease that can be associated with obesity. Type 2, which is usually found in adults, the body still makes insulin, but it can't use it efficiently. There are a lot of ways to treat type 2 diabetes. Diet, exercise.
We must all work together to survive. Tell us what must be done. Sam and I have unfinished business. You will need to stabilize the ESO reactors.
Type 1 diabetes.
Benefit package won't cover that.
Suffering from type 1 diabetes.
Trapped in the sphere of cycles, Nexus had no chance. Mortally wounded, she yielded to the dark ether. Her spirit now only lives on in me.
Ignore that cheap knockoff of your fallen friend. My family takes priority now.
Eddie, you let her die inside that orb. You could have saved her.
And risk releasing the Forsaken. Maxis chose her fate. Mary and Samuel did not.
Double points.
Provide energy, the body will burn fat.
This is Security Chief John Blanchard. Be advised, a rogue Janus scientist, goes by panels, is at large on site, should be considered dangerous. We are a little busy at present.
Okay, my gut's a funny feeling. Semtex out.
What it was. However,
Hey, Peck, when we first met, never dreamed we'd end up here. With everyone who most like to see you dead.
Well, I never dreamed you'd end up there, rookie. But I'll settle for the fact that we're not pushing up daisies. Thing we both have
Is
in
that so
common
hard?
is we're
You don't always
seen
need
as
to be
criminals,
such a massive
loose
twat.
cannons. People hate it when you live by your own rules.
Yeah, but these folks took a chance on trusting us. Maybe we can do the same with Sam. Hand cannon's hot. I'll make this look easy. But it's not. It's not at all. I hate it. I just want to be a...
Trust Sam. That's your game plan? Well, the only thing I trust is science. And my God-given genius, of course.
Fuck science. Half the walking corpses in this place have PhDs, and look what that got.
Tear them to pieces. Max ammo.
helping a mass murderer or a machine that lied so it could get life. Doesn't seem like a tough call.
Slow your roll, comrade. Easy choices are the ones that worry me most.
Insulin free of charge. On December 22nd, 2000, Alex was released to the care of his parents. BCCH arranged for a nurse to visit twice a day. They had to keep regular appointments with Dr. Metzger.
A couple of months later, in February of 2001, Dr. Metzger suspected the Reditas were lying about Alex's blood sugar readings because the logbook full of normal readings didn't mesh with the weight Alex had lost. He asked the nurse to double-check the readings, and she confirmed his suspicions. High blood sugar readings were followed by low blood sugar readings,